already sealed. I merely delivered it. Sarah sends her regards, vile witch!
That's my way! Taste cold steel! You're lucky I was here. Silver bullet! Silver... 1,000 gods!
The one who shot from afar will shoot no more.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The right heroes could make all the difference. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The hat. I serve as queen of the 10th realm. Kneeling is acceptable.
Remember, it is a formal affair, Namor. Shall I assume you'll be wearing a shirt?
If that is what is expected of me, of course.
How disappointing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Time for us to balance the scales.
Oh, we moved, right?
I'm hurt.
Oh, gotcha, Anthony.
Ah, just what I needed.
Hand sometimes.
I feel renewed.
Behind you.
Oh, the onslaught!
I must heal soon.
Don't leave the cover support. I'm holding it here for a reason. They can use cover. They don't get cover here.
Do your worst! Oh, the
Strong together.
I am in your debt. You are My armor's stronger now. Angels always rise again.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Turn around!
Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law decree in effect. No unauthorized entry.
on.
Be your best self.
Dagger, you gotta heal better.
I wasn't.
The stakes just got raised.
This is why you shouldn't care about your kill count. Your kill count isn't what saves people.
You owe me one.
Hell yeah.
They cleared halfway. Stop them. One more time.
Back in the game.
Initiating surveillance. Martial law.
Bring her on left.
1,000 gods! By the eye of Agamotto!
Look behind you.
As good as new. The hunt is on.
Here we go.
Look who's here. Impervious!
I'm gonna tell you. Give yourself some space.
I like the cold.
There's still ult incoming.
That one hurts.
Come, my minion.
Hell yeah.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Open season.
An unseen assist.
Disappear!
Martial law. No unauthorized entry.
City duck.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
I am strengthened. I summon the
They
sea.
hit a checkpoint.
Takes a lot
Now
more than
might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. It's now or never. Stop them.
Initiated. Vigilance active. Martial law.
Armed and dangerous!
You know, that dagger straight just left you by yourself. He could have cloaked you. And they're gonna talk about how many heals they have. This is going to prove stats don't matter if you're not doing the right thing.
You did your part, I suppose.
Get in here, y'all. Oh,
Behold that child!
The hunt is on. I'm cutting in.
It's the grand. Need some help.
You're lucky I was here. I was
Don't
born.
give them another inch. Or else. I like the cold.
Back in the game.
Ionic magic!
1,000 gods! One shot.
Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law.
I've always walked the line. Hell yeah.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Well, you can't expect to win them all. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. Though I be a god, I would rather inspire mortals than be worshipped.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
When all seems lost, just listen for the sound of thunder.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Double KO! That's 3!
Thus I smite thee! Mine enemies tremble!
Enemy in front of us!
My deepest gratitude. For Asgard! Lightning confinement!
Turn around! They're sneaking up on us!
I am barely wounded.
This ain't
Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
Jury!
Hurricane!
Executioner!
This is
Cover.
real
Don't wait that old.
firepower!
It's smarter if you little with the old.
Mine enemies tremble.
Nobody controls Moon Knight. Leave them to come down.
Shola wants this old tablet. Let's see what we can do.
I have smashed Rocket's beacon.
Need some ranged firepower.
Slow down. Behold the god of thunder!
Double KO!
Twas but a scratch.
We're escorting a turtle? Gonna be a long night.
Spider Slam!
The wrath of that god.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Almost there! Don't turn that down!
Confinement. Twas but a scratch. Slow down.
Disappear!
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
My power grows.
Shola wants this.
I am strengthened. Run away home, little spider. Your neighborhood needs you. 'Twas but a scratch. Slow down.
Get that vehicle moving again! Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I am barely wounded. My deepest gratitude. Behold the god of thunder! Lightning confinement. We fight well together.
Light in the darkness.
Strike real near.
Shola wants got eyes on one of them.
Havoc.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Incoming!
Slow down.
So close! This is your big
Mine
chance!
enemies tremble.
Leave them to
Together, my
touch you!
friends. Lightning confinement.
Shola wants this old tablet. Let's see what we can do.
This thunder lizard truly lives up to his name.
That's my girl, Ro.
This is real firepower!
Another epic victory! Big win! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You are insignificant.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. I will dare the very gates of hell to save Asgard.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You know what? We had fun at the world last game.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All praise in the open.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Brings the world together. Right now, I think we need superheroes. Need some help. Easy team. Let's blaze. Damage sustained. Need assist. Awaken. Look out behind you. A nice deep freeze. I feel renewed.
Take close support to the point for me. I can heal you here. Always walking in this game.
This should cure my ails. That one hurts. Cure my ails.
I need a DPS to help in the back line. Or get better picks under support.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Let us reach the world tree so I can conquer this wretched world. Sacred steel!
Get that vehicle moving again!
I would rather inspire mortals than be worshipped. What a threat!
I am ready to put on a show!
is the support. You see, I'm the only one holding them off, so you give me a copy. There's zero cheese.
Again! Assemble! Our foes have arrived.
I'm not gonna start throwing this team. Y'all gotta learn how to work better together. I'll do it for you.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
That vehicle isn't going to escort itself, you know. Hey, check out this big acorn.
Catch.
This time I need healing. Robot spiders. Very clever. Dragon kick. My
Only 60 seconds left.
turn back now. Each guard falls. Dragon kick. I'll take that fancy sword now, Magic. Thanks. Bless me, Shola.
This is gonna hurt.
Onward to the world tree.
They got the drop on you.
Down to 30 seconds.
That last acorn I'm ready to put on a show. Child.
Chief of Tomo!
The heal's not happening.
That's
These foxes
close
trying.
I needed.
I don't know what the hell
Armed and dangerous!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I think that's a copyright one. That's probably the one that's got me copyrighted. When I think about it in hindsight.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Some more aim training.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
What's that one?
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let's make this quick. Got there last time.
Damn.
I was born ready.
I'm good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Morning hit.
To rule the afterlife is to rule everyone.
Yeah, that's Spider-Man. Nope, don't be the open, don't be the open.
Got a med kit.
Don't lurk and you'll push towards point using cover. That's going to drop Spidey's ability to do a lot of diving. Oh, you know what? That shit.
Boom, one shot.
It strikes again!
Got a med kit. I was born ready.
Who's next? Oh, a volunteer. Get him!
Back in the game.
Double kill!
This is mine! This is mine!
Got a med
Okay,
kit.
you touched me, bro. Get out of here.
Next time.
Got him in sight.
Hell, beyond count!
You got it. I don't think I'll fun.
Help get that
Oh, come on now! You gotta take it! It's all good. I thought you had it. It's all good. Oh, this is you do awesome.
Back in the game.
Iron Man is flying off. Oh no! Whoa, whoa, whoa. What am I gonna do? Come here! Come here, you Spidey. Nice.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Fuck. There it is. Alright.
You owe me one.
They're gonna have ult soon. Be ready. And you know they're mad.
Gods look so much cooler than mine.
Just a press.
The moon is out.
Disappear!
Not. Just that ult. Couldn't wait these ults out.
Well, look who's up.
Next time.
Alright, what are we gonna do? Oh, he's seeking. Is he gonna strike? I want him to. I want you to shoot me, Iron Man. I really want to.
I was born ready. Open season.
Go ahead, build up that ult. Build up that ult.
You owe me one.
Go this way.
Hell yeah.
I think that one will break, but
A feast for my crows!
well, I don't mind different pockets of health. I love the effect. Alright, buddy.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
What is this totem?
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
He's gonna ult soon. Be ready.
You're ready. Here come the bad police.
One shot.
Woo! Ha ha!
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up
Stealth
the
blade.
momentum.
I could use this.
He's never gonna find me.
What a cute kitty statue! It looks great in my apartment.
What have we got here?
Hey, watch it. They're not gonna notice.
You wish you were this cool.
Silver bullet.
Well, look who's up to no good.
I ain't stupid.
Time!
Go around this shit.
Where can I get a turret like that?
Let him leave that ult. What up, little buddy?
You might want to stay there.
Gonna have legs.
You want to protect your rear. Wakandan gods are truly
I could use this.
magnificent, and yet they cannot compare
Appreciate
to
it.
me.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Get back. Come here! You better run, Reapy, man.
Back in the game.
From behind.
Gotta make it. Look, on
Beacon is
next
in need
mission.
of rebirth itself.
Please, sir.
Hell yeah.
Honestly,
I could use this.
Get that vehicle moving again!
1,000 guns! Buried alive. We're not letting T'Challa down. A sacred statue that could save Wakanda? Works for me.
The darkness. Help!
So close! This is your big chance!
As good as new.
Another epic victory! Big win! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful when you do shit around me. I want to say something that, Lord, it's not even bad, but people would take it the wrong way.
30 seconds before you attack.
Dance.
Get ready.
I'm not that desperate. Okay. What we got going on? I don't think you need a tank for real with how we got, but people don't like it when they go tankless.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Even
3,
though it's not a hard thing to do.
2, 1.
Most people don't play
All you
tank
need to do
anyway.
is capture the mission area. Got it?
Like Spider-Man could help or anything.
You think this is a
They
challenge?
want a tank only not to play with
Raising
them.
two superpowered kids.
A little help, please. I see signs of a further infestation.
Let's go first and push the Iron Man. Then
Aye,
we're gonna
just
park
what
it.
I needed.
Mine's in place.
lanes for food so I can push plane. Let me fall back, push in, and watch their minds here. You know what? Let me play that first. Sorry, girl, stop doing this shit. It's not funny.
Listen, Jeremiah, I see signs of a spider infestation. Feel the news.
I'm clocking some bad
You need
guys.
to be put down. Putting bombs everywhere. Thank you. There we go. Engaging. Come back. Come here! Reptar.
I like the cold.
Don't judge me by my stats. I don't go for kills. I go for plays. Do what you need.
Be your best self.
I appreciate you coming with me, but be careful. Make sure you use cover if you're gonna follow me. I can hold, but you just make sure you use cover. They're going to go for you if they see me and you near me because they want to kill me.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I like the cold.
No ground for you!
You did your part, I suppose.
All you gotta do is
Destination
make them unable to use their abilities.
Cover me.
I suck.
Hi, that feels good.
Go Team Atlas.
What the hell? That's what I missed. Always lock your winners key, guys. I thought I did, but apparently I undid it.
A nice deep breath.
Armed and dangerous!
I am my own worst enemy in most of these matches, literally. You go back time, literally almost my own worst enemy. Something I forgot to do. Who do you think sent the meteor, Dino? The angel! No, too late. Oh, you think you're gonna walk through my team and I'm allow it to happen? I'm sorry, this is not gonna happen. No. I appreciate the commitment. Whoa, 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 whoa! Wanda, I feel so bad that you went there. You don't understand what I can do with the type of thing I'm gonna do. Careful, Luna. Oh, they have a root.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A nice deep freeze.
Alright, man. No, what are we gonna do? Hey, let's talk about this. Tony, let's talk about this, man. Listen, I know you got a bomb on you and you don't want to be using that.
You stood no chance against a warrior born.
Good night.
Clogs to clogs in 3 generations. That's the
I had to
saying
do it,
anyway. Right,
I didn't want to.
I like the cold.
You would not last a second in heaven. Ah, just what I needed.
Hello, Iron Man. What up, pal?
Anything stand in your way.
No, 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 no! He was going to try to hit the ground with it. I'm not going with that. He was going to go out like that.
I'm
That doesn't even kill him.
This should cure my ails.
Oh, that's why they get so fast. That's fair. I see why they changed it to 50%. It would suck at the recharge the whole thing. Can I help you? Listen, man, we talk about this. Ooh.
Double KO!
My soul is
That's
not yours to claim.
nice.
Another epic victory! Big win! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Feast, 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 feast. I heard hunt. Dino meat.
Heaven has its man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They both hunt, but Thor's like the main hunter. I think he would find it too barbaric to hunt, unless it's for some gift. G-I-F-T. Gotta clarify these days.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One second.
This Parker has left us a gift.
Around and sneaking up on her.
My power grows.
Sorry, buddy.
You have need of my strength.
Tread carefully. The elders of the universe are not to be trifled with.
Use some cover. The bucket cover. Shoot them. Cover.
Awaken fury and smite the foe.
Like even if you want to be, yeah, there we go. See you. But it'd be they can see you though that way. You can stand farther away and still see them by feasting using your mouth to look around the corner.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
They hitting real hard.
I am barely wounded.
Oh, I'm
Y'all thought I left my team or something? It was a trap.
My power grows. My vigor is
Gambit never falls.
Oh, that's how y'all feel?
I have discovered
Okay, bet. I don't like, it's so, it's fine. The gamer wasn't expecting what I should have.
to battle again.
I really don't be calling out this old.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I do I need to? It's a thing where
Just who Gambit would look
it's not really something you can guess when it's gonna happen, but it's kind of like you don't know.
I am fairly wounded. Behold the god of thunder! Behold the god of thunder!
Nope.
My figure returns.
Get that vehicle moving!
Woo!
My power grows.
See, he really wants me dead. See, he wants me dead. Alright, bet.
Visible?
Disappear! Get that vehicle moving again!
Pulse charge. Fire. Far from legendary. Bring on the chaos.
Fire mode!
Not bad.
It's spider time!
Solo's fury. Bless me, Solo.
Only 60 seconds left.
Chin up.
You are nothing!
Gambit never falls! Not bad approach.
Just 30 seconds.
Chin up.
Behold the god of thunder!
Final 10 seconds.
Left us a gift.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
You fought with honor. Kai, bless me, Solo.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I'm right here with healing magic. They are in front
If
of
the
us.
collector wasn't mad enough at me already, he sure will be.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Help!
Mechanical spiders.
He's giving me a chance.
Almost about out.
Use more cover, guys. It'll only help you.
Time to heal.
Say, hitting real hard.
Solo has blessed me again.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Use more cover as your coach your guys can't hurt. That's how I'm always getting back there without taking any injuries. You need more stealth as your coach. That's why you can climb walls.
Bless me, Solo.
Get that vehicle moving again. Friends, gather
We
around.
found a foe.
Disappear! You are nothing!
Not bad. Time to heal.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
A winning hand!
Hey, behind you!
Been
someone way up top.
Look who just showed up.
Only 60 seconds left.
No, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Almost bowed out.
Elsa won.
Bring on the chaos.
Judge, jury, behold, God of thunder! I am Asgard's might!
Double KO.
You're mine. Berserker! Ready!
Final 10 seconds. I am
Mind enemy.
Damn it, never fall!
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Your dog is suffering.
My vigor returns. Slow down.
Got me good.
You're quite welcome.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You are nothing!
Just with a scratch. My power grows.
Got me.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Alright, next one. Alright, 1 second.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
一夫当关，万夫。
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Together.
Get
ready.
We're going to
Here come the bad
Avengers
guys.
Tower?
I'd rather make music than do anything else. Except be a superhero.
Very low and safe. Like shooting squids in a barrel. What hideous creature!
I like the cold.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Right behind you.
Another hit for Luna Snow.
Thanks for that.
I like the cold.
Worry no, they don't want to become. We could get used to working.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
There they are. Another way to
We appreciate
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Glad to knock that grin off your shiny face, Stark.
So cold. Glow up. Gotta get free. A nice deep freeze. I know the way to Avengers Tower.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
It's okay.
Here they come.
You need me.
Spider-Man should have ult. Don't cluster too much.
You owe me one.
Make him burn on 2 or 3 people. And if you're lucky, he'll wait the whole game. I'd agree.
I like
Almost
the
there. Don't turn back now.
I don't have to be center stage.
If you cluster and he ults you can't stop it, it's gonna be a big kill.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Tandy needs help.
I'm hurt.
Come, Avengers Tower awaits.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
All right.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
This is where we part ways, Clint.
That to my greatest hits.
Not today.
A nice deep freeze. There they are. Psionic burst.
See that?
It's the grand finale. That's it. I am ready to put on a show. A nice deep freeze. Double KO.
Technology is iterated, Stark. Come, Avengers Tower awaits.
So close. This is your big chance.
I'm doing this my way.
Oh boy.
Again!
Don't let them do this, Tandy.
Disappear! I suck. Psionic burst. Help! So cold.
Here they come!
That train's gonna have ult soon. You can go around. I know he's holding out ult. Let's know after a amount of time's passed, he knows someone's got ult. And they only hold it for one reason. You can say counter, but they haven't been countering for it's not that.
I am ready to put on a show!
Alright, man. Good work. Do it.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fight it, Ty!
Let me have it, okay. Great work.
I'm doing this my way!
Another epic victory! Big win!
Alright, we're back in it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Thank you. Gracias.
Oh, pick me, please.
Okay.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Lest I remember, Wakanda's on Earth.
Boom! There, ahead. I found that.
I'm hurting pretty bad over here. Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff. Watch out, coming through!
My spirit steadies. Target marked. Take them down.
We make a killer team.
Just to make you
Love that healing feeling. My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
I'm watching the other two.
Director's injured. Mayday.
Watch out, coming through.
Give me that luck.
Devil needs help.
I was healing. I thought you were jumping in. You jumped forward. I was gonna jump in with you. Then you stopped. You know Brig? He's like Brig. You gotta be near me to heal you properly.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Alright, that feels better.
We make a killer team. Here comes Headpool.
This is real firepower!
Go, Deadpool. Get your birthday.
Disco's rain!
This officially makes us BFFs now. My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Well struck, Moonlight. Consular Cruise.
Love that healing feeling.
Damage sustained. Need
There's that
assistance.
loser. Come on. I didn't come come here to read. Time to go full hibachi up in here. Here comes head pool. Watch out, coming through. Go get it, it's your birthday.
That was close.
We make a killer team. Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff. Whatever that strange tingle is, I like it.
I'm glad the giant red dinosaur is on my team.
We make a killer team.
Low on power.
Damage sustained. Need
You stopped them in their tracks.
Oh, they do not look happy.
I'm glad the giant red dinosaur is on my team.
Come on, I didn't come here to read. Watch out, coming through.
The squirrels are going to hate
You
me.
stopped them in their tracks.
That's much better.
Listen, watch out, coming through.
Oh, thought you had me.
Turn around.
Pretty bad over here.
Wait, why are you mad that I'm not way away from the point? We're still on a point right now. You're off doing whatever you want to do, and you're mad at me. It makes no sense. I'm here for the point.
My spirit steadies.
The moon haunts you. Needed that, thanks.
Here comes the head pool. Some sort of magic on. Maybe a point. Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Heaven falls!
You'll be back, Wade. Oh, come on! I was just about to ask Death on a date!
You're safe, pal. Better stop that vehicle. Only 60 seconds left.
Let the devil
Stop them!
Destroy it.
Down to 30 seconds.
Sorry about your offer. Watch out, coming through!
The defense. My spirit steadies. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
before no more.
The final 10 seconds.
The moon.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Yourself conquered.
Here comes head pool!
Another epic victory. Big win!
I'm stuck, and the show's going on and on. It was rigged right from the start, but at least I'm going to the place with your respect and honor. Hey yo, I need an audience. I'm so poppin' with the same thing I've been mobbing with. She likes to waddling, on the dick is marvelous. We dropping clips, right through them opposites. I don't send projectiles, I spam these hands, bitch. I'm a jet the way I throw it to it, leave my pocket stand, bitch. Kung Fu millionaire, that's Danny Rand, bitch. Had them out like a light, they think they pop the sand, bitch. She swallows all of my kids like Jeff. Sometimes as she puts my breath, always right, don't know what left. Them look like meth. My homie Tony, no Scarface. Got some shooters looking wild face. Beat like this bitch up, no Pompeii. I'm doctoring, I'm something like I'm strange. If I got you in my veins, you won't be dying of old age. I'm disrespectful, I won't change. I'm not here to play games. Stay tricking on the low key with it. Get the snatch, I'm okay with it. Don't go rolling off the bitch. Acrobatic showing off. Yo, some beat, no Molotov. With the eyes that soft like cost. You boy got so much cash. Money is power, watch me blow it fast. No, I'm not saying it was a damn, I can snap. Speed might as well rock it to me, call me cat. Gotta stand back, my key react. No script, this ain't an act. Leave them shaking like a pocket turkey. Power of the shit, been worthy. Drop the bomb, killing a Murphy. When you catch the fade, you beg for mercy. I'm a savage, no Randy, legal with no parents. Like Bambi, when a bitch like Gaggy fancy. Always put a toy on me like my name is. I need an audience, I'm so poppin' with the same ones I've been mobbing with. She likes to waddle it, on the dick is marvelous. We dropping clips, right through them opposites.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Honestly, 60% will work. Especially if you have Dino, just shoot him. Guarantee you out damage or healing. And if you don't, kill the healer first. There's no other way to win if any comp you have. I'm here to practice Blade.
Spilling blood to save the world.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Looks like there are worse things out tonight than vampires. The hunt is on. No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
When Doom has been brought to heel,
Finish strong, real strong.
render me assistance.
The hunt is on. I had you covered. This time. Open season.
Send this back to your box of head, Spectre.
Hell yeah.
Shot to the soul.
Attack here. Sorry about the mark, Mark.
When I'm combating that front line, someone needs to special support to make it harder for them to sustain it.
I've always
You
walked
slow
the
down their
line
healing
between the
every so
living and
fast.
undead.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I was born ready.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Don't worry, I'm still on the hunt.
We should destroy these off.
Better stop that vehicle. I got you.
God, my dang.
Honestly, a secret weapon is people don't know. Thor is very good at this guy now.
Thank you very much.
I suck.
The moon haunts you.
My minions.
Can you get someone on midnight?
In a second. I was on him. I'm on Thor right now. He's on me. Dealt with in a second. Here we go. Do not tell me now. In the pocket though.
That one hurts.
'Twas but a scratch.
I am
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Do not down.
Double KO.
Behold the god of thunder!
That's 3.
Behold the god of thunder!
Wow, in a row.
Enemies fall. Our adversaries gather. Lightning confinement. Caution, friend.
We are undefeatable.
Slow down.
How y'all feel?
Better stop that vehicle.
I am strengthened. My power grows. My hammer fell, and so did you. The wrath of Asgard. Lightning confinement. I have smashed the Ankh.
Hawk over here. Be careful.
I am barely wounded.
There you are, you cheeky gits.
Shot to the soul.
They got the drop on you. Glow up.
You stop them in their tracks.
Send this back to your breathing.
I like the cold. I don't have to be center stage.
My friends are here.
Behold that child!
Grand finale.
Need some help.
Of course, my was but a scratch.
Nice. Homona, not dead.
Can one of our DPS please swap to something else? Nope.
The enemy is here.
I just want to win this game.
Don't give them another inch.
I feel you, but think of it, this is a quick match. While the match is important to win, it's more just a practice scrimmage. This is like practice for competition. Well, yes, you want people to go
Nah, I don't care. It's good play.
Well, no, again, it's, let me understand.
If you want to practice for comp, hop on comp.
No, that's not how comp works.
No, if you want to practice for comp, you have to play
No,
comp. No, what else to tell you?
this mode is...
Yes.
This,
yes.
if you want, hey, let me...
If you want to practice for comp.
Listen,
If you want to
I'm
practice
about to shut you down right now. Listen,
If you-
this mode is in arcade mode.
I don't
This
care.
mode is in arcade mode.
No nigga won't work and ain't getting it. Nice look up with our man's benefits. He might get $1 and they can make 50 do couple this humble too diligent. So then saying so what the recommend.
Okay. Oh wait, hang on. Let's do... I swear it didn't play all my songs. I know it doesn't when I shuffle.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, no, fine. What's up? Oh. I'll do it, it's fine.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The battle starts in 5, 4,
Use cover
3,
and hold deeper.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Always glad to be back home. Even if home is currently being run by one of the worst criminals I've ever fought.
Tanny needs help. Well, look who's up to no. Well, that's better.
That is much better.
Hold them there together.
My turn to shine.
Help your tank out, DPS. If you see him in trouble, you gotta help him out. You want them to take care cover for you, right?
My turn to shine.
Initiating surveillance. Martial law create effect. No unauthorized entry.
Once you get a feel of you can cover, you can find ways to recover like I am very cleverly, where you don't gotta step up so much. You see how you went past me? You probably don't even know I'm there.
For the boost.
Tempting my step.
Cover.
Do I gotta clean up your toys for you, Mooney?
I am Phoenix!
That light next to you full heals you. Not being in it is a waste. So don't say I'm not healing you.
Thanks.
What are you aiming at?
Thanks for the boost.
That is much better.
Show that shiggle!
Initiating surveillance. Martial law create effect. No unauthorized entry.
against the world. I'm
Team meeting, right here.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Don't fan out now. You're going to lose your defense.
Thanks for the boost. You owe me one.
Taking it all!
Look out.
lights out. The moon haunts you.
I'm hit. Cover me.
The moon haunts you.
You basically fed them. You may have not died right away, but you gave them that old part to kill your back line. This was comp that you lost.
Martial law, create effect. No unauthorized entry.
Thanks.
That is much better.
My sight lost.
I am in your debt.
Heavy my step.
Cover helps with that until I get line of sight of you again. If you use cover and I can get to you in time, I can help you.
Thanks for the boost.
Lights out.
My time to shout. There you are. Thanks.
Down to 30 seconds. Sorry, Nico, I was too slow than Jeff. No, don't do I was way too slow than Jeff. Well, it was more that it took too long to realize that I was shooting through the dino shield.
The final 10 seconds! You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oceans, protect me! Back to the fight!
Watch out, they're headed our way!
I'll get you next time.
Heavy my step. You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
You stop them in their tracks.
An arc, destroyer, healing. Why would I need you?
Vigilante activity detected. Initiating surveillance. Martial law, create effect.
The moon haunts you!
Well, that's better. I'm over here.
Get ready.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Attack them!
The light always comes back.
Only 60 seconds left. There's still a chance to stop them.
Scan initiated. Vigilante activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law, create effect. No unauthorized entry.
dent.
The final 10 seconds! You stopped them in their tracks! Another epic victory! Big win! Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Make way for the King of Thieves.
See, it's not playing all this shit.
We sure a long way from the
30
Big
seconds
East.
before you attack. Get ready.
Knew I never should have gotten myself mixed up with the Grand Master. Time to see if your boy Gambit can steal
The
us.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Clear a path. Unless you wish me to clear your mind permanently.
And so it begins.
Lucky draw.
Thanks for the boost.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm hit.
Pops, what the hell was that? You didn't even try to heal me.
Gambit coming back for more.
You do realize that I can heal them as he heal me, right? That's usually what happens when one supports low and the other one's not.
I suck. Thanks so much.
Capture the mission area!
Just a boost back. Looks like your mission be over. Got the good.
Keep up.
Double KO!
You don't have to, so they don't pick me. It's not like that. That's why I do it.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
You need more than a
Silver bullet. Back in the I'm
I didn't go deep as you
the hunt's not over yet.
Stop healing, that's fine.
Hell yeah.
I won't do this after this push.
I'm cutting in.
It's gonna be a long time by myself.
I was born ready. Slice and dice. I'll bounce it.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Thanks so much.
I'm back, baby.
Control seized.
We got what we came for. Hell yeah. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Hold your breath back in the game.
Extermination!
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Pretty bad over here.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
In Japan, they still whisper the name
Oh, they censored that. Careful not to.
You know her story.
I couldn't say the other. I couldn't say it together. I understand why, and that's sad that that's censored that way. But actually, you know what? I respect it. I respect it. But still, someone can't say that.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If anyone lives to see the sunrise, I promise it'll be us.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
You crossed my path! Gotcha!
The hunt is on.
You know, we make a gotcha! Gotcha!
The stakes just got raised.
Thanks so much. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out.
My time to shine. That's better. Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Glad to help. Can't hold it, Fumiho.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Let's back up on
I need to sense.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Boom! No skill shot!
Thanks so much.
exposed!
You owe me one.
They've almost got it!
Did you see that?
Hit this area now.
Lights out.
I like the cold.
Incoming!
Us against the world! Much better.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Damage to the pain hurts. Needs assistance.
Extermination!
My time to shine. My spirit's steady.
Thanks for the boost.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Turn around quick. My time to shine. There you are. I like just embrace the light. Thanks so much.
I am finished!
My time to shine. My spirit? Something controlling me.
Well, you can't expect to win them all. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I've been affiliate support for.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
People don't know how to hold the ground. And I see why not. You can't hold your ground if you have nothing in front of you.
Day and night.
Damage.
No monster's getting the best of me.
Outside of that, team's not knowing how to aim or having no pressure.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Looks like there are worse things out tonight than vampires. Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
My turn.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I was born ready.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Look, our next victim. Back in the game. The hunt is on.
Use your cover, Luna. You can hold strong if you do. Yeah, we don't want to feel so often.
A nice deep freeze.
You never stood a chance. Smash him.
You might have ult, so be careful. You know, getting fast.
I'm hulking out. Hell yeah.
You're mine.
We got your back.
Look, our next victim.
Night's been here.
As good as new.
A nice deep freeze.
Some sort of magic artifact.
Unicorn, I choose you!
Silver bullet. You never stood a chance. Back in the game.
A nice deep freeze.
For me, we.
Silver bullet. 1,000 gods!
What are you aiming at?
It's the grand finale.
Gotta make it.
The moon haunts you.
A nice deep freeze.
You lose something, Spectre.
Silhouette Shigon!
Sorry about your uncle, Marco.
Judge, jury, executioner. Now Hulk mad.
How? You're first.
Gavin enjoys that a little too much.
The hunt is on. Open season. Protect this place, or else.
Only 60 seconds left.
One shot. I could use this.
You You know you had that coming.
One of Moon Knight's unks.
No holding back. Berserker!
Down to 30 seconds.
My
Got the good.
I'm Don't let them take this place from us.
The final 10
Damn
seconds.
it, never falls! Let's do this.
The hunt is on.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
The hunt is on.
The grand finale.
Needs some help.
Adamantium bullets next time, Castle. Here come our next victims. Runt.
Another epic victory. Big win. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Asgard has been invaded
30
yet
seconds
again.
before you attack. Get ready.
Loki shall prevail.
My whole life, all I've
Victor's
known is
meddling
the
in the
hunt.
time stream never ends well for anyone, especially him.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Trouble has arrived.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
As good as ever. Who wants to see the giant enchanted tree? Open season.
What am I? Invisible? I'll do my best to carry on, Reed. But it won't be easy.
Much obliged.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Back in the game. I was born.
Now I see them. Vortex field.
The hunt is on. Take full steel. Is that it? Really?
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Double KO.
Expected better from you, Bloodstone.
Anyone willing to help?
got your back.
So weak. Open season, I'm doing this my way.
Looky here.
What you say?
As good as new.
Take this loser out,
This is
would
the
ya?
place to watch.
There's a trap there. Don't. There's a trap there.
Please, you're halfway there. Keep going.
I'm gonna spring it.
You wish you were this good.
1,000 gods! I can get used to this.
Problem solved. Oh!
I had you covered this time.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Take this loser out, would ya?
Here they come. That was too easy. Back in the game. Much obliged.
I've lost control.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Right.
Release the claw troops! Dinner time, love!
I am too good at...
The stakes just got raised. The hunt is on.
Take this loser out, would ya?
You never stood a chance. I was born ready.
Double KO. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Born ready.
Onward to the world trade. Trouble has arrived. One of Dr. Strange's portals.
Feel the pull.
Look at this jerk.
You never fail to impress me, Reed.
Shields up.
Hey Jeff, next time try to climb the wall. I know he's gonna keep grabbing you. You just gotta keep trying to climb that wall to get out of his reach. That gives me more time to kill him before he kills you. Good effort though. Oh, even then, once you climb, just get out there. You know what I mean? Once I got him, once I got him pinned, just go out. Just make sure to keep me alive once he gets to safety.
You never fail to impress me, Reed.
As good as new.
Hope I make the cut.
I was born ready.
Boom! No skill shot.
I'm cutting in. Is that it?
I'm directly behind you.
One shot.
Would ya?
Some help.
Vortex field. Another epic victory. Big win. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
long as you use cover in key moments, you got this. If you find yourself using with cover and low health but no heal, look for a health pack.
Spilling blood to save the world.
30 seconds before you attack.
If you have low health, you should know not to run in the open. That's how you don't get sniped.
Looks like there are worse things out tonight than vampires. Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them regret.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think
I'm off to this side. I'm off to this side. Come. Don't give up on me. I'm off to the side because they can't aim to the side. Yes, I'm in the open, but once you learn all these easy things you can stack on top of each other, you can play like this in the open, but you know how to dodge certain hits. I'm to their side. They can't do anything to me.
One shot.
Don't step on lava.
Double kill.
This officially makes us BFFs now.
Back in the game.
I am too good at this.
Good work. But don't waste it.
This is the spot.
You know what time it is.
Ooh, destructible terrain.
What's up, man? Welcome.
We got company.
Guy. It reminds me of Purple Guy. Purple Guy.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
How you doing, my friend?
Back in the game. Hell yeah.
Here comes head.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I was born ready. Here they come. Boom, one shot. As good as it. 1,000 gods! Foolishness. Hell yeah.
Down goes their accuracy percentage.
Surprised by you didn't do that. I'm so sorry. I'll need you.
Or the one with the eyes of the hawk that Thor speaks of. I am friends with the eagle who sits atop the world tree.
Hate to break it to you, but Hawkeye is discovered. But I bet my pal Sam would love to meet your brother.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Back in the game.
I'm sorry, I'm so focused on trying not to die to me. That's a mad dino. That's a mad dino. I don't blame him. I did this homie dirty.
Eyes on this spot. Not the squirrel girl I was expecting, but I'm sure you'll do fine. You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
They got me good. I can use a hand and maybe a foot. Watch out!
Use this wall to your side as cover. You can shoot from them.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Just fall back farther. He can't take you all at once. Right out.
Open seat.
Oh, there. Come on. Yes!
This time.
Ah! I'm sorry, buddy.
Double KO! So close! This is your big chance!
They got me good! I can use a hand! And maybe a foot!
As good as new. One shot.
They got behind you!
Silver bullet. Got it. I was born ready.
Never fall!
Expected better from you, Blood.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Woo!
That's 3!
Again!
Wow, 4 in a row! Get that vehicle moving again!
I'm absolutely going to need more tea, darling. Thanks for the love, love. Love that cake! Diablo's hungry!
Making the cut! We got company!
As if this mission wasn't weird enough.
Some health would do nicely.
This is where we part ways, Clint.
My aim is true.
Saved by the Bloodstone gem once again.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I'll let him target me to my support, so it's fine. Elsa would be flashy, but that's not what my team needs. It could. Let's see.
Looks like squirrel hunting season's in full swing.
I went Elsa for Dino, but I forgot about the kitty cat.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Feel it. You know what? Lead him this way.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Woo! I don't just. Elsa's. Let's see.
Whoever took me out, you just made my list.
It's been a minute since I used Elsa. And I have not played around Dino. Dino, she can obviously destroy Dino. But with Panther out, I'd have to take them out. Because they're killing my team.
Tremble before fast!
Yeah, they're going to keep doing that. Elsa's not ready for that. But you know who is?
With victory!
And they can deal with Dino. If we get a Luna, I can give frontline shielding.
Armed and dangerous!
Down goes their accuracy percentage! We've got to get to the finish line!
This should be fun.
Time to
Only 60 seconds left!
I'm the best there is! Suck it, Logan!
Welcome.
They got me good! I can use a hand! And maybe a foot!
Release!
Nice.
30 seconds!
tree in this park. Stick with me.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Welcome, Coach Main. How's it going? And I can see the chat. I'm sorry if I see. I'll use UTOs. Yeah, UTOs. YouTube's built-in studio. I can't talk right now because I ain't gonna lie, I'm fried. But no matter how faded I am, my strats are always A1. Most of it I do it naturally. Let me back up. I like to stay humble. I like to stay humble. I'm not acting like I'm the best player. I just recognize that a lot of people don't know a lot of even the basics. And I'm like, I'm surprised no one seems to have addressed this by now. Oh, I keep it low because I yell sometimes. Here. I also didn't want the... Hang on, you know what? Let me swap it over. I got you. I was in vibe mode, but I got you. Yeah, I'm just playing because I enjoy the game. I'm not paid to be here, you know what I mean? So whenever I'm here, I'm just playing, you feel me? Yeah. I stream because it's a smarter way for me to reach more people. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not, it's in a way where otherwise I would have, which it's not that I wouldn't mind, but I would either have to find a way to Discord people individually and set a time for that, me making a schedule, which let me not even try to think about that, or whenever I have free time, which again, a lot of my work I do now is on my computer anyway, so it's convenient. Hey, bet. If I have people who are really good at Spider-Man. I have an Angela that if I really needed someone else to like help somebody, and I know they would do a good job, but they would probably defer to me first. But we can go back and forth all day with that. I have no problems pointing people in the direction of people who I see doing the right thing. That's the problem though, is people aren't. And on top of that, they're going so far as like blame the devs. I'm like, when that happens, that's like I have to like, okay, the nicest way I can see it is, okay, you just don't know better, but even then you should though. But again, people anyway, and I think they're just misguided on how to address it. Like I watched a video of Flats. He was talking. I've watched a lot of his videos, and only 2 times had he addressed this in a concerning way, or like trying to like
30 seconds before you attack.
Take it on as a burden. Which I don't want to be a burden, but it's not a burden to make a PA basically like, hey, so the game team's broken. It's not the dev's fault because we're not doing this, and just list it out. But no one's done that. And here's the thing though. Now someone can do that, but the problem is so bad that you gotta hope someone sees it.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
So I'm like, in my free time, in my
2,
passing time,
1.
I can just do this game
All you
again.
need to do is capture the mission area.
Yeah. How else does one conversate other than yapping? I'm just kidding. I don't know how talking works. I thought that's kind of obvious. Game with comms. Probably meant for communication. I don't know though. I'm just a guy. After all.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Before he even knows we're here.
You don't have to listen if you don't want to. It's no skin off my back.
Forgive for cops, you, eh? I'll pass.
They have been seen and they will not escape.
Hey, hit real hard.
From now on, extra games of Senate consume. Sacred seal!
The moon haunts you.
How you gonna go out like that? Once the gun pokes are now. Watch, literally watch what I do if you want to learn how to play a tank, an off tank, or die. Take note of when I use cover. I'm using my shield not for myself, just for you too. Whenever I use my shield in front of you, I'm doing that on purpose. Because I'm trying to help those who aren't using cover survive a little longer. And that gives us more foothold.
I'm losing control here.
Thank you.
Disappear!
This
deserves your attention. Heaven!
The moon haunts you.
Already sealed. I merely delivered it. From now on, stick to games of Senate consume.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Secure my ale. Blended blades! Push on, unless you wish to be consumed by darkness.
I need help and not support. You want to kill Venom faster, you gotta kill support. That's why he's lasting forever. He's going back to get heals. You know that.
Ready? Let's get this to
the more you have cover, the more you just push past that and ignore him. Yeah, I don't just shout. I see what goes wrong and I point that out. I can't just, you know. If there was a lot to talk about, I'll be talking about it. But I gotta see what there is first. That's why I'm not talking all the time.
From now on, stick to games of Senate consume.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
The moon haunts you.
From now on, stick to games of Senate consume. We must unite. With you!
New night place to rock.
Recruit up.
Hi, that feels good. Overconfidence will destroy you. Come, gather round.
Fire.
feel renewed.
Start sneaking through a dark alley at night.
They have been seen and they will not escape. Secret steel!
It's spider time! So close!
I feel renewed.
Got good.
Synthetic spiders have been slain. Hostiles coming in fast. I feel renewed. Your soul soars. I am in your debt.
Us against the world.
Our enemy has shown their face. You stood no chance against a warrior born. Now is the time for salvation.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Heaven! Fall!
Living up to her name.
No! Fuck. Why did you do it that time? It shouldn't be doing that. My window clock key's not working. That's very annoying.
It's spider time!
I'm sorry, dude. I'm about to fix that.
That was sublime. Chaos control.
It's all good. Life is like, you need to chill, brother. You doing too much of them. You remember this. That's what life is doing to me. I don't blame it. The game was like, give them a chance! Oh, no, please don't. Hey, Dino had it! Like a 2 Super Dino!
30 seconds.
Hey, got live.
And that's the mechanical fight. Huh.
What the fuck? No way, something else is happening.
Mine's in place. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Stepping on my ops, I swear you pussies got me calculating. All that cost the drama, turn me to
Alright, now let me see what the fuck is going on with my fucking lock key. What the hell? That's how I don't know. I know how, but I'm annoyed. I fixed the problem. I don't want to talk about it, but I also really want to talk about it because I want to know how it fucking happened. But I already know. I did some tweak. I took my PC apart 2 or 3 days ago to clean it out and stuff. I want to think somehow that reset something.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
New beginnings.
A good man has ideals and morals he stands for. And when those morals are tested, a good man must become akin to the darkness he stands.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
Oh boy. Ah, there's a tree. That means I gotta go Iron Fist technically. That's the policy. I see tree, I go fist. Maybe he'll switch. Not right away, but maybe he'll switch. He don't have. I gotta rewrite that policy. Update it. We need new terms.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Let's make this quick. Got that first blood. The hunt is on. Taste cold steel. That's what is new. Trees down. Exposing for the text.
Gotta lock in with my aim. But, I mean, it's also all order right there with Spidey.
Double KO.
Takes a lot more than that to put me down.
F Wanda too.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
F. The more I look, the more I think that might have to.
Hell yeah. Back in the place. Hell yeah.
Here they come!
I'm cutting it.
They hit checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, come on! That was. What sort of damage was that? Who did the big damage suddenly? I was full health. What's it? I don't know. I think it was
between the living and undead.
some anime bullshit.
I was born ready. Back in the game.
We gotta focus that back line more. Okay, this is where I need to go Iron Fist. I see tree. I got this. The policy still stands strong. Remember Spider-Man.
Bring it in.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I could use this.
Big old fight. But it's fine. It was a time with my block. I thought I had it back if I didn't.
Solo has blessed me again.
We are undefeatable!
What was that?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Gotta kill this.
Double KO!
Almost bowed out.
Take the whole team to kill me.
Now's the time to hit.
You know what?
Please, can we discover Aunt May's cherry pie dimension? Gonna get sticky! Spider Fist is ready.
Double KO! That's 3!
Back in the swing of
I
things.
changed the colors of them now.
We are undefeatable! Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That's fine.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Staying in the light is a constant struggle. I was born
We'll
ready.
be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
On days like this, my curse actually seems like a blessing. Open season.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Do some cover.
I can get a look at Doom's
I'm winning.
I can solve this problem by lunchtime. What a Moon Knight's arms. No more tricks, Moon Knight.
Use cover. Don't push too. That's why don't push too far forward.
I don't think I like these
The hunt's
odds.
not over yet.
Scan initiated. Vigilante activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial laws create effect. No unauthorized entry.
What are you aiming at?
The hunt is on. Lose some perspective. Taste cold steel.
That point's lost.
Back in the game.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
One shot.
Stop them in their tracks. Double KO.
I've always walked the line between the living and undead.
Before we had powers, we had each other. That bond is unbreakable.
I think they should spread out the heal properly. Let's see. I'm just going dagger just to rest a few games before I go back and start lining.
Martial law to create effect. No unauthorized entry.
Real justice looks like devil. Thanks. You stopped them in their tracks. You owe me.
Starts to hover.
Lights out.
Pulse charge.
The moon haunts the
Us against the world.
Attacking from behind? That definitely helps. My time to
Let the devil out!
Catching my step. Someday.
I'm hit.
I'm hulking!
Everybody needs a blood. Stop them in their tracks.
Scan initiated. Vigilante activity. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law to create effect. No unauthorized entry.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Put some pep in my step. You get away with it. You get away with it. You get away with it.
Doesn't matter. They were too far away.
Stop them in their tracks.
Ouch! That's gonna take time to regrow.
Behind you. So cold.
Us against the world.
That definitely helps. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Damage sustained. Needs assistance.
Let's pop it.
Enemies on approach.
My time to shine.
Pulse charge. After my step.
That's a bad luck.
Berserker!
Gotcha. Enemy tag. All of them.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Glad to help. He's stuck in their tracks. Spirit steady.
I'm taking requests.
Thanks.
I always put the orb out when like half health.
Lights out.
My time to shine. Damage sustained. Needs assistance. You owe me one. Only 60 seconds left.
Suffering darkness.
Going exposed here.
My time to shine.
Just a
After my step.
Lights out.
Double KO. Much to prove. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Better already. That is
I'm not throwing. I'm gonna just I gotta kill the dino faster for you guys. You're taking too much time killing him. What's happening is here. Technically, you don't want to fight him, but what's happening is
Enemies on approach.
that backline is going to just build time to kill that dino.
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't worry, Tony. I'll take care of this fortune.
Down to 30 seconds. Don't keep them in their reach. Final 10 seconds. Double KO. That's 3. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
气贯长虹。
Victory!
Couldn't be there for the ones that departed, but I will make up for the lost time. Put it in place like it's quantized. You have a fear, but it's not mine. I turn the demons inside to the rock and land, and they see to the night when I drop the
That second wind, I've been feeling hollow, and I'm never giving up. Never be alone when we face the darkness, 'cause I'll be by your side when we face the end. I've been feeling hollow, and I'm never giving in. Never giving in, no matter if the cost is great. I've lost too many battles. Fuck the way I'm ready for the guilt. Source of hate till locked away. They say our lives are set in stone, but I've been known to swap my fate. If I fall, just get up again. I shoulder all the pain you're feeling. I'll meet you in the end. It's never on my mind to leave that second wind. I've been feeling hollow, and I'm never giving in. I'll never be alone when we face the darkness, 'cause I'll be by your side when we face the end. I've been feeling hollow.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm never giving in.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. I will dare the very gates of hell to save
30 seconds
Asgard.
before you attack. Get ready.
As long as I am worthy, I will raise Mjolnir in defense of what is right.
Man, quit faking the funk. I'm making a day with you, making a month as a jackpot area.
battle starts in
Guardians
5,
never shrink
4,
from battles
3,
or feasts.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice
Anyone willing to help?
Twas but a scratch. Be wary of this location, friends.
You can go around that front line. You don't gotta go middle.
Watch out, they're gonna throw away.
Sorry, Spy. I wasn't trying to quickly kill. Wanted to confirm her death.
From behind.
Thank you.
My vigor returns.
Thank you, DP.
My vigor returns.
Here you go. I'm not trying to ban you. You need health pack to stay alive longer. Spin him low. Oh. She's low. 1-1. This is how you have a good match and fight for it. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Blades have ult. Careful as you approach. I think he's coming for you.
The god of thunder! 1,000
One is next. Try to kill her quickly. And shut it down. Here we go. Forget about you today. I just couldn't hold you too. Alrighty, ways to close the attack.
The super source.
Focus that support for me. Somebody.
Your powers are mine!
1,000 gods!
Mostly Jeff, honestly. Only worry about Jeff.
My hammer fell, and so did you.
Nope. We die! I choose death.
Slow down.
Stomach is just
my healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Only 60 seconds left.
Careful, or we're gonna get it from behind. Wait.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
When Wakanda calls, I answer.
Alright.
Behold the god of thunder! 'Twas but a scratch.
That's how you clear a room. That blade should have ult against him. Careful. You fade down here. No. You don't get healed. No. Iron Man. Keep your heads up. Bad. God. You know how you stop a blade. Don't worry, I wasn't doing it.
That's 3.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about it?
That's good as new.
Watch out, they're gonna go away!
Slice and dice. Hell yeah.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Is that it? Really?
Born again!
After that one,
That's 3.
we make a killer day.
They found my weak spot. Open season.
You lost a valuable soldier.
Is that it? Really? That's good as new. 1,000 gods! Silver bullet.
That's 3.
Open season.
You won. Blade ult soon again. You don't kill him fast. Nice.
Makes us BFFs now.
Open season.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Nobody asked for.
And stay down.
One shot. 1,000 gods!
See, he would have used that before if he hadn't killed him the last time. It's all good. Strange him out. Kill Strange, kill Strange, kill Strange. Quickly. We gotta shut that down. I knew it! Plus, I get viva. We tried for better. You're not always gonna get it.
I've always walked the line between the living and undead.
A good reaction time.
I was born ready.
Well, once you have a better reaction time and nail it, push them down more often. 3 guns with like even like a 30% accuracy is going to guarantee that kill. Boy! This ends now!
1,000 gods!
Wakanda always stand together.
Down to 30 seconds.
You're done.
I had you covered this time. I was born ready.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Back in the game.
Another epic victory. Big win.
So could you please get your hands off my enemy?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
There we go. Okay. How you doing?
Doing good. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If no one if you guys become under pressure and no one helps at all, I'll go second support if I have to. But I'd rather open as DPS just to guarantee
I've slayed hordes of
somewhere.
fed from a single sword, so this will be easy.
I want to make sure the sport, whoever plays it, has appeal.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't do it myself. About 30
All you
seconds
need to
support.
do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My powers, practically infinite. Slightly less so on Midgard. Earth. Enemies, perfect.
I was born ready. Open season.
Okay. You can cover the cushion deeper. Thank you, Jeff. Here we go. No, stay near me. Keep looking towards point. I can talk to you easier.
Silver bullet.
Capture the mission area.
I was born ready. Open season.
Woo! Oh boy. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Terrible. Cat 1. Get Ultron, please.
Slice and dice. Silver bullet. Everybody busts eventual occasion. I was born ready.
Ah! It bit me!
I'm back, baby.
This is getting chomped. It's fine. It's realistic. I don't even mind. I can't be mad at it. Come at me.
Slice and dice. That's good.
Ooh, found me someone to fight.
Could use some help. I was born ready. Slice and dice. Boom, one shot.
They hitting real
I
hard.
was born ready.
Extermination!
Was that it? Really?
What is the soul?
Back in the game, thanks.
Keep going.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
to put on a show!
Tremble before Bast!
I had you covered this time. As good as new.
I'm never controlled.
Love this game.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
It's just fun. No matter who you play.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
And then, you know, once you
30 seconds
kind of
before you
have a
attack.
feel
Get
for
ready.
those squirrely cover moments to where you can survive the things that I do. Yeah. It don't matter what side of the match you're on, you're always gonna have fun.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Taste cold steel. The hunt is on.
Just who Gambit was looking for.
As good as new. Open season.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Gotta make it.
The mission area is yours.
We have done our part.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna try to be on
Everybody busts eventually, Cage. I'm cutting in. One shot.
He's one.
As good as new. Silver bullet. I'm cutting in.
Wanda ult soon, be ready, try to kill her. Star-Lord too, but Wanda's, they're both a problem. I'm on Star-Lord, duty. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Here. Nice. He's so low. Star-Lord half health. Alright. They put their work in. Let me help out the dino.
Don't mess with
Awesome work.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Double kill! Let's keep playing until we have a winner.
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us.
You stood no chance against. Let it bleed! has its merits, but I much prefer the field of battle. Their forces are legion! Sacred steel!
There's still a chance to stop them. They've made it
I think that pause it does. I'm still mastering canceling that.
They hit a checkpoint.
I gotta swoop down faster so I don't lock myself into that. Work together. Go to side support. Support, go up sides.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
In those small rooms, you have more cover. If you're in a small room and he ults you, all you gotta do is go through these little
What the
portals.
fuck are y'all doing, bro? Why am I getting like no heals, dog?
And it's a common thing. But the tips I give you will help you get around those situations. Nice. They're also being pressured a lot.
Your thin friends have been slain, Namor. They have been seized.
Long's living up to her name.
Help! My shield renewed.
Nice. When there's a problem, see what it is and try to fix it as a team. I feel like I waste time fixing him. I want to make sure. Cause yeah, what, 2 dies? Yeah, 2 dies on them. I can't afford to lose.
He stopped them in their tracks. Can we switch places, Ty? They got behind you.
I feel renewed. Heaven! Just what I needed.
Tandy needs help.
I never will fight the dust.
This is
Just stop them in their tracks. Mine's in place.
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us.
I feel renewed.
I'm bright like a star.
Just what I needed.
Monsters.
Let the devil
Only 60 seconds. It's spider time! Flames in my eyes, I'm burning. My soul be cosmic. Every cell within me yearning to grab these bitches next. Tied up in a fucking version. These hands are. You stop them in their tracks. Like a surgeon.
Let's cook some more. They're ahead of us.
Down to 30 seconds.
I've seen scarier things.
We are in the final round. Fight on! Just what I needed. Let's blaze!
Final 10 seconds.
On your tail. Look out.
With a spell. I stay fresh like some Mentos. Raven, where you been, ho? Ain't on with that Azeroth, Metreon, Xanthos. Stunning on you. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Eager to fuck you up soon as Robin says Titans go.
Loading up in this hole, strapped up with cybernetic artillery. She told me she wants some black on her buzz, called me her poppy seeds. You can press control C, but you
Ooh. That'll work.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
I have mutant powers. And a little
I hit Blade,
demonic
but it
magic
said
too.
the game picked magic, so won't go magic. I definitely picked. It's fine. Fate picked this for me.
This sword can destroy just about anything.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Just between a haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
Whoa! Deja vu!
Asgard has been invaded yet again.
Sweet game, fancy gadgets.
Sounds like a cheap knockoff to me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Sorry about that.
Survive this!
They got me good! I can use a hand! And maybe a foot!
Just in time. Thanks.
Careful or we're gonna get it from behind!
That vehicle isn't going to assort itself, you know.
People just don't have what it takes. Alright. And they're not gonna put one. I'm gonna go Blade. Blade's going to be the answer right now. He can solo himself easier. It used to be Iron Fist.
What are you aiming at?
They can't keep doing that, it's fine.
The hunt's not over yet. The hunt is on.
Gotta keep at it, wherever way. I see it. They're getting cocky.
Out of control. You got a tail.
There we go.
There they are. A nice deep freeze.
Dealing with some crazy stuff.
I don't want to go Angel because we can do it as a hit scan, but fine. We gotta work better as a team. We had plenty of hit scans. We gotta look up and aim. But to be fair, it's not your fault. You guys came in late. People just gave up because they.
I'm sorry. Have you guys been dealing with this all day?
It's fine. I've been here since the start. People just give up these days. And this is the mode where you practice getting around these situations. If you give up, you never will.
I'm sorry you guys are dealing with it.
No, I don't. I mean, I just feel bad for others. I don't mind. I just feel bad for others who, you know, are that lost, I guess, or you know, at that point where they give up in practice.
I do also wish like sweaty people would just stick to this comp.
Well, it's not about sweaty. It's well. Here's the thing. And here, let me fix this. If you like this mode and want to play for fun, that's fine. But this mode exists in arcade mode. The reason why the game is broken is because the place where people should be practicing to get better, so they can even be good and stay casual, is this mode. This is the only. If you think about it, this is the only mode that mirrors comp. That's not serious. Millions of people have the idea wrong, and I'm not. It's just people just got misguided. It's honestly that simple, but because it's such a simple answer and it's not been addressed, it shows me that people who are in high rank, and it's not their responsibility, but those who are streaming whatever, they either don't know better or they don't care, and it's just leaving people to suffer. Again, it's not sweaty. It's not sweaty to be told, a better way to hold your gun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I will say that that's the one thing I think Overwatch is always done better.
1 second, it got drowned out by the game. What you said?
What are you aiming at?
There he is. I know he got ult soon. Dino ult soon. Be careful. I will go high ground if you can. Be on something high up.
There, ahead. I found them.
Oh, I'm fine.
Get in there.
The big thing I think would help is that NetEase needs to make it so that like competitive is less tedious, so that people move up fast. And
It's
stuff like that.
tedious. Let me explain to you in case you never thought about this, and a lot of people haven't. The way they did comp, if you think about this, if you played season 1, which I did, and I got gold 1, for several seasons, what they did is they would reset you back to bronze. No one ever stopped to mention that what they're doing is compound. Every season, they're compounding the rank. That's why I tell people rank doesn't really matter right now. And if people think I'm being mean when I say that, I'm like, you don't understand that because of that system, they compounded rank. So for a long time, and even now, people are, it's not me being like a sappy, it's like people are facing people in ranks. If you're in bronze, you're likely someone probably gold rate or above, stuck in bronze because the longer the game went, the more toxic it became. And so now there's this awful cycle. It's this, you see what I'm talking about, where there's a lot of this poor, easy things that could have been fixed is going wrong, and they could have been addressed. And either the creators don't know better or they don't care. I think they do care. It's like when he says the game is for casual play. I like that, but it's like they're giving people the benefit of doubt, which I would like to, but they're not. Right now they're soft parenting. They needed a hard parent to let people know what they need to do. And with them saying it's casual, it's only fueling the people who misuse certain modes. They're fueling their own fire, and I don't know if they realize it or not.
I've been playing it since launch, so like it's more of just I come back for a while and then I leave and then I come back.
Yeah.
It's just
Well, I don't mind decay. I don't mind decay being a thing, but what they don't realize is by season 3, you think you see what I'm saying with the ranking, that by season 3, especially since that was just before they even did any tweaks that were unrelated to what I'm talking about, it was every season. Like I was gold 1 in my very first season, and when it reset, I was bronze 3. And they said, well, this, and I'm like, okay, I guess that makes sense. But then I thought more about that. I'm like, wait a minute, because not only it's a thing, it's a thing where okay, the first season, the second season, it's not bad. You can get out of that. But by the third season, you got people who've been recycled 3 times in this rank, who apparently they're not good enough to carry a bad team that doesn't work together. So they're stuck grinding. It's just an awful meat grinder for people's mentalities. Again, I only care because people play this game to relax. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. And so that's the only reason why I care so much, is that this is kind of just going to...
I've been gold every rank, you know, since Hero. Like, it's just... I leave for a while, it gets boring, you know? So.
Yeah. Well, it's boring because of this lack of teamwork. Again, I like the team perks. And the thing where, like, okay, let me say the things I positives. I love that they call this quick match. Cause you know it's not quick play, and not to be like split hairs, but I think they changed that because I thought people would notice that and realize, oh, it's just a quick match. Like, well, yes, it doesn't matter for the win, but it's not. You know, I think they thought saying the word play would cause people to play differently. You feel me? And same with the word strategist. They changed that from support to strategist. Which, yeah, you know what? That makes sense too. But people aren't thinking about that. And I don't know. Again, is that competitive play or casual play? I don't really know. And that's where I was like, you know, you can't make people think that all the time. But I'm trying to realize that. But there are some things that it only hurts to not inform your community to think about.
I mean, there's no shame in just copying Overwatch. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I miss. Oh, you're right. Oh, when I didn't know you said, but yeah, when I first played this game, I was like, yo, that is an Overwatch door. You feel me? There was moments where I'm like, that is an Overwatch door. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. You know, Overwatch has a very standard. Like when they first came out, I'm like, you know what I mean, where they got very specific rounded edges to their doors. That's an Overwatch door when I saw it. Damn, I can't remember. I know I was playing wrong. So sometimes I do play with. That's why I gotta. Which is fine. I don't mind it getting down to a point where, at some point, my friends list is going to be over full. In a way where I guess just removing people won't help. Try to look at names I haven't seen in a minute. Where's my baby? I love that name. I think. I've not seen that name in a long time. Sorry about that, Way. I'm just looking through my list and looking at the names to know who hasn't been on for a long time. I just don't want to remove somebody that I do know when they get on, they do try to get to, you know.
Oh yeah, no worries, man.
And yeah, again, I think you're right. I think you pick up on my energy, but I'm not trying to act like I'm the best player. It's more like I just know. I kind of like see the world around me burning, and I'm like.
Oh, I'm the most easygoing guy you will ever meet. I don't take things personally, though.
I appreciate it. And that's again, a lot of people. Yeah, no, that's actually how this is. I would never. I wouldn't say. While I do have anxiety, it's related to other things. I've never been like. I mean, I'm not an extrovert, but I'm not an introvert. But it's thing where yeah, you know, if you wanna hit yourself in the head with a pan, go ahead. But it's thing where I see a room full of people doing, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, wait a minute. And on top of that, I see a room full of people do things that are hurting themselves, and then getting, again, what the three things that set me off, the three things that made me like decide to really do this was, one was, again, it was someone like you who we had a nice conversation, and someone else with another person, they kind of like picked up the energy, and so they, you know, we kind of connected, but by the end of the match we were losing, and it, you know, it's because there's a lot of stuff that's going wrong. And I mean, at some point, here's what happens: the better you do, what you're facing, especially with people's frustration, is anger. So my thing is, you have to be prepared to face angry damage. You know, my thing is, once it's a thing where, you know, they don't know we're over. You know, it's like La La Land. We're over here in the meadows, walking in flowers while I'm just explaining a game, and meanwhile, on the other side of that, they're facing that result, and so they're angry. And that's why I tell people not to spawn camp. And I've been saying it lately now. I used to not say anything, but I tell people, I always tell you this. Listen, I basically say, well, not over time. I kind of let people know, but basically, it's a choice to spawn camp, because if you spawn camp, you gotta be ready for those people. You're giving them ult faster, and so you gotta be prepared for those people using that ult in a petty way. And that's where there's something, and I've seen it too many times where that's literally where it's like we have such a good game, and then it's just that one push, and what's happening is there's morale, and there's always morale, but when I speak or give tips, well, the reason why I word things, it depends on the energy, but I'm a few. I don't mean to sound like I do so much, but the reason why I talk is because I'm having to accommodate for basically morale. If people do rage quit if I give too many tips or tips at all, and I gotta gauge whether it's good or not. Now, only time I do it like without like giving a damn is like, okay, they're just struggling, and while 3 of these people may be toxic, maybe even the people who are toxic might be, you know, they're pissed at me, but they walk around a corner and they're like, you know what, next time I'm gonna do that shit, you know, but fuck that guy. I'm fine with that. Again, I really have to, people think, oh, you're getting angry when I like just continue to explain, like, oh, you're getting angry. No, I'm not angry. I'm just letting you. Basically, I've learned to kind of talk past that, and so from the outside, I know it kind of appears like I'm just like full of myself. No, it's more like I gotta minimize when engage in that. Not because it's pointless, but because when I'm not doing, the reason why I do it is, this is basically, let's say there was a bigger pool of people. You may have 100 games before you see me again. So it's more of the fact that in this moment, in this game right now, it's not as though I'll tell people I'm not throwing, but I'm not carrying. But I know that's why I had to change. I had a word that I don't carry, but I don't throw. And I know that people still can't help but take that in like a toxic way. But it's more the fact that what I've learned is you're going to have people like you who have the energy that, oh, they understand it, but you're going to have people who don't give a damn no matter what you say, and it's only feeling that I'm not trying to give people an ego check, but it's a thing where I think I just learned that it was better. This common sense where, wait, why not? I'm here in a match. Why not just again? There's no real safe way to approach this. This is a pull stakes, you know what I mean? To where,
oh yeah.
You know what I mean? I know you know that, but did I add? No, I didn't yet. Make sure I have room now.
Wait, do you want to play competitive? Because I'm down.
Yeah. Wait, remove. Oh, I thought you did. I'm at silver 1 right now. And I would never. I would never.
Might be good for me, so I don't mind.
Or I would never D-rank. It's fine. It's basically and it's not that big of a deal. It's a thing where I never, and I don't ever like intentionally lose to where it's. I'm sure there'll be plenty of toxic games. I'm sure I'll be back in silver at some point. Again, it's a thing where I don't. If you would like to do comp, I will gladly do that. It doesn't matter to me. I'm only saying that I had just gotten out of gold into silver, which is where I want to be right now. You know what I mean? That's where like I really want to play comp right now. That's why I feel bad for this server. I overshot. It was basically I overshot. 2 days ago I was trying to go to silver. I made it there in like a few games, and then I met some chill people there in gold. Gold can have a lot of toxic people. In Overwatch. You're familiar with Overwatch. I'm thinking Overwatch gold.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Actually, also, can you give me and this is not, what is a 3600? I think it was like 30. I know it was 38 but a lot of time I looked at it was 30. When I first played Overwatch, my SR was 3600. Now I thought the number size meant it was bad. I thought being big. I think I fucked up. It was a thing where again I didn't really understand I'm sorry, mini cuss. I didn't understand the ranking system, or I thought, in hindsight, I'm like, it makes sense to be more punishing. I thought every time my number was getting lower, I was doing better. Even though, that was an awful couple games, but you know what? I thought, because I had a completely backwards understanding of how the SR worked in Overwatch. So what would that have been? I have no idea. Is that just platinum? And it was just fine. People ask my first...
I think that's
Okay.
I think that's around platinum, yeah.
I have no idea, and I'm saying that I'm really saying when I saw that again, I think it was platinum because it was a wide, if you think about it, it didn't, at least at that time, that color of platinum doesn't look like much, especially if you don't. Again, I never played comp. That was my first. It was a thing where Overwatch was my first team shooter.
Dude, I'm not even good at Overwatch, so don't even worry.
Bro. At least you probably know, you probably knew the metal color. Again, it was the this is like I had just got my first PC and just built it, which were like, all right, I heard about this game of Overwatch this whole time, you know what I mean? This was 2021. I started playing. So my first time playing Overwatch.
Yeah, I got Overwatch when I was a teenager. It's just that I was always very casual.
Yeah.
I tried comp a few times. I was pretty not that great. So.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I would have thought in this thing where I think it still can be. I think comp can be casual, and when I say casual, again, I tell people hear casual, and there's kind of been like a static. People hear casual, and it gets twisted into not trying. And it's the thing where comp should be that, and it could be that. What I've been telling, and the reason why I'm in bronze and in gold is because that's the beginning rank. I tell people not to cope, but this is literally the beginning ranks. There's no reason to feel that it's, and then we've been kind of geared to. When I tell people, I try to open up the eyes that the redundancy of making fun of bronze players. I tell people, you do realize everyone starts in bronze, right? There's literally no way not to be a bronze player at some point. I mean, and it doesn't help. You know, this those sort of things that I'm like, been trying to point out that, and not to say that bronze isn't good or is bad, where your rank is your rank, but the rank, again, because of other, you know, entities, like I said, I want to point out the way it was compacted. There's other things at play that you don't know about. That kind of rank doesn't mean what it can, should, or you think it does. Right now, basically, the way I see it, anyone who's in super high rank, they just got super good aim. If there's someone that's really true, like, oh, I don't got it, I'll be like, oh, I did it by myself. Maybe they did, but if they did, okay, you probably have some crazy aim, which is fine. Which you're going to melt, and I'm not trying to say it in a bad way. I'm like, so the reason why people are kind of, you know, confused is they're mistaking their ability. Well, they're seeing this just their ability, which is, unfortunately, in this game, your ability quickly becomes just a number. If you don't have a plan, your ability is just a number. It's a number that you can hit. But I have to tell people, like, I actually had a kind of golden chance that I was in a stream with, what was this? I don't want to say it right. And I need to check on him again. Zakabaya. And he was in that stream. He was talking to Necros. And I had the chance to ask him a question, and I was at a thing where, you know, I did a freeze up. I wish I would have asked more questions, but I also had to go to work at the time. But I was like, hey, just kind of, I was trying to, you know, clarify, and I was hoping by asking that question, and I think he did. Hopefully, he kind of took in, and maybe he has been working his own camp of helping people out, because I think he did kind of pause at what I say in a good way, where I just said, hey, I think I didn't want to come off as a show off, so I tweaked my question from being, I wanted to ask, are large stats bad? I think I did. I think I basically said, I kind of changed it up in a more proper way, like, hey, is it? I forgot how he asked, but basically I asked in general, how important are stats? And how important are big stats? That's what I said, or asked. He was like, well, if you think about it, in an average game, if you're wiping a team, you know, you're only getting about, you know, he kind of effort. I think he said like 22 to 25. I think it's a 1200 to 22 to 2500 damage per wipe. And I'm like, we agreed on that. And his point that I didn't think about was said, but sometimes sometimes large numbers can be developed. He said can be developed from cover fire, which is true. And so that's why I'm like, you know what, fair. You know what, fair. But I did kind of press. My whole point was, can that be a sign of inefficiency? He was like, well, as we need to double down. Like, well, yeah, where if you're killing efficiently, you're not going. If you're killing efficiently, you're going to have lower numbers. I think he didn't really elaborate. I'm not saying he was trying to be like distance. I think it was the way I was wording it. Where again, I'm out of nowhere asking this question. I was like, oh, he was expecting it. But I think he picked what I was putting down. Where I think if I would have pressed further, we would have. But I didn't want to take. I didn't want to make. Again, I'm in Zakabaya's stream. I didn't want to feel like I was making it about myself. So, you know, I wanted it to. I didn't want to feel like I was overtaking the situation. But it is good to know, because he was one of the people that I was kind of supporting the support strike. Well, no, he had mixed feelings. Let me rephrase that. So, I know he was saying that while there was a support strike, it's like when there's an office problem, you know, or problem at the office or whatever, where, you know, you have the initial people who are affected, and they have a specific move, and people hear about so did this good idea, and then it becomes it. So he kind of got thrown into the people, the kind of the bad act, the bad face. That he was saying that yes, there was no protection for support, but and not to his fault, but that's kind of again, I don't mean to go on. Also we can play comp, by the way. I didn't mean to make you pause unless you want to listen, but
no worries. Was just that, you know, I don't know how some people will be if we're talking. Cause, you know,
yeah, and I would have stopped. If I would have saw that, I would have like in my head like wrapped it up in a way to like, you know, throwing it off to put a pin in it. But yeah, my only point.
You want to add me though?
Yeah. Oh, my bad. that's probably let's see here.
Also, I mean, I don't want to. You know,
No, you're good. I thought I did.
I'm not weird, but like, do you have a Discord? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to.
You're good. I don't mind Discord. It's just the only reason why I don't know if I said it. I only stream because I can't Discord the world. And my thing, I'll add, and this is not me saying I'll add you on every time, because I can already tell just energy wise we'll probably talk a lot. But that I stream as a smarter way to reach more people. So I think when people ask, well, why self promo? I'm like, listen, it's not about that. It's about I either have to Discord people one at a time and give them tips, which I would love to do, but for free and in a 24-hour day, or I can stream, and at any point at your convenience, you can just tune in and ask your question and then be shown right then and there, or be that's why I do it. It really it's just like it just seemed like it didn't hit me until someone mentioned that first time I was like, dude, why self promo? And I'm like, wait, what? It didn't even hit me until they said that, like, oh, it's so like I want to be like, it's so embarrassing. And I know what it looks like, but it's not. And they're like, I don't think they're still. I'm just trying to see who might still play and don't. Confirm.
Okay,
there we go. Add. There we go.
Because you seem really cool, so like I don't mind adding you on Discord.
Yeah, I appreciate. Oh yeah, let me give you that, by the way.
And I'm not like a teenager, in case.
No, it's fine.
Because I know some people be like, are you over 18?
Yeah. Welcome back, Coach Main. Sorry that I didn't notice your message. Yeah, a lot of my work I do from home now.
Huh?
Hello. Ooh, mic's up. How you doing?
What did you say?
Your mic's a little. Well, I don't know how this. It might be my end. It's just a little loud, but it might be my end. I don't know if you have a better mic now.
Well, you're really low, so let me turn you up.
Bet. It might be my end. I only said it because it peaked for a hot second there. That's why I said that. I don't usually care what people's mics are like. But yo, what's up? Yeah. But and I didn't mean to cut you off, Mango. Forget what I think you were. Were you saying something, Mango? I'm sorry.
Oh no.
No, my brain is doing 1,000 things at once, which is fine. I have ADHD to where I can handle a lot, but it's also a thing where, yeah, it makes me overthink. So I want to make sure I didn't miss.
The highest
what was oh, you did say you were a kid. That's why I said. Okay, yeah. So you already know. I'm a little I'm not. I wouldn't pass a sober. So I'm not drunk. So no. But you get what I'm putting down.
I just get to go.
I'll put it this way. I like Purple Haze. I think that's to get my point across.
Yeah.
without getting restricted on my video. I don't think they mind, but also the thing where I try to that's why again sometimes you'll hear extra crude stuff about my music. It's usually because I don't have time to skip it. And the thing where there's certain streams where I'm like free for all stream, but most of my streams I try to I do know good kids do play, so last thing I want to do is have some kid check in and then I'm playing this explicit music in my background. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look for myself.
Yeah.
I want to say pornographic, but you know what I mean. There's some of these songs. It's like there's some of these songs they got these they're good songs, and then they say something that it's like I feel you, but dang it, it's like not a good time.
Oh, yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I think the highest I ever got was 5, but I haven't gotten to that in quite some time. I play more fighting games normally, I actually wish they would do what Street Fighter does, because they do like a you can which, you know, I guess shooters are a little different, so I get why they don't do that. But like Street Fighter, whatever rank you are, that's just what you are from now on. So like you don't have to level up again. So like I get why they don't do that in this game, and I get why Overwatch doesn't either. But sometimes I kind of wish they would.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. You know, once you get somewhere, you just stay there. You know.
Yeah, or at the very least, I mean, what they could do, I mean, maybe this would be unfair. I would say if you want to have the reset system, I think I mean, it's all math anyway. Why isn't there's got to be a way to make a variable where, okay, again, I was gold, right? Gold 1. If I'm in bronze, I should have like, you said it should be incremental to where, okay, you basically, I have to win the equivalent of, even if this is a lot, but 50 or 30 games instead of replaying. I said it should be a quota or some sort of point system that you can earn. It's like, I don't mind, like, okay, reprove yourself. Like, I don't mind that, you know, because like I do like, not to bully, but I do like, it's a way where not to bully, but in effect, when I am in these lower lobbies, it's while I wouldn't do it to abuse, I understand in a tactical way smurfing in a way where if I'm smurfing, I do another would, but like the idea of if I could, I wouldn't mind de-ranking or having an option to play at a lower rank to essentially see how effective my performance is on a team or as a general. It's a chance to see how you can form, how you can. I guess, I mean, it's kind of. I mean, I keep being over humble, you know, but yeah, it's essentially a chance to see what you are physically doing for a team function. That's why it kind of became a task to kind of a cool thing where, in hindsight, I'm like, when people kind of give me crap, like, dude, you should be high rank if you're going to teach. I'm like, first of all, two things. If you're in a high rank, don't you think you should know better? And second, and then again, my latest game I'm asking, what's do you think is harder to actually do consistently well? High rank or low rank? Again, if I'm to assume these are normal, ideally, which would be harder to manage? Teaching in a high rank lobby or teaching in a low rank lobby? And I'm not trying to like flex, but it's thing where but I'm like, when I think about that, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm literally not to like downplay people. I am playing in broken lobbies basically on purpose, and I am finding ways to, and it's not that, again, the word carry doesn't exist. I used to carry, and what I carried was basically every time I died, I'm taking, if I'm going, it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm trying to hold the front line, and it's kind of like, it's like a rollout where, okay, in the beginning, I'm playing as a tank. I'm holding. But if I notice my DPS aren't pressing or being too passive, and I see who's doing the main damage or keeping the tank alive, I make an executive decision to go in there, take him out. That usually, even if two people may die, I'm doing stuff that always keeps the point moving forward. People don't again, that's what I tell people. It's kind of, I'm kind of like talking in the dark when I tell people stats don't matter, but like when I tell people like my stats don't look at my stats. I'm not saying it in a cocky way. I'm like, I am doing, if anything, this is one thing I do like that Overwatch has, and surprised they don't hear. There's no objective kills. They don't give any, which is fine, because even with that, people in Overwatch were ignoring that stat, but at least there was some respect to that too when people pointed out that there was like that some people that would point out that, if someone had 20 kills, but then I had like 19 or 13 objective kills, and someone would point that out, in my defense set. Like, he was at least on the point, you know what I mean? I do like showing that, but the only problem with that is the reason why I'm glad that they don't, and maybe why they didn't potentially, is that would cause crowding. And if anything, that would only just make people's hyper focus on like being king of the hill and not in a teamly manner. Yeah. So I see like all the, so like, back when I would play, when I was actually like trying to like, okay, I did like, I was kind of very hard on myself to where, okay, if I want to give lessons, I should do my best to give them the win, and I would do that. And so basically, what I'm just taking note of, okay, decide, okay, I need to peel, I peel. I need to see whenever I peel when I do die, who is the main one menacing to kill me. When I go back there, I need to be ready for them to kill them first. And that's how doing that. Now, the cool thing about that is me doing that is what, gave me such a boost on my survivability. I had to get used to playing by myself, and not in like a full, not like I never left it. It was more like I had to get used to doing, leaving if I have to, but with always a plan to come back to my team. Now, the problem that I ran into was, which has always been a problem, this has been a problem since season 1, is people, it's a thing where it's two things in one, where they play too far and they play too passive. And here's how it happens. And not that just that they play passive. What happens is people, this is why I say I'm trying to kind of myth bust the idea of rolling and carrying. When you roll a team, it's very rarely has anything. I mean, while yet it's a sense. Let me go through. When you roll a team, it's more about how unprepared the enemy was to what you have. You can say yes, it's about how good you are, but if you go just by that, you might end up just mastering just mediocre at best play. To where if you realize that, okay, you know what, I use cover, in the cases of rolling, I mean, where you could take note of, oh wow, this strat's really working, that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But people use that as that gameplay there, and I'm talking about those who aren't paying attention to what they're doing, think that that's what they have to do every single game. And so every single game, they shoot down the middle. Because most games, or in some games, they're not going to be honest about their win rate. They mow through people. One second, at my door.
Yeah. I feel like that's one of those things where it's just, there seems to be, I mean, I don't want to say that the developers don't know what to do, but it's like, I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect where they're doing what they feel like is fine, but like there needs to be some changes,
Alright, sorry about that. Oh crap. But yeah, a roll can be a dangerous thing to go by, because most time, even in high rank getting, anytime you are expressly knocking back a team and they're just doing nothing about it, that's what's happening. They're doing nothing about what you're doing, which is great for you. But it's also saying where back to my conversation about necros, that I would have pursued, because what I was saying now, which is simple, which is high stats don't matter to do, to where it's a thing where, okay, it's cool to have big numbers, but okay, I guess you can look at your kill count, but that really doesn't matter, because you can have 12 kills and have 50,000 damage you've done, or 12 kills and have 5,000 damage you've done. You know what I mean? So if you gotta realize that, yeah, they don't always correlate, until you look at the fact that if you did 12 kills and 50,000 damage, good job. That means you had consistent aim, but that means the support was able to sustain your damage for that long. In order to do that much damage, they have to have that much health to get it from. So if you're more efficient at disrupting or killing their support, that's going to drop your numbers in general. You feel me? So big stats can be a sign of inefficiency. Same with kind of support or tanking, where, okay, I blocked a lot of damage, but I mean, it's a thing where in the hierarchy, if you're going to count stats, if you're support, you got to look at the kill. I've been saying more lately is, okay, you're going to count your kill counts, that's fine, but you have to count the deaths on the total deaths on the board too, because that's part of I mean, you can say it's shared if there's 2 supports, but shared or not, that's part of your stat as support. But in a real team setting, everyone's responsible for the deaths on the team technically. It's, you know, it's your tank's job to protect your team, fair. But so that's, you know, those deaths are on your hand. But it's your DPS's job to kill anything that threatens your tank, walks past your tank, i.e. goes towards you or your support. And if they're going towards you, if there's a DPS going towards you and the DPS going towards your support, it's better to just fall back to your support and work together. Take care of that peel, because you need your support to heal you anyway. Then take care of that DPS on you, because you got to deal with them anyway. You know what I mean? So it's a thing. Those are the few moments where, okay, you might have to fall back, but people are just kind of folding on themselves when they don't have to. But again, once you have that rotation, again, that's just one person falling back rather than your whole front line falling back. The whole front line collapses when people don't know how to use cover, or they don't know how to hold, i.e. find a way to minimize damage where they're at, so they don't have to fall back.
Yeah.
You know, these are, you know, and this is all kind of not trying to sound like I'm a genius, but this is all kind of, when I explain it, I'm sure you, I'm not saying like this all makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, it all makes sense once you hear it. Yeah, I'm saying this is stuff that once you hear, this is not some ploy to get people to come back. I'm not saying I don't want you to. It's more like, no, it's more like this is just a smarter way to tell you stuff that, honestly, I would. The more, and I'm not expecting people to do. The more people who do it, and they either decide to spread the word, or people just see it happening, it's, you know, it's going to pick up. Because usually the way people learn a game when they're new is watching what others do. And if they're watching everyone do the wrong thing, they're going to learn the wrong thing. So this is kind of my way to fix this, and I send forth, and as far as rank goes, I'm sending forth better team players who, and some of these are good energies like yours, where I do know that they have, and there are people who, in kids, in the same respectfully kids, who stream that, they're basically just sharing what I say, which is great. You know, I mean, it's just slowly, it's just going to spread out from there.
I definitely think you're doing a good thing, you know.
I appreciate it.
I think that the more that people learn to not just immediately fold under pressure, I think it's better, you know.
And you're absolutely right, and it's not saying you're saying anything wrong. And they're folding under pressure because, like, think of their environments. Most people at this point, unless you're really new, and if you are, I mean, again, and that's the thing though. That's the sad part is most people who are, I can kind of tell, like, who's new / a returning player based on their level of commitment. And I'm not saying that as like, it's not like a generalization, but most the people who aren't rage quitting are those I can tell that, okay, you either just got here, or you either have a better mindset, just got here and kind of have faith still, or you don't care. Ultimately, you don't care necessarily about what's happening around, which can be good or bad. You don't care in a good way, or you don't, you know, like your mindset, which is, you know, that it's not really a, you know, there's not, I think you recognize certain things aren't your fault, to where, you're not putting so much blame on yourself or on other, not, you know, it's, you're being, I'm not, and when I say you're not being blamed, if you're, I don't, it's, and while even I would like, I don't really snap, and I don't snap in general, but I only express energy at a support who's not healing when I see them expressly do it. And it's a thing where I can tell by I can tell when a support is shifted to relying on their own kills for a play, to where I may seem mean, but I notice when you shift from supporting to DPSing, and I let it slide. I let it slide until the very end. But when the team, I only snap because I see the team's really trying. They're really trying. They're doing all this stuff, right? And I see you continue to not heal them. I feel wrong, and again, sometimes my care comes out. I'm like, my care. I never yell, but I'll be like, "Come on, support." You know, I'll say that. You know, I'm doing that because, it's like anyone would, but I'm doing it within I try to take off the bite, but I do it to jolt start to. I try to tailor in a way where, yes, it's an actual frustration. But I'm hoping that they register that, wait, why are you frustrated? Oh, let me do. it's, and that's why I've tried to be like, hey, support, let's heal better, but even, that just sounds condescending to them. You know what I mean? So this, this the best the best middle zone I can go through is like, okay, just express the true emotion, frustration. People on the team are frustrated. I have every right to vocalize that. Now I know people aren't going to take it right, but some people, it's a thing where some people are empathetic. They're going to hear that. These days, if you have empathy, if you hear stress like that, you're going to be less defensive and like, oh, what am I doing wrong, and fix it. If you don't have the empathy, you're going to be defensive about it. So, yeah.
Because I will say that is the problem. Some support, like they're not doing enough. Like they could be healing more, but they're just not. You know.
And the reason, and part of the reason why, and it's the reason why I've been hounding really hard this season about to cover more is because, and remember I said, well, the thing where the reason why I'm doing this at all is because I noticed from people like you getting angry that this is literally, whether a person like you realize it or not when you go through it, this game literally changes people. And I'm not trying to be like, you know, like this game specifically only because it's Marvel, you know, unless you genuinely just don't know about comics, if you know the title and you have any inkling toward gaming or fun or social activity, you're probably going to come across this game. And those people who are genuine people are going to come here and either learn how to be toxic or become toxic. They're just going to assume this is how gaming really is. If this is really the first time playing a game like this, you know, people, you know, there are sort of many people who've never played a game like that in their life, but because of the Marvel branding, they're going to come here, and those people are now literally going to the world, and this seems so like corny or like, you know, fantasy. If you know, it seems like a fairy tale, but yeah, but people are literally coming in this game and walking away with, you know, it's like those what was that? I don't know if you watch Chowder or not, but it's like Chowder or from Cartoon Network where some cartoon characters where they go in and they walk away with like a storm cloud above them, like, you know what I mean, just the whole mood shifted. That's what's happening to people unintentionally. And it's you know, that's where I'm like, okay, this is more to just kind of calm the waters as best I can to as many people as possible, to minimize that.
You know, I like to make everybody happy.
Yeah. I do too, and I do recognize I can't. That's where it's like, it took a long time for me to realize if I should do it or not, because like, I know there's always people who complain, who want to see it wrong, who aren't just going to do it. But yeah, again, cause my thing, I did it on and off for a while. The reason why I said it took me a while to really do it was, yeah, I was doing it, but I'm like, I was self-conscious about it when people were saying self-promo. I'm like, yeah, this isn't really me. I don't want it to be one. My aim is awful. It's only got better because out of commitment, where about 2 seasons ago when I started using Blade, I'm like, okay, you know, I like Blade. I know I had no aim. I need to get better aim. And that's where it became a whole, I kind of combined it in a whole thing where, okay, I'm going to start using Blade to work my aim, which is fair. To where, again, I never claim to be better, to where I let people know straight up, my aim is awful. It's better now. And I think I would say my aim probably, you know, my cold aim, probably 32%. Like, no, my best cold aim probably 42%. Kind of 32, but you know, and I say 32 to 40, I'd say. But yeah, that's bad. That's way, yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to get to where, which I usually do, which is great, that I'm pretty good at nailing the shots I have to make, but I'm trying to. There's still those moments where I miss that shot I have to make. That's what I'm trying to reduce, is missing those crucial shots. Those shots where I see my support being dove by Spidey. See, daggers almost killed them. I need to land this shot before they kill that dagger. That's how I play. That's the kind of the mentality I have when on any role, whether it's Angela, and that's why I love Angela. So I was a Thor main, Miss Thor, but right now, back to my main point. The reason why it's so important right now is because of Dino. And if you haven't seen me play Dino yet, but Dino, it's really, if you know how to dive and use cover, and you have a trustworthy support, Dino is going to be front lines are, outside of people just not knowing what to do, front lines are just going to be harder. And the front line technically is wherever Dino's at, because you can dive. Dino's a diver. He can jump. That jump isn't just an attack. Isn't just an attack. It's a way. I use it as a way to get into the back line quickly, take care of their support. That shield is a wall. When you pop it and you do it smartly and you use cover and you combine it and you time it with your health, using your body as a shield. Where yeah, I'll put myself in front of teammates on purpose so that I'm absorbing the primary damage, into where that's where the team does get value out of a Dino. Because the problem with Dino is this: while he's very strong, supports and teams that don't know how to manage their utility, their kit, especially with supports, it's even with me, it's very easy to just deplete your healing. You're think about how much it takes to keep that Dino alive. And I'm sure people do realize that's why people hate Dino in some situations. Well, take that note again. We're getting ahead of myself because yeah, that's where cover comes from. But yeah, my point is Dino is a force that can jump wherever and be a problem. So if it's again with a Dino jumps in the back line, if the team already is this again, I've had Dinos they jump. Again, people are so focused to shooting just what's in front of them that a Dino will jump behind them. I've done it. And they're focused on the front line, and I'm just back here. And by the time they turn around, again, I got my shield because I've been using my body to block most of the damage. I pop my shield, essentially isolating their support, and I finish off their supports. Or someone else, one of my other DPS that came and followed me. It's a dive game to where it basically comes down to there's not a lot of like if that's dive. I'm trying to think what's the word for again. I never expected to be teaching, so like station. I want to say stationary. Think Magneto and Groot. Magneto and Groot, you're not really going to be jumping into the back line. You feel me? It's a more stationary front line. It's a front line that you're holding kind of wherever you're at. My point is first of all, think about there's so many dive DPS in general that outside of you forming expressly forming a defensive team, aka a team that's meant to kind of be huddled, which is fine. Any comp works. You're mostly going to be. It's basically this is a dive game, and I'm not saying this is. People say dive meta. By saying that, you're misguiding people. No. This is a dive game, and I'm saying that because you, in I would say 75% of situations, when a front line halt, in 75% of situations, it comes to getting yourself to that back line, getting yourself to the support, and I'm saying that I know usually in science and stuff you don't use the word always or never, and so that's why I feel weird saying this, but like in this situation, well, I won't, because if they find a way to set up, with a team with strats, you don't want to do this. You don't want to always dive. But in this day and age, until you know how to use cover, and even then, if you know how to use cover, you're going to want to learn how to use cover. You're going to want to dive, because it comes down to whoever can reach into the back line first, and so that's why most. And I won't say most defensive games, but the problem is with the way the point works is any you can start technically if you're stopping payload, you're defensive, right? But technically the moment that the enemy captures the point, they're defensive. You have to find a way into their backline, and people don't think about that shift. What they do is when the enemy captures a point, the reason why they walk so often is because people think, okay, well they have a point and we're here now and this is our front line, and they're way up there, and there are some choice dives that go out there, but that chain links into support thinking, why are they leaving my line of sight? Which fair, but unless the team's proven. Unless the enemy's proven to not be a problem for you, it's better for wait. I'm trying to think this. Unless the enemy is not diving you, You want to be with them. That's why I'm saying it's full dive. The reason why I'm trying to change, the reason why I'm trying to find the words, because dive is kind of what is, you know, it's a word where I got to redefine it. Right now, and if you think, and I'll kind of break it down, because there are so many fast dives, and there's so many few, ideally, stationary tanks are the best people to deal with dives, obviously. Since there's so few, since most tanks are clearly more equipped to dive, it is to everyone's benefit to find a way to get in deep, and the easiest way you're going to do that is using cover. You know, it's hard. It's, yeah, like it should be. It's I don't want to mock D-Day. I'm trying to think, like, the reason why we don't think about war. The reason why we don't stand in a line in war and charge forward is because that's not a very efficient way to, you know, maintain body count. You know, to minimize deaths. You're using cover and stuff. Again, I don't want to. I try to avoid military because I don't want to feel like I'm imposing on or disrespecting it. That's why I like. But you know, it's a thing where I like to tell people, like, yeah, it is a game, but like, there's a reason. It's all good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I know you get it. I can go on. I digress. I'm mostly going on and on, mostly for the stream, just out of record, for anyone who tunes in late, about my rant. That's why I'm kind of ranting. Not ranting, just it sounds like a rant, but when I say the word rant, I'm saying it sarcastically. Like, 'cause I know I'm not actually ranting. I say rant.
You could say like a monologue.
Yeah,
like
yeah, monologue. There you go.
Oh, but are you ready right now?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think Super was fixing their mic, or I don't know if they're back yet. Or second. Let me check.
I'm down whenever.
Yeah, let me check. And then let me give you my.
Wait, you couldn't hear me the
Discord.
whole time?
No.
I was here the whole time. I'm just sitting here letting you do your thing. Yeah, the whole time I heard you. The whole time.
It's all good.
I'm ready. Y'all doing comp or you doing?
Yeah, we can either. We can do comp. I mean, if I rank past gold, it's not the end of the world. It's just, I gotta find my way back down to silver.
Play a mean Emma, so I got you a tank. So.
I mean, here's the thing. And the thing where I don't want to smurf, but I've always wanted to like get a group of like 3 or 4 people together just to see how high we could go with people that work with me.
Oh yeah, 3 is like the spot.
Yeah. Oh, I tell people three people can wipe any stack, especially nowadays. 3 people can.
Yeah.
3 people. I mean, with coordination and again knowing cover. Basically, a support that knows how to use cover to hold in deep, with a DPS that protects them, and a DPS that helps your tank confirm a kill, and your tank to protect both of them. Technically, that's why I like the 6v6. You can have 2 teams. You can have a backline team and a frontline team. You can have a team that's, you know, you kind of fall back to for max healing, and that's kind of watching the back line, and then your dive team. Okay. Choices.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Liking how this looks.
Oh, wait, that's not the right. I'll give you my Discord in a second. I thought I copied and pasted it. I didn't.
I know.
Despite my name, I am no angel. As our foes will soon
So
learn.
I have this thing with my PC that it's like it keeps switching in between.
This battle
It keeps
is
switching
nothing
in
compared to
between
the wars
devices.
I have fought.
Well, your audio. Your mic. Your mic.
No, it's like.
At any cost.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're fine.
Yeah.
Well, you
No,
saying
it's
what
like
switch?
my controller.
Oh.
It's like it keeps switching, and I don't know if it's a GPU thing or not.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Well, I think that'd be more motherboard. That sounds more like a motherboard-ish. If it's an internal problem, I think it'd be a motherboard.
Don't let them come in the back. Daredevil is coming over to our right.
I'm gonna get Cat in a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Black Cat coming.
I will finish the hunt for you, Bloodstone.
I use my shield. Use my shield. Cat low. D low. Daredevil low.
What I'm trying to do is just pick out the back line.
I'm gonna go Thor.
Dude, this is what I don't like. Like, there's
Oh,
no
wait, no.
reason why we should be letting people
They have a group.
jump the back.
It just took a minute to capture them all. It's fine. I'm gonna go Iron Fist to help peel faster.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
No biggie.
Come on, get down here. Get down in front.
Tree low.
I'm getting dived by
If
the
you
black
can't
Cat.
finish the kill, do not die.
Oh! Not good.
Black Cat and Black Cat keep diving me.
Immortality has its perks.
Not to disrespect our
Come on, get
dagger.
this group, yeah.
Not to disrespect our dagger, but if you want, I can go dagger.
Come on.
If you can go, if you have any else in play, it'd be easier for me to help hold.
Why? Why are y'all letting them dive? Why are they letting you dive on me? Why?
Kinda. They're coming up ahead.
Keep that up, Namor.
Use a little more cover. Don't be in the open too much. Stand more towards the left of walls and aim over to the right, over the right side. I'm gonna help heal.
Better stop that vehicle.
Whoever just went Gambit, please be sure to anti-heal that group so we can take them out faster.
Alright, bet.
Team strike online. Thank you. I'll pray
Better stop that vehicle.
Another.
I can't do it myself. Here comes. I know.
Healers, 'cause I'm ready to pop. I'm ready to pop. I'm ready to pop. Yep, they're there.
Oh. Here, I'm gonna go Blade to do that faster. That it can anti-healing easier.
That's what I needed. Nothing personal. The move. Hell yeah.
Support got this. That's business.
As good as new. Open season.
Thank you. Come on. Woo!
Man, if we don't get rid of this damn group,
In a minute.
man,
Give me a minute. I'm working on it.
The hunt is on.
We're gonna ult
get
soon.
back and heal the back line. No. My lord, man, why would you go front?
The hunt's not over yet. The hunt is on.
Enemy tagged. Follow them.
Better stop that vehicle.
Don't push further than this. Just use cover.
It's now or never. Stop that.
They have ult. That's why they want you to get close. Root anti-healed.
What?
Disappear!
Something keeps pulling me over. Trying to pick off the hits. Keeps grabbing.
Don't give them another inch.
Takes a lot more than that.
Us against the world.
These are all ulting.
Martial law to create effect. No unauthorized entry.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I don't understand why y'all keep
You'll
letting
need
him
a
dive in the
top-notch
back.
team to win this one.
I'll fight it.
They jump over you to get to us. That's crazy.
It's not really a tank's job to peel, if you're talking about the tank. But it's a thing where it's. I'm not trying to be. It's a choice to stay in the open. It's again. Well, this will make things better. I promise.
And dagger. We are hope and fear.
It's a mixture of things.
Round 2.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
But as Moon Knight, if you like stand like up there or spots like that around the pillars.
Well, that Daredevil keeps coming.
Yeah, I know.
I only have so much in my arsenal.
No. I'm saying you want to stay out of sight. Honestly, for Moon Knight, you want to be outside out of mind. If you can make it to the back line before they notice you, to set up shop there somewhere near a health pack and cover.
I don't know, because the way they're grouping together, I understand what you're saying, but the way they're grouping together.
I know. Yeah, people play clustered, so it makes proper strats like that a little difficult. Yeah, it's thing where it's going to be a hot fight. But yeah. And it,
See, why y'all letting him come over here? Why? Handle him! Why are you letting him move towards me? This is what I'm talking about. Why?
Bomb on dagger though. Stay near me though. You see how I kept moving forward though? You gotta just ignore them. It's a very common mistake. They're on defense right now. They want us to be fighting them right now. We don't want to fight them right now if we can help it.
I can restore health, remember?
Lights out.
And Daredevil's got a big kit, so he's gonna be hard to face by yourself as Moon Knight. He's got a bigger kit than Moon Knight, so he's gonna have advantage over you. I'm gonna go back to Blade. You can go back to Dagger. I gotta help hold. Or yeah, Dagger.
The hunt is on. As good as new.
Root low. Push right, push right. Do more right.
Why?
Thank you.
Y'all literally letting them jump over just to get to me. Why? I don't understand that. This is the thing that's pissing me off. I don't get that. Y'all literally let them move from where you are to come where I am.
Big. Hurt. Oh. Sorry, my ult wasn't better. I was trying to get them all in it.
I was born ready.
Stand behind a wall if you use projectiles to shoot with.
Look over there. We need to defend this place.
Yeah, we need enough. We can't be doing that.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to heal, but see, I'm trying to push it in there. I can go back to heals, but we gotta be a little be more aggressive. I'm just showing you that pressure. They'll break under pressure. You just gotta use cover once in a while when they have a lot of damage on
I
you.
want to play like 4. I can delete.
No, you're good.
Dagger.
People are always afraid
Well,
of
it's just
time.
You're doing fine.
But they just don't know.
Okay,
No. I was saying, if you guys can hold the front line for me or for us, then I can.
What are y'all healers doing, man?
On my way.
My time to shine. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
On your toes. Here they come.
I was just worried because we had only.
Yeah, no, I know. No, I noticed. I didn't. It was. You remember how I say I make choices that are kind of risky?
Why?
But you see how it gave us a chance to get the point?
We need to kill this winner so.
I know.
He was getting away with bloody murder.
Too much. I was gonna say the same thing. Too much of murder.
He was getting triple kills. It was crazy.
Don't fight him in the smoke. Let him waste it.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Come on, Virgil. Yes. Come on.
Leave them to consume.
Just embrace the light. It can't hold it to me.
We need an angle on that support.
Kill the healers.
Yeah.
I can kill the brute. Oh, frick. Yeah, you DPS can focus on the healers. I can take out the group. So.
I'll sustain the Emma to hold the group.
Why do y'all keep letting this? Why do y'all keep letting Daredevil jump back here?
He's going to. If you stand where you're at, he's going to do that. You're in the middle.
No one's trying to contest him. That's the thing.
But
that's making me mad.
no, it's not that no one's trying to. They can't in time before he kills you. He's too fast to kill you.
He is not.
Tactically, no.
He is not that
you gotta
fast.
think about damage per second versus healing per second. There's more burst damage than healing per burst. I'm trying to be honest with you. That's the truth. There's not that much burst healing in the game, physically. This is where cover helps.
My time to shine. I appreciate you. The moon has set. My spirit steadies.
Enemy target located.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Bogey here.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Got a winner soldier up there.
They're on your back.
He might have ult in. Be careful. If he's on high ground. We're just over that.
Battlefield ready again.
Armed and dangerous again. Again.
Big hold.
Again.
If we can get an Iron Fist though, that'd be better to kill the group with. You could deal with that Emma group. Honestly, everyone there other than the soldier would be easier for you to deal with if you have an Iron Fist. That paired with the cover fire of a Moon Knight should be big. It's all good. These are the practice levels of ranking. You still got things to work on in this at this point.
Battlefield ready.
Let the devil.
Final score. 1, 2, 3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Anyway. I feel what you're saying, but I'm just saying that in certain situations there's just only so much healing, and with Emma being the main front line, we had to, if any burst healing we had, which is mainly 2, has to be safe for her to hold that front line against that group until the team has a chance to kill that support. Otherwise, we cannot hold. It wasn't that I wasn't trying to ignore you. People weren't trying to ignore you. It's that tactically, there's a limit, and we gotta it's kind of like Again, I don't mean to relate to war, but there's sometimes certain lines gotta hold more than others. And if you only got certain number of troops, you know what I mean, you gotta make decisions.
The hand of heaven is here.
Round 1, go!
Hola. Do I need to go support? I'd rather be frontline. With gold, so in gold, what I've from what I remember, it was usually tank and usually one other role.
I can go support.
Yeah. All right. In gold is usually 2 roles, kind of missing like play wise.
And next, can you do DPS? Do you know how to do that?
Thank you.
The battle starts in 5.
And I won't hold too far. I'm just. If you guys want to hold back here, we can. But I like to be up here, so if they fight me, you're not in the fight. I won't go any further than around here.
I've interrogated diplomats, hunted criminals, and
Spider-Man.
entire operations.
I was waiting for DB. Big. We don't need 3 supports. I'd rather have 2 DPS to help kill the dino faster.
Can continue without Thor.
We don't want 3 supports. This is going to make it easier to wipe her back line with what they have.
Yeah, it would be better.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Alright. I'm not switching to throw, I'm switching because I have to go Iron Fist. They have Thing and Dino, I have to. And then I can try to feel for Spider-Man a little faster.
I'm getting launched by freaking devil dinosaur.
Watch your tail.
Spidey won.
Lord, I'm getting cooked.
That's on me. I should have swept faster. I'll let you know who's low. You just finish them off.
I swear, man.
The Iron Fist still.
How? How did you not heal me?
There's still a chance to stop them.
Why do we only have 1 heal? I'm very confused.
Because one person is switching in.
People who act like they never played this game before.
My step.
No, don't tell you.
Y'all keep letting the same people do the same thing.
No, you keep making the same mistake. We have got to fight that front. That's fine. I left support to deal with a dino. I've been holding him off, but I can't do it by myself. I'm not expecting myself to do it by myself.
I'll swap the dagger. I got it.
Here, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I could use
They
this.
hit a checkpoint. Now might be the time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Someone scratch my back.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Our prey is in the open.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
fearing it.
Solo's fury!
You stopped them in their tracks.
A mystical portal.
You are nothing!
Solo's fury!
Okay, I need help with this Spider-Man.
In a minute. Here, I'm sorry.
He's just spawn camping.
Yeah.
I can't. Normally I can take care of Spider-Man, but like this one is
Yeah.
actually...
No, I know. I'm trying to be.
He's just spawn camping.
I was just about to get him. Hit the dino, saved him. Thank you.
He's just literally staying by our spawn.
Here.
The DPS, we need you guys.
Double KO.
I like the cold.
That's a good.
Be strong together.
I can feel your pain. Sorry.
Double KO. That's 3.
I'm making a
For the record, you guys did really well. The only thing killing you is just positioning. You know, you're kind of making it a little easy on the kill. You're doing fine. Yeah, I know. It's a stack of things. Because of where people are playing, you can't play in a spot that gives you better protection. It's a layer of things.
back in the nice deep freeze. I'm hit. Cover me.
They're low. Kill it, fight it, Phoenix. Come on. It's all good. See, was going to spam her ult anyway. It's fine.
I just got solo ulted.
No, it's fine. We held really well there.
The current score is 0.
That was a good cleanup in the end.
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I can just stay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm Luna Snow.
I only went slow enough for this to freeze Spidey, but he was avoiding me.
I mean, I don't want us to.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
And see, that's what I mean with the dive thing, where that
I mean,
it's
would
not
you
saying it's
prefer
your
this,
fault. It won't. A dagger, because it's just not to make it about me. It just makes it easier for me to be healed. Cause I have to. You see how fast I have to move that fast to maneuver the way. So that's why people complain about having a dagger. I love having a dagger because it makes it easier for me to get healed. For a person who's, you know, like a Spider-Man, they got to be happy there's a dagger out there.
Despite my name, I am no angel.
I can totally counter with cloaks. It's just this Spider-Man is actually that.
Oh, I know.
Like, he's just.
Elsa Bloodstone.
Well, that one, and it's a matter of he's taking advantage of you're by yourself. He can do a lot of damage. And by the time anyone gets there, so because of how the game is, it's going to be rough. But here's with how teams usually play, you kind of have no choice but to fall back. But here's what's happening when you're running. Think about this. I'm not sure you know this, but when you're running away, when I try to help you or someone tries to dive back to you, I'm never going to catch up to you before he does. You know what I mean? That's why you want. It's when you have a team that works with you. Yeah, he was just waiting right there.
Wild.
Stay close to my heels. That way you can lead it to me. He's gonna avoid me. I need to lead him to me.
Spidey back there. Spidey back there.
I'm on him.
Her actor's injured. Mayday.
Counting down.
Spidey got me. Ah.
Hi, that feels good.
I know. DPS, you guys gotta escort your support into here. So here's what's happening. Why I can't peel. The reason why tanks aren't supposed to peel is here's what the real value of a dive isn't the kill. The value of a dive is disruption. That whole time we're back here chasing this Spider-Man around, we can't focus the point. That is what he's getting value out of by doing this. No, I'm just explaining to the teammates that this is why you want to get better using cover, so you can fight back in these moments.
They're doing so much damage.
And keep in mind, with the way things are compounded, he's probably a good platinum or diamond Spidey very well. You gotta remember, rank doesn't mean what it used to.
This is real firepower! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Only 60 seconds left.
You get away with it. You get
Okay, now that we got some space.
The hunt is on.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Taste cold steel.
Down to 30 seconds.
I was born ready. Open season.
Second shift.
I was born ready.
Final 10 seconds.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Welcome.
Final score 0-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Again, the first time you do the right thing, it's not always going to be easy, especially in gold comp.
I mean, some of our teammates were just toxic. It'd be like that, you know?
Yeah.
Literally blaming everybody but himself, you know, like...
Yeah.
At the end, Nonchalant was literally blaming all of
The
us.
right heroes could make all the difference.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'll just be healer. That way,
Yeah.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
And that's exactly why I do what I do. Not just because I know how rare people actually end up caring about the right gameplay.
He didn't think I meant him, did he?
Yeah, it's fine.
Stay strong.
Okay, can you let him know for me? I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't
Even though it's shattered, the sword of Fushi is always with me.
I'm sorry, I did not mean him. I was talking about Nonchalant, but...
No, I understand.
I'm not beat like that.
No. You're
The battle
literally good.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It seems we have company.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Fight his allies.
And also keep in mind, since we're a stack, we're probably facing other stacks too. So keep that in mind. We're playing other stacks who face each other, or play each other regularly. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mag.
Bless me, so long.
If we get a Luna, I can give some frontline healing, by the way.
Nice, good stuff.
It's not gonna matter though because.
Nope.
Oh wait, well actually,
And we're winning.
oh, actually it's 5v5, so maybe the game will be nice, not in the match.
Oh.
I mean, it's technically fair. Oh, not now.
This squirrel girl's so crazy.
I know. I'm trying to get to her, but they're protecting her. It's all good.
Okay.
It was going to because. If you're new, they've changed that to where one person leaves it into match, which is fine, but it's sad because 5v6 ain't that bad. I mean, I get it, but it's fine. But you know what's sad though? Every single time the game goes that way, we always end up doing well. I'm like every single time it's 5v6, it always goes well. Like everything, I'm like it always is the match where someone leaves right away, and I'm like. And people always freak out, and I'm like, no, we got this, and we always lock in, and we always do well. I don't know what it is. It's just untimely.
I agree.
But no, I let them know, but I don't know if they're going to be getting back on or not. It's fine.
I'm sorry, though.
No. It's here's the thing. It's a thing where, and here's how I'm going to say it. The reason why he left. It's a thing where again it doesn't pay to be dishonest to your friends, you know, on Unreal with him. Where he left because the words hit. Again, the thing where if he thought the words were about, and it's not like this is not always true. Not some people take the responsibility of things that aren't them, and I'm not saying he was trying to be toxic, but the reason why it hit. Cause again, the reason why I didn't. And it's not to say I'm bad. The reason why I didn't leave because I knew it had nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? Even no matter what you said, it had nothing. Where it left because he probably assumed, and technically he had if you were calling them out, you had every right to be because they were being a little extra. It's why I love them. They're a good player. They're a good guy, and they ultimately what they want. See again, in fact, not to talk behind the back. That is exactly why I'm doing this. They are very chill, but it's a thing where people literally get changed by this game, to where they get this you know, in hindsight, I'm sure they had hindsight, they'd realize how they react. That's probably why it less kind of an embarrassment, because even though you might not admit them, they had a right to assume you did, and not in a bad way. They left probably as embarrassment, and to cool off ultimately, but that's the thing.
Cool. It's just, I don't want to think I'm an asshole.
Yeah, no, and you weren't. And again, I let them know that you meant nonchalant anyway. But I'm letting you know that first of all, I don't play favoritism anyway. To where, if for some reason you did mean them, and it's not me like trying to talk again. I try to word my way to. I'm not trying to talk behind people back. I understand why he said what he said, but that's why when it was going. That's why I didn't want to. Like shut him down, but I was also again the frustration causes blindness and frustration, and the thing where it's a thing where he's used to playing in the open because that's what people do, and most people don't protect, and he's saying people that because people play clustered, which might be an argument for why don't bother with cover or do this. That what you're saying is because they're clustered, it would have been hard to do what he had to do, and I know that basically it's a thing where. Assuming you can kind of stomach it, once you realize kind of what the problem is, you will realize, oh, yeah, there's a lot of big things. Like, yeah, the reason why it's hard, it's going to be harder to do the right thing in this environment, which is why it's so easy for those who come with the right mindset or who hear about it to give up, because it is this is not the right way. It's just the fact, but it comes down to, I mean, it's as many of these games, it comes down to, it's a team, like that's our team fighting a ball of damage, and the win comes down to how our team deals with that ball of damage they're facing. You know what I mean? Are they going to take the full fireball and kind of burn out or sustain it, which is a kind of a gamble there, or are they going to find ways to mitigate the damage that they're going to take? And it's a thing where, yes, he was getting, and that's why, again, the reason why I said what I said, how I said it, was to kind of hopefully give him some clarity in a way that wasn't pointing blame. I couldn't outright just say, yeah, support can't heal you or don't want to heal you, because that sounds like an argument for I worded that, listen, Emma needs to stay. Again, I was just saying that I understand your frustration, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, where while it may not seem like the right thing right now, it's a thing where you got to look past that right now. Right now, especially right now with how things are, this is why, again, when people try to say comp is for practice. This is exactly what, no, comp isn't for practice. Because you have a right, technically you have every right to be as frustrated as he was in comp, because this is comp. People aren't supposed to be playing like this. But it is what's happening. But because until more people accept, see, and agree to use other things like QM to practice, they're going to be used. People think the right idea is to use comp for new shit, if they're even willing to try new stuff, which isn't the case for most people, especially basically once people leave bronze. I mean, again, it's that fast. But basically, once you kind of reach gold and on, you kind of, but yeah, even flat, other people say that, yeah, once you reach gold, you kind of think you're God. And not to say you aren't. It's a thing where, be proud of your gold, especially in these days. Be proud of your gold badge. Honestly, the reason why, and it probably didn't help, but when you're in gold, again, we're probably in platinum right now. This not me coping. This is me just being realistic. Let's looking at how hard the environment really is from a tactical standpoint to survive.
Yeah.
This is at least diamond or platinum. I don't know which is. I think diamond is above, so that makes sense to where.
Yeah.
Yeah, diamond's above, right? So at least platinum. I won't go as far as say diamond. I'm only saying out of respect to the. I'm respecting the emblem, but since they're celestial and stuff, now I think saying diamond is fair. I would say gold 1 is probably the equivalent to an average diamond game, and this is literally me just speaking from the outside. It's like, and it's a matter of most games you're missing. So here's what I've in my days of learning, silver, and you might agree with this, and maybe in Overwatch too. Silver, you're usually, while you're missing a lot of stuff, it ultimately comes down to the support in silver, and that's not saying support's bad. It's basically, if you don't have a support that's able to kind of guarantee what's holding to live, and it's not about diffing, it's more that, again, it comes down basically the only time I lose in a silver match is because my support decided not to heal me, and it's because they end the game with 17k healing, but it's because they're not looking at, yeah, you healed, but you only healed 2 people, and I'm not trying to be mean, it's the thing where you're only people there. That's kind of the problem there, to where in gold, okay, you might have a support that knows they either know enough about healing the whole team, or they might still be stuck. And I'm not saying still support, but in gold, so in silver, like, to kind of keep it plain, basically, if you play any role, just take a support with you. Take a support you trust. Promise you, you're gonna be in gold you're going to be in gold, but within a few games. Especially if you guys really know how to coordinate. And not just like but once you reach gold, what I've learned, which is why it's fine, is it's 2 things missing. That may sound like, well, everything's, well, no, it's more like basically you have a tank, like you have a tank that's holding steady, but you don't have the team to do the offense for you. You know what I mean? And that's where you become wedged. That's why I love playing support, but it sucks because the reason, and I know it's and you might get used to it the more you play with me. and I'll explain the reason why I go usually Iron Fist or 0 DPS, meaning if I'm on, the reason why it ends up being 1 support is because I recognize you can not to toot my own horn, but I noticed how they complain about why do we have 1 support. Granted, and I'll admit I'm the one who left being 2nd support, but that's because I went Iron Fist to kill that dino. That gave us a chance. That gave us a foothold to push forward. And so it's a thing where we could say if people, I could be like, well, people just trust me. Well, it's more like, you know, if people wouldn't let that shake them so much, but people are going to get shaken because they don't ultimately know how to survive without 2 heals, because they ultimately don't know how to minimize damage, aka they don't know how to use cover. You know, you see, it's all you can just. I'm just kind of. I know you know, but this is just kind of. I'm slowly unfolding the thick. It's like Lord of the Rings, the novel here. You know, it's like the Hobbit levels of detail. But it's all very. That's why I love the story. It's a long book, but it's all. I mean, outside of you know the worldly words, if you want to call them hard, it's a simple book to read. It's just very detailed. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that like I got a lot of dense details to explain that. Yeah, that's why I often go Iron Fist usually. I went Blade because he wanted anti-heal, which was working. But the problem with that is so people know I'm a problem. And so here's wait. Let's just get with me. When someone's a problem, you know an enemy is going to focus them. So if we have a problem and it's in the middle, and everyone is holding in the middle, and everyone's guns trained on me, and you know a good percentage of those shots are going to miss, who else is it going to hit? So here's the thing, while yes, Daredevil was diving him, and it's not about them, but in this situation, while yes, Daredevil is diving you, what most people aren't even beginning to even be aware of is the reason why they're dying so fast that the game, I don't know if it's good or bad, doesn't do a good job of showing, is there's other damage with him. Daredevil just kind of got to the kill first, and yes, and then it's a thing where you're either dying to crossfire, or yes, you're caught by yourself and you're facing someone with you know, it's the same way we lose morale. They're getting, you know, think about this, like the joy you feel when you get kills. You know what I mean? So you know, it's like when I explained us being in a field of meadows versus the enemy, you know, being, you know, in hell when we're facing them. That every time they kill you, they get that for every, you know, while hopefully it's not this way, hopefully it doesn't have to be this way, but in the event, you know, like, let's say emotions are normal, right? So if it's fair that you get upset every time you die, which is fair, it's fair to assume that they get excited every time you die, and that boosts literally their adrenaline. Essentially, they're going to keep until you shut them down. And then that's now in these days, when you kill somebody, what do? They don't be good game. They go to some more petty way to kill you. They start only focusing. They hard focus you, or they ult you, or, I mean, it's petty. It's, to them it's petty, but actually it's smart. They say, I can't kill you, so I'm gonna kill everyone around you, and the only time I see a team that ultimately wasn't dive my support is when they realize they can't kill me. And I know they're not doing it tactically. They're doing it because who am I by? Who am I protecting? My support. So the next person that they can go to kill or have the best chance of killing is my support, or whoever's next to me. Which is why it's a thing where I don't be cocky, but when I say, hey, they're trying to get me in the ult, I'm being honest, because yes, you know, to those that recognize, and they do usually fall back, that, oh, they're right, you know, they recognize that, yeah, this team's been trying to kill me, they have ult, there's a good chance they're going to aim it at him, let me not be near this guy. And when people kind of take note of those situations that are just kind of eye glances of things to notice, you know, these are all information, but these are all things that, you know, once you know it, it's just a matter of, you know, an eye glance notice of what's happening, you know what I mean? It's an eye glance of, oh, I'm in the middle, he's here, they're shooting at him, I am, you know, in extra seconds, I am taking that damage, you know. So let's say it takes you and then you dash out there to the nearest cover. You know, that's why I wasn't trying to be on anyone, but I was trying to let him know. again, that's why let me explain that. Hopefully I wasn't too harsh on him to where, I do pick up that he went quiet the moment I said that, and I'm not, it's a thing where I don't know if he went quiet like, just to calm down or, out of anger at me. Like, I know he's frustrated. I think because I think he trusts me. I know he'll come back. It's more like, again, it's a thing where, that's why, again, I didn't know. That's why when I said what I said it literally with my heart, because like literally, cause and not to be sappy, but literally like I really didn't want to, because the last thing I want to do is make someone on my team, especially my group, think I'm against them, or saying they can't play. But at the same time, I only spoke up because of how he was coming at everybody, and I always, again, keep in mind, I spoke up in a way that didn't call him out. I just said, it was a call out, but it was more like, I didn't come at him. I kind of just said, hey, try this. You know what I mean? That was kind of my aim. But I think, again, sometimes people take that as you being condescending or like thinking you know better. I don't think he thinks that way. So I have to say, my point is, don't think he left because of you. I think he ultimately left because of what I said, paired with misunderstanding what you said, thinking that the two of us were going against him in that situation, and just frustration. I'm sure he'll be back.
Human nature.
Yeah.
Human nature. I get it.
And it's the thing, and here's the thing too, because I'm in silver now. They said gold, but that means we're probably in the lower range of gold. So it's a thing where actually, I forgot too. Gold 3 is honestly almost one of the hardest ranks to get out of. I would say Gold 1 can't. Gold 1 can be very good or very bad. And the only time Gold 1 is very bad is because you have people who are clearly throwing. Gold 3 is people who have eked out of silver. It's a thing where Gold 3 can be anybody. But I do be forgetting that some people, I don't use the term stuck, but someone who is quote unquote stuck Gold 3, you gotta play each rank. When you have 3, the prior rank bleeds into it, so to where, so we kind of had a lot of gold emblems, but it was kind of a silver mindset lobby. But honestly, no. But the Spider-Man there, he was. But here's the reason why that combo seems so strong. It's a good combo, but I mean, if most games people kind of devolve this way, how many hundred, and he has good aim. So how many hundred of times has he had time to freely practice taking one person out? You know what I mean? It's a thing where and again, it's more about it. Just pointing out that it's not that he was necessarily
also,
diffing.
I think he was like a champion, right, or something. So like,
yeah. And I don't. Again, when if you have I'm not thinking he was hacking or anything. Yeah, if you got, I love Spider-Man. If you got aim, like I said, I'm just not picking up on aim, and you've kind of seen how I am, and I know it's only QM, but I mean, it's a thing where people, I guess, maybe being humble. I don't. But see, it's a different. People play different in comp than they do in QM, which is how it should be. But I mean, again, it's a thing where people play QP, and some people think they do it kind of to try, but it's kind of more leisure, which I guess is fine. But the reason why every single game I play, people always talk about how intense it is, or there's always big numbers, and it's a thing where it's because I'm making both sides work for it, and by me doing what I do, both sides have to work harder to get whatever they want, because I'm an outlier when I think about it. And in hindsight, in a match, I'm an outlier. The reason why games always this could be crazy long when I'm in a match is because I'm just doing whatever I can for my team. I'm doing whatever I can to give it a chance to hold on as long as possible, especially if we're struggling, because not always. Honestly, more times than not, I shouldn't be able to 1v6 a team. I mean, think about it. That isn't supposed to be how things work. I mean, I wouldn't call it a paradox, but basically that'd be it would. I mean, what would you call that? I mean, I wouldn't call I'm not a philosopher, but what would that be? Because like, you know what I mean? If somehow like I had to accept that no, it's a misunderstanding to think that having more heads is actually worse. You know, if somehow this is proving that wrong, that one person, skilled as they may be, should always be able to be stopped by a group. And it's you could say we can ignore the anime rules where yeah, you got the one person versus the group, and then yeah, we're not. Listen, I mean you know what I mean, to where like I understand where there's some moments where like, you know, you got your typical, let's get him, we can't stop us all at once. You know what I mean? There's the famous last words of the bad guy. Yeah. So I understand how.
Batman.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He can't take us all at once.
Yeah, and then they do.
And then they do, and I'm that guy that in moments is. And again, I love those moments. You don't think I love those moments, but that's the thing where. But I also recognize that it's only because that they, you know, if two people concentrate their gun on my head and I'm dashing through the air, I'm not surviving that. Even with a pocket, I'm not surviving that. It's just a matter of
beating Goku though.
Yeah, Ultra Instinct. Honestly, we can. Hey, do you want to do quick match for a little bit, and then in fact, let's do quick match. I should have said to begin with because I always forget. I always want to jump right into a comp match, and first of all, I don't care about losing. It's not that I don't throw, but it's part of the game. Again,
me either. Yeah, I don't.
So that being said, we do either one. But that being said, and I always forget to say, but it wouldn't matter because I do say, and people still don't kind of register it, that since we were a stack, I usually act, and that's what I forgot. I usually don't do more than 3, but I only do 3 after we do some warm-ups and QM, so we know how we play with each together, so that in comp we can, like, at least for me, what I'm doing is taking note of how where you stand, so I know where to look for in a match, in a comp match. That's how so we can, just for shits and giggles, we can do some quick matches. And then, if you basically feel good, we can jump into comp. And again, and you said Overwatch.
I like you a lot. I consider you a fast online friend. Like I like you.
I appreciate it. Same. So I've never used that fast online. I like that. Like I know you. I literally get what you mean. Like, yeah, it almost takes away to. The reason I'm kind of losing my words. Not that I'm speech. It's more like. It's a thing where it's like, it's some things. You're gonna learn to use a lot of metaphors because I don't. It's a thing where with English language, you know, it's more like the words are great, but because they have many interpretations, I try to use. I think, unfortunately to me, I've discovered metaphors are actually more straightforward than just speaking because in metaphor, you know, I can, you know, give basic visual context, verbal visual context to what I'm trying to say. So my point being that mental context. Well, I said that, but I think what my point was for that. I think my point was, you said fast friends, and I wanted to comment on that, but I didn't know how to comment on it in a way that didn't like make it lame, I guess, for lack of better words. Like, you know what I mean? All right, I was gonna be like, I wanted to be like, and nothing. I want to be like, that's a nice. But how would I say? I was like a nice way to use that, but you don't use that. It's a word, you know what I mean? Well, that's a nice way to say that, but people don't say that. So I didn't want to over-explain it. But I'm saying that's a. But the cool thing is that's a very cool, I guess, phrasing, because I always, in all my times of being online and, you know, gaming and, you know, people I've met, I've always, you know, that word there I think helps save. Like if you would have said that, hey, you're a fast friend, you're a fast online friend, like you know, while it's kind of a gamble to say it to anybody, I would have been like, you know, I use that word about like not coming on too strong. I literally would have thought that like from now on, if someone else says that, or I might just use that like fast. That could literally be a phrase. Like that's we finally have a categorized word, because yeah, and especially nowadays you can't say this word friend. I mean you can, but like to where it's like having a safe word for the word friend, essentially.
Yeah.
It's acknowledging the speed of the relationship, and labeling at the same time. Like, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we can definitely quickly though. Yeah, but don't worry. I am somebody that, like, whether it's team shooters or fighting games, like when it comes to competitive, I don't care. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. It's fine.
I'm really the exact same way, and that's why I know it. That's my Discord, by the way. I know it. Oh, here, hang on. Cause he probably left the team. Let me make sure he actually got that.
I just hope he understands.
Yeah, well, I messaged him in the team chat, but I don't know if he disconnected before he got it.
Yeah.
So let me see.
If you want to message him, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I felt bad. I was like, oh no, I bet he thought it was us talking about him. I was like, oh no. I've had that happen like one other time, and I was like, no, not you. I didn't mean you. Because the other guy was like, being rude.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, my team was so bad. Avoid all of them. And I was like, what the hell? No, he was playing well. It's just, he got frustrated, but it was fine.
Which is fair. And here's the thing. It's like, here's the thing. The reason why while yes, he was in the quote unquote open, I was saying he was in the open for what he was doing, because there's a way where he knows how to stand in a way where he was using the payload to block the line of sight of the enemy. So he wasn't like in the open, but because of where he was at in the middle of the street and that Daredevil was on him, I was trying to get him to realize that. And he did, but it's the thing where, again, I can't watch everything, to where I don't know how often he was being chased by support, but that's where I don't want to call out support if I don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? I don't want to just wrongly call out someone to where, again, I'm like, how do I answer this? Because I don't really know what's going on in the back line. I even wanted to say something like that, but I didn't want to clog the mic with too much communication, too much details outside of the, paramount to the actual game, to where, I didn't, because from the frustration, it felt like, he was saying, why did he keep letting you pass? So it felt like well, but anyway, it's not done. Cause it's a thing where mostly because I'm mostly trying to stop just because I don't want it to turn into me feeling like I'm just talking about it, And I know we're not meaning to, but you know what I mean, out of respect. It's a thing where I'm trying to change the noun so it's not about him. In a situation like that, in general, while yes, you're using cover, since that I already explained that how, because of where you're at, the moment, here's the thing, that Daredevil is your first problem, but you know who's right behind him, if not directly, a bullet or his teammate. Meaning when he's coming at you, but for most situations, unless you know where the enemy's at, like when it's not, not always, but basically in a lot of situations, especially if you're in the open, the way I see it, if someone's coming at you, there's damage following them, to where basically, if I'm saying that because if for some reason I'm Iron Fist, I'm deciding whether I'm about to absorb that damage or fall back. I'm picking and choosing when I hold certain situations. Because I know that even if I hold here right now, let's say even if I kill that Daredevil, because there's times where he was, what happened was that Black Cat came in and helped him out, to where you end up spending all your focus on fighting this one problem, which is a problem, and then you get jumped by someone else. Which that's technically teamwork, so that's what's going to happen. To where, it's a thing where it's to your benefit that even if you're not getting help, to stay on it's not about high ground, but cover, yes, but for that situation, high ground, because both those heroes, while yes, they can die from anywhere technically, it's a thing where it's okay. You don't overlook. It's like that's like looking too many. That's like setting up barriers for yourself. Yes, yes, you might miss your shot. You know what I mean? But it's a thing where the reason why I do it is it still, no matter what, takes them longer to reach you. To where, cause my thing is, a lot of times he was almost killing them. And again, if anything, and that's what I tell people, most times when you die, most matches, you're your biggest enemy. In most of these games, you're not losing to the enemy, you're losing to what you did or didn't do. That's what's causing you to die. Like, and then again, once you and I've been noticing where, with my awareness that I just, every time I die, and that's why, unless, like, outside of me literally wanting to die, like back in the day, now I find a more efficient way to do it, but back in the day, which is cool, but because the hammer throw was better. If my team wasn't using cover, but they were still performing well with me, and there was an Iron Man and he ulted, as store, I would throw myself at his ult the moment it started up to body block it. Yes, I would die,
That's awesome.
but that keeps my team from getting exploded. Same thing with Wanda,
Yeah,
which
that's honestly very noble. That's very noble.
yeah. Same thing with Wanda, where there's so many times where I've been able to push Wanda's ult away. Now they made it bigger, and so it's harder, but it's a thing where. But now it's Angela, and in fact, that's actually how I discovered my ability to shut down Wanda's ult. Was I was so used to, as Thor, it doesn't shut it down, but with maybe I double check.
Wait, hold on. Is Black Panther your friend?
He's one of the people who I like help, basically. Yeah, basically, yeah. Hello, Black P. I think there's several. I have several Black Panther friends. That's why I was wondering which one you meant. I'm not saying no, but yeah. What up, Black Panther? But what was this? Cover Daredevil. Oh yeah. Oh. And that being said, and I'm sure you know, but and to those who are who checking or watching that. Again, the reason why Daredevil is a problem in itself, because you got to think about his kit size. He's got a big kit, and a lot of it is offensive. So if you're, again, it's a thing where with Moon Knight, I think outside you having team up, you pretty much have your Ankh, you have your Crescent Blade, and then your throwing moons, and then you can jump. But again, let's think the counters, right? Let's say you jump away, right? If he's a skilled Daredevil, he don't like, I can, like, it will, he has two options. He can chain link you directly, or just go where you're about to go. Boom, you already used one of your abilities to get out. He can use his Divine Justice is, I didn't know all the names of his own moves. He can use. He's got a couple. Oh, this I think it's called Justice Cross, the Cross Justice, whatever. He's got a dash move that can cover ground. So technically, you have two jumps as Moon Knight. Boom, and he has and that's not even like, that's like an aftermath of one of his kits. Meaning, if he dashes at you, he's got that cooldown to strike at you again. To where if you're skilled enough, like if you, that's why I love Trig. If you're skilled enough, and you know math and degree and stuff, you know kind of the bare minimum distance you have to go. That's why it seems like that's why again, I don't do it to be a show off. It's kind of showing off, but if you hadn't noticed, which is fine, I literally walk up to the majority of my kills, and not to be a show off. But it's really just showing just how impactful. The reason you see me so many times, I'm right next to the enemy, but they don't even see me. They're not shooting at me because I'm using cover. And if you gotta think the reason, and I know they don't see me because you gotta think about your own camera perspective. With that Dino, because of how big he is, his body is blocking most of what's in front of him, and he because of his I think I would say he's tall enough that, like, most scenarios, like, let me see. I'm thinking right now, because I've used them. I want to say, and I don't know, because clearly it's above his head. No, you got a first-person. It's, their perspective is kind of weird. Because of how it, like, normally from how high you sit with Dino, You should always be able to see anyone to your directly left and right. But because of the way the camera sits, he, for the most part, unless they're, I mean, outside of them kind of maybe at their peripheral, really seeing the top of my head, they're not going to notice me or see me. That's why there's times where I see me right next to them, but the reason why I'm taking no damage is because I'm standing in front of this this wall just barely above my head. Again, I play. I guess I tell people, don't mistake my movement for your meta. I play in wacky positions, more just showing the max effect this does, and this is usually played on the fact that I very rarely have a pocket, and I'm not saying as a complaint, but because I kind of just accepted that because I move so fast, and because yes I'm going to a place where I know most people don't know to go. It's a chance that I'm about to get yelled at because my support thinks I'm overextending, and let me touch on that there. Technically, right, these days especially, the word overextended kind of is almost, it's tactically it's a thing of it, because of how many dive supports we have and how good they can be. If people like, it sucks. I love playing White Fox, and I feel bad for people who do play White Fox who aren't actual DPS supports, because here's what's happening. I got excited the reason why I said it's a dive game is because people with White Fox and Dino existing, you have two strong dives on roles that aren't just DPS. The problem with that is the reason why it can feel like the reason why people complain about foxes, the reason why people end up complaining about healing, and if you look, I guarantee you it's because you have one White Fox or a White Fox in general. What happens is that White Fox goes in there to save somebody, or they make a poor choice of who to give it to, that teleport, and then they end up being by themselves and dying, and if they don't have self-awareness, they blame their teammates for not helping them when they go in there, which is, I mean, fair. Like, okay, it does. I've been there where it does suck. Again, I've been there where, man, I came in there to help this guy, and I do it 3 times before I say anything. I'm like, hey, Venom, I just came in, I teleported in there, and you left me by myself. And if they say something, I'd be like, no worries, work together. If they are toxic or say nothing, I just like leave it at that. Like, either they listen or don't. It don't matter to me. But yeah, but that being said, there's zero. 2 things. Number one, there should never be. When people, if you think about how often people get stuck fighting the front line. So I'm gonna say this. I said that to say this. 2 things. Number one, there's outside of some team putting in some real work, even with what we just went through. What we went through just kind of, again, it was our organization that kind of was our downfall. We were clustered in the back in the open. And that's not really your fault as support. My thing is, here's the thing, and I do know there is some area of forgiveness. My thing is, with being a dagger, I'm not saying you were in the open, and you were, not because you were bad, but because it's an open field. My thing is, on the Venom world, most cover leaves you out of line of sight of your teammates, no matter where you're at. So it's not, the reason why you're not there is you already have it in your instinct that you can't see your teammates if you're behind this wall. So that's why that's where it's not as here. That's where it kind of becomes more gray. But ultimately, because the team, I mean, here's how it starts off. We go out in the open. They have their first push on us. If we don't find a foothold, they think, all right, we're just going to keep this rolling, and they're going to keep doing it. And then their whole team jumps in on the fun. So even though they never started off as a team, your enemies end up accidentally working as a team because you guys are clustered. So they have nowhere else to aim, so they're going to aim down the middle at all of you. So it's like a magnifying glass. I might call it the magnifying effect. Who knows? I might start naming these things, these phenomenon in these games. But that's basically what's happening is. But like with Dino, that's why it sucks with Dino. Well, it's good and bad that because he has reduced healing, which is good. That balances him. But people don't think about that. Both the Dino and the support. Dino doesn't realize because he has reduced healing, because he's in, some people aren't just aware, but if I'm a tank, I know my support is going to be trying to keep me alive. So when I play Dino, I'm like taking note that I am taking healings from my support from my team. I know my support, whether they're good or not, defaultly have to commit more healing to me to keep me maintained, just because of how I'm built. And so if your team can't work around that, again, that's where people start complaining about support. But it's a thing where support, who might not be healing everybody, thinks they're doing good because they got a large healing off the Dino. All that happens. To where, again, my point is, you should never. It should be not near impossible to get truly spawn camped. And it's a thing where if you're getting spawn camped, this is kind of, you're basically not it. Outside of not just being you get better, it's more like you're just straight up just not doing something to prevent what's happening. And I'm not saying that in a way to make it to downplay you. It's more like it is that simple, and it's just a matter of figuring it out. Make it more of a game to figure out, okay, can I make it to spawn? And I have to tell people, honestly, to make it simple, your goal when it starts happening, just make it to spawn. And now that may sound like hell because some people they it's like Squid Games. They run down the middle and they get mowed down, and I feel so bad. But that's why I always, wait. People think I overextend. If you watch me, I always wait either to the left or right, and I spam come this way before I proceed to the point by myself. And I only do that to make a point to those who are paying attention that, yeah, I did make the point. No one even touched me. Now again, in those moments, to those that pay attention, if they fall back to me, that's good. And if they don't, that's even better. That's still good, because if to those that notice that I'm back there, they might at least notice that when that happens, at least 1, 2, maybe 3 people fall back to stop me. And sometimes it's the whole team. The problem with that is there's too many times where I've done that, and in the same game people say I made no space for them, and I don't call them out, but I'm like, again, when I kind of let that live, like, see, that shows me the community doesn't know kind of what space space, like the word cover, the meaning for space can be nebulous. One thing, again, one of my other tics that made me start teaching this game was I told somebody to use cover, and in that they ended up cutting themselves off of my line of sight as I was healer. And they got frustrated when I tried to correct them on it. And, they said I'm an awful teacher, and they just stormed off, that, like, what can I say, kind of, maybe one day they'll come back and understand, but who knows. But to where I realize that I got to be careful when I tell people to use cover. Like, basically, there's times you may notice that where I am specific, and times I'm not. And it's actually on purpose. The only times I'm specific is because I know they need to do this or else. The times I'm not, if I say just use cover, I'm not worried about line of sight, because, yeah, no offense, they're dying anyway. This is at least going to give them a chance to get a breather, maybe realize, hey, I'm alive, and they might find a health pack, or support might finally heal them, or it might just give them enough hope to work with me that we get to the point. And honestly, unless I'm really rolling somebody, once I make it to the point, again, people don't realize this. It's why I have to stay. I end up staying on D. When I go Iron Fist, I always intend to go back to support. I only stay longer because when that happens, it kind of depends on how people play, based on what I do. If people stick with it, I go through my plan. Basically, anytime I go Iron Fist, anytime I switch, I'm switching to try to help the team get the point, because I'm switching to help make up with what they're struggling with, and it either works or it doesn't. And if it does, I go back. I'm not going to only be an asshole, or sometimes my support be like, I got this, or they don't complain. It kind of depends on what's happening. If, like, okay, it's a thing where because I know if I switch back, the reason why I had to think about it, I know if I switch back, that we're going to be back where we were, and people are just going to give up. And that's usually by second point, by halfway to second point or second point, that we'll be having good matches, and then people just leave. Like people kind of say, "Fuck it," they just give up, and and that's where I realized with the morale thing that whenever I'm fighting these playing these matches, I'm also fighting like an invisible time clock. There's the morale of what I say, but there's the morale of people expect the win to happen within a certain amount of time. They expect the point to be a certain place at a certain amount of time, whether they're going by their kill count or something else. To where that's where I had to make a rule for myself that I don't just carry anymore. When I say carry like with a like grain of salt, I never believe in carrying. It's more the fact that I don't do whatever it takes to give them the win, only because I end up being exhausted and literally mentally tired by the end of the day, which is fine, but only to by the end of the day, 4 people out of the 200 I played with got what I was putting down. And it's a thing where that might be means to give up, but it's like, but the way I see it, no, that just shows me just how, like, for how the amount of times people get tilted. Again, it's not at me. Literally, I literally go like this. Hey guys, just try to use a little more cover, okay? I'm like that, right? Same, that level of energy. That level of energy somehow regularly causes people to flip the hell out. And it's a thing where, again, I've tried. By the way, your group, if you're trying to start the match, you're team lead. I'm not trying to rush you, but but and I got it. I only say that because, again, I think I have a feeling this is actually, yeah, we're gonna be pretty good friends. To where I'm only saying that because I know some. It's a thing where and not to shout if you feel heard or seen, but I had people be like, "Oh, you're fine," and I continue, but then literally 5 minutes later they're like pissed at me, like, "Dude, we need to go," and I'm like, "Okay," and it's the thing where I'm not.
Just really sensitive.
Yeah, well, and I recognize it as that, but that's where I'm like, remember, that's why while words are nice, again, like I said, they can be used in different ways. To where that's why I try to be very clear. I go out of my way to use visual words because I'm just trying to minimize, and this is, well, it was started by my what I went through in foster care, but it's the thing where it's, well, in, like, I've had a lot of hindsight. I think I'm 30 now. Spent like the last, since 19 on my own, but like it was the thing where in the beginning years, there's that initial forgiveness that you kind of, it wasn't denial. It was more like, like right now, where I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Yes, I was put through some very crazy stuff that, despite how my tone sounds, I'm just saying, like, context, not to like say, oh, I'm tough, but I literally know the tone I use would seem uncultured if I explain the things that happen, and but it's the thing where, like, I did have a very abusive foster father, but the only reason why it wasn't so abusive, and in hindsight, was I realized, because, like, I talked about it, but I remember when I was like, and I know it was around my 66th birthday. By that point, I had tried to initiate to my foster mother how he was. Well, she was offended, was like, "Oh, he would never," and the way she addressed it to him, of course, made him angry. He was like, more like, "You won't believe what he said." It wasn't like, first he said it kind of, "Oh, I'll talk to him," and okay, I had hope there, but it's like mom dropped the ball, literally. Foster mom, like literally when I think about it, she dropped the ball to explain it, to where if I to put it nice, she dropped the ball to where, but she went like, and that's putting it nicely, to where her tone was, "He said you choked him today," and I'm like, what? Like, I've never, even then, I didn't have a concept of, I had like a energy, like my body wanted to do emotion. Now, hindsight, I don't know when face palming was invented, but I think if I knew of it, I would have facepalmed myself as a child. Literally, that's literally what. That's literally like. I don't mean to laugh at myself, but again, I think it is good. I can laugh at it, but like, it was literally the most or the most like. Well, how did you think this was gonna go? Telling him like that, like, and first of all, again, I also as a kid I even said it like, hey, I don't think he means to do this, but sometimes when he gets angry, he puts his hand around my throat or he puts me around. And then that was kind of how I delivered it. And she completely changed my tone context by how she worded it. Like, even if she like was saying, like, she didn't say it like in like my defense, more like, oh, can you believe he said this? Blah, 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 blah. And so he looked at me, said, this is true. And I'm like, I'm like, what the hell did they say to this? Like, I again, first of all, I'm also like, again, I wasn't like, again, it was supposed to be a discussion. Like, again, it went, and I never, unfortunately, the more I talk about it, the more I like, and I'm not, it doesn't necessarily mean more like, the more, like, even that right there was a lot more, you know, every time I talk about it, I think about more details. I never thought about that detail just now. But I did think about the fact that, yeah, you know, I always remember that, you know, when that happened, I was sent to my room, and then he came back, kind of slammed the door open, you know, and but basically it was a thing where from even then, I had known that his tells, when there's that tongue in his cheek look, when that tongue goes in the cheek, there, you know, I knew his tells when he was about to be angry and physical, to where I was able to, again, I was never. Even as a kid, I knew, like, okay, if I say certain things, it's considered, like, I knew the concept of being a smart aleck, so I knew that, again, I have to be careful how I speak, not because I am a smart ass, but because I know, like, and I kind of learned through living that, like, you know, okay, I see how they took it, even though it wasn't, I see how it can be seen that way, to where I had to always kind of, like, think about how the adults around me were thinking, to, again, try to not be the bad kid they wanted me to appear as. What I knew I wasn't. That was the thing, though. You know, they never hesitated to talk about how dependable I was, but behind, you know, in hindsight, behind closed doors, they always talk about, they would let me do this or that if only they could trust me. You know what I mean? So, at that, you know, from a very early age, I've been used to having to, I guess, I talked to someone before, and they had like a term for it. They said a term for it in psychology, or where I have a big ability to kind of, is it called trigger something trigger. It's a term for basically where I kind of have this like a natural want and ability. Well, it comes from a want, not an ability. It's not like some skill. It's more like it's my natural deep urge to not upset things. So, and because of that, I pick up on when things are upset easily, to where, yeah, basically how that played out was, I knew he was upset. Even then, but when that happened, my first instinct was I wanted to run to my room, but I knew if I ran, that would make him angry. So I kind of, you know, sat there, kind of took it normally, like, you know, kind of just played it off. Got sent to my room. Go to your room, you know. Okay, bet. That was my clear. Now he of course followed me back there. You know, I closed the door, kind of, in hindsight, kind of for security. He, you know, why are you opening? Why you, you know, why are you closing the door? You know, I don't answer because, again, even if I say because I'm scared, that's gonna, you know, make him angry. You know, so this things were like I had but what made me even more confusing was what I think he picked up on it in a negative way. Once he stepped towards me. And like I think I felt it, so I stepped back so he missed. And rather than being like, oh, I was about to hit the child, he like, what? He didn't say it, but he clearly got offended. Not that he missed, but he didn't see it as me being defensive. He took it as me being stubborn. Like, he's like, what? Get over here. And he yanked me over and like he shoved me in the closet. And I'm like, you know, like, what's your problem? He's like, he's trying to be a quote unquote parent. What's your problem, dude? What's your problem? No, shove me and shove me. But again, every shove, I'm like able to like back. Again, I say shove. It was a shove. Again, it's obviously it was an attempt to be a shove, but he never. technically, you know, he never actually shoved me because I was always able to, you know, at the last minute, I was always able to. And I'm sure there's probably a martial art technique. Well, I know it is, but I don't know the natural name for it. But basically, you know, where if you know, when someone, if you step backwards just so slightly, it can reduce the, you know, force of impact for a lot of things. I think that's what my brain was naturally having me do, basically. But again, anyway, I don't mean to go, but that's the sort of like.
I mean, that's not very nice.
Well, no, it's a long story. And not gonna try, but like the reason why, like literally the reason why I'm like, it's not like it was not always my goal to be some guy teaching tips on the games, but the reason why I do it is because I think we're like, well, yes, what he did is not what they did to me ultimately. And even in more hindsight, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that some of the stuff they did was probably pre-planned. Like I think about it in hindsight that, you know what, they didn't mean to hurt me. But in hindsight, when I realized how things played out in full, I realized a lot of it was probably more pre-planned than intended. If anything, it was the way that I basically played myself as dumb. Not really, because they knew I was smart, but like, it was a thing where I think if they knew how much I was aware, I don't think they would have been any nicer. I think if anything, they would have got rid of me, which is fine. I'm just saying, like to kind of give you I don't. If you want to talk about it, it's fine, and it's more about just like more like, again, thinking more about like philosophy, more like, I like talking about it more, like, to speak what I've been through, like as an example, and then like so to give more of a profile to see what where I'm looking for. And again, it's not like, oh, I'm better. It's more like I've seen some weird, you know, like, so technically, so graduated high school, went straight into college, was going to and did, but by my second year, it got cut short because, and to kind of cut. I'm not embarrassed. I'm really not embarrassed. It's more like I just don't want to tell a long story. And I feel again, I was at first embarrassed in the beginning because I didn't want the people to know. The reason why I never talked about it was because I didn't want the world to hate them for what they did. That's literally was my mindset. I didn't want, even though I knew what, like, even what they did wasn't right, but it felt like it'd be cruel or petty or wrong. Like, I didn't, even though I wanted to talk about it, I felt like, well, that's wrong of me because that means I'm volunteering people to be looked at in it. You know, I don't want them. The reason why the family doesn't know is because I didn't want the family. I didn't want to cause a problem within the family. You know, I don't want people picking sides. You know what I mean? That basically in college, it was a. Technically, I was supposed to go to U of I Champaign. Like it was an alumni. This is an Illini family. You feel me? They always talk about it since I first got there. Well, when I got accepted, which was to their, like, I'm not sure where to start because it's more like I'm trying to think. There's all these. I'm trying to think where to like take off. Like, so college wise, like the things that I kind of forgave is, so I was sitting at the table per usual doing my homework or studying. And it's weird because usually I don't kind of, you know, as a kid, you don't really think about your parents opening the mail. Well, for some reason, I distinctly remember my ears hearing the sound of paper tearing. And for some reason, I looked up. And for some reason, which is weird, because he don't usually say this, he went, oh. My foster mom went, oh. And I'm like, and even my gut literally said, like, it's like in a movie, like, what it's like in a movie when a character is trying to prompt someone to ask a question. That's it. It's not what he was doing, but basically with how it happened, I'm like, I had it. What is it? Well, you got accepted. What? Into where? You got accepted in U of I. Whatever. You know, I don't know if it's full name or not, but you got accepted in U of I Champaign. I don't know if he said. I can't remember how it was written. But okay, I don't. You know what? And even now, which is fine, because I should have known that already. Cause I think I said it last time I talked about this. To this day, I have never seen that letter. When I think about it. Because keep in mind, C opened it. I didn't open it. Now, keep in mind, typical kid, you're going to college, You're a parent. You're trying to make it seem like you love the child. You got clearly a letter. I mean, I don't know what an average, college letter looks like on the. I mean, I had several. I had other offers because I basically did. Basically, it was kind of like, hey, apply for others in case they don't accept you, and I did. But they all responded. But so I saw those. I saw BSU and some other ones. Which is golden, cool. But again, the golden one that I wanted was that one. Which was, it took me a long time after things happened that I never realized that, wait a minute. I mean, I guess, and when I thought about it at the time, I thought, that's petty. But the petty thought I had was, why did she open my college letter? Second, why did she never hand it to me? And which is fine, again. But you know what? But you know why I probably didn't think about that? When she said it, she was like, oh, so you guys said, I'm like, that's, I said, again, me thinking to myself more about not being a smartass, so I worded like this. That's good, right? That's literally my tone. I'm like, she's like, well, do you really want to go? And again, me trying to not sound like a smartass, but really trying to figure out what's like I'm like, again, I'm like, even I think I don't even know what I said at that point. I think I said like, I kind of let her lead. I'm like, I basically went to cut the chase. Like, so what I'm supposed to do? I'm confused. Well, so I'm like, so what? You don't want me to go? She's like, well, no, but if you go there, how can how can my foster father and I keep an eye on you? Because again, I was always on a short lease, and not in a good way. I thought it always was protection. But they
interrupt.
Yeah, I'm
but,
sorry.
Like, did they ever abuse you? Like, I'm not to interrupt.
I mean, in hindsight, I think they did. Like a lot. So I had an inhaler at some point, and at one point when I was a kid, my foster mother lady asked me, "Do you use this thing?" And I'm a kid, and I wasn't allowed to play sports, even though I wanted to. I love soccer. Like when I went there, I was on a soccer team. And they were waiting for me to come back. I had my jersey, but they never let me play soccer until like 7th grade, and it was like as a reward for doing good on yard work. It basically, if it wasn't homework, it was yard work. Some people say, now I thought they were being dramatic. Yes, I am dark skinned. I won't say African. I'm not from Africa, but like I am, and I'm not saying that in a way. I'm not African. It's more like I am black, African, however you want to word it.
If it's not too personal, what is your race?
Yeah, I'm African, black. I mean, technically, if you want to say like medically, my grandmother, she was from what I heard, she was a native. She was 100% like an Indian. Don't know what type, because they kept that information from me and still haven't answered it. But technically, if you look at me, I'm black. But like as far as like genetics or whatever, I got like, I guess technically I'm 25% native. I never like applied like under the native laws or Indian laws. Not kind of, but because I didn't learn until later. Like, and again, even now, I think they told me that probably because they were legally told. They did a lot of shit. I don't mean to cuss, but they did a lot of like they abused me in many ways, including my abuse of my knowledge. My thing is they took advantage. So, like in this situation here, in front of college,
like emotional abuse.
It was I don't know what to call it. So, let me get to the crescendo, and then I'll kind of back up. The reason why I'm not currently in college is because, and like, to kind of give it a synopsis, my first year of college, it felt early, but when I think about it, it probably was towards the end of the year. They made an announcement, because basically I ended up going to UIS, which was more local at the time, and by my, I don't know, I never kept track of time. I was just doing work, but I just
If you don't mind me asking, what state are you from?
Illinois. Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm
from Washington.
Washington? Okay, nice to meet you. My first year of college, at some point in the year, they made the announcement. I don't care. You know my name. Congratulations to Malik Yamini for the highest GPA on the campus, of a 4.64 GPA. Now I'm just taking note of that, because I'm making that more of a note. And it's more because, again, I'll always tell you what happened. I went home with that. Again, at that point, from that point forward, I realized, or I kind of said that, okay, I gotta prove to these people that I can do things. When I took that information home to them, I don't even remember what they said, if anything. They kind of said, "Oh, good job," which is fine. I mean, well, I didn't want to pat them back. It was more, I wasn't doing it for. It was more like, at this point, they were kept saying, you know, I needed to prove to them that I could do, like when I was 14, not even 16 yet, the custodian at my school, I would have done for free. He came to me one day. He said, he's like, "Hey, he kind of introduced, hey, I don't want to start. You start. Listen, I just noticed. I've been watching, not in a weird way. He said, I've been observing you, and I noticed how you. He apparently, again, what I do. It's weird because I didn't think people were watching, which is fine. He noticed how often I would pick stuff off the ground. You know, he noticed I would take care of the school. You know, I would just, you know, clean up other people's messes. You know, I would do stuff. He said, listen, I have some surgery coming up that I need to do, and I need someone to watch my son for me. Now I was gonna call, like, of course, he cut me off. Now I'm gonna pay you, and you know, he kind of like insisted, like, in case I thought I wasn't, like, no, I'm gonna pay you. I even said no. He's like, no, I'm gonna pay you. It's gonna be like 100 a night. I know it's not much, but I just need someone to watch my son for me. And I would have done it anyway. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yes, I want to, but let me talk to my foster parents, because I knew I needed to. Can never do anything without permission. So I let him know. C was like, first thing he said was like, well, I don't know, Malik, that's not a lot of money. And I'm like, I even said, well, I don't really care about the money. It's like, well, plus you got homework and things to do. I'm like, I didn't. It was towards the end of the school year. Like, it was like around like the final, like, and I had already done my finals. In fact, technically, I was in a situation where my grades were so good, I didn't have to do finals, and I didn't have to do finals if I didn't want to. There was a rule at school where if you had grades were good enough, you don't have to do the finals. To where, and I wasn't, but I did them anyway.
I don't mean to be rude, but are your foster parents white?
Yes, but see, and people say that, and like I'm not offended when you say that. I just never wanted that. I mean, yeah, and again, this may be me being. I'm not in denial. I think it's more like benefit of doubt.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might have been, but well, here's the thing. The reason why I wouldn't is because, you know, when it came up, or they were always, they would never. You know, what I mean, they, you know, it's a thing where, even from what I see from the outside, from how to treat others, they're not. And I've never seen them hang out with black people. So that being said, I don't know. Actually, I could see that. Here's the thing. I would never say they're not. Honestly, in hindsight, and even then, I could never say they weren't. I just never thought they were because, hit and miss. I'm going to end that because I realized. So, I had contact because, again, as I was with them for 16 years. You know what I mean? My thing is, I went when I was, 6 and left when I was technically, well, it was like 5 and 6 when I got there, and then about, by the time I was 19, but technically my last year there was when I was 18. It's hard to really, I mean, it was more 12 years, so yeah, 12 years with them, more like, well, no, it was more than that. I think it was like, that's why I'm confused, because 2002, 12 years. I guess, I think why that sounds weird is because that probably is right, though. 12 years I'm not like it sounds short, it's like, compared to my school year, but I think because of how foster care happened, that kind of threw my whole grading system off. I didn't graduate late or early or anything, but 12 grades in 12 years, I guess that makes sense, because that's what I'm like 3 years, yeah, I guess, I know it's not really one for one. The curriculum, the schedule is a little wonky with how my foster care system was. It just, again, I know it was 12 years ultimately mathematically, but that just sounds like a wrong number ultimately, but it's fine. But ultimately, when I was there, well, was it racism? I mean, here's the thing: was it racism, or was it just straight up just they didn't care about me? You know what I mean? That's what it's more like. Well, I don't know which is worse. I don't know which is worse, but and the reason I say not racism because they weren't like. Here's the thing: I was in the town I was in was definitely racist, And so that being said, being able comparing what I went through at school to again, in the hindsight, I want to tell people in hindsight when I talk about this, I graduated with people who I used to hate, who used to hate me. Like, wait, I graduated as friends with people who I used to hate, and I didn't really think about that, but basically, I learned to to cope, kind of just, again, basically, people kind of learned to realize that I wasn't all the shit they were saying. Basically, they kind of learned to accept me. But that's a weird thing too. The school was more home to me than anything. Again, this was a very racist school. That again, by the time I was about to graduate, the custodian came up to me, was offering me to pay me $100 a night to watch his son. You know what I mean? That's so. It's a good thing. And when I graduated, when I graduated, when they called my name, the entire I didn't realize how much. I don't know. I didn't know I helped that many, but I mean, I don't keep track. But while most people, like, you'd have some people standing, I would say 6th grade on down, maybe lower. I would say I know guaranteed 1st to 4th grade. I don't know, because I know 5th and 6th was mixed up. But when they called my name, to my shock and kind of emotional, I didn't expect to. When they called my name, the entire, I would say, middle school and lower grade stood up and clapped. Which, I mean, it made sense. I was always in bus, and I was always looking after people, but I didn't think I affected the number of people that stood up. And when I looked, I did recognize a lot of names, faces, but I just. Anyway, it's not about so there's good. I am glad I made a good impact. I am glad that it wasn't all a lie, essentially. And it's more. My weird conundrum that I got faced was, okay, first they said I can't go to U of I, kind of accepted that, but my second, after being told I had the highest GPA on the campus, and basically I graduated with like a 3.64. And okay, here's the thing too. Again, I'm keep running away from my main point, not main point, but so I have ADC. I've already said that, right? But I don't use that as a crutch. In fact, I just say that because I mean, I guess according to society, I have ADC, and I'm not saying it's a hoax. I'm just saying, like, I am labeled as someone with ADHD. That being said, because of that, I was required on my schedule to have something called a homeroom or resource, which was it was basically, for me, it was one of my class hours was I was supposed to go into the special ed room and it was literally just, quote unquote, for focus. Because I have ADHD, they knew it was hard for me to focus. So the first thing they tried to do for me, which is kind of weird that they made it on the news. Well, I'm glad they did, but I was one of those kids that was put in, when for my first few years in school, my desk was a cubicle in like a separate part of the classroom. And the reason why I can never say they were racist is because there was another black student in the school. But years later, the fateful day when I got tired of the racism, I was like, aren't you going to say anything? You know what she said to me? What? Me? Why would I? I was like shocked. I'm like, why wouldn't you? Well, I'm not black. Well, wait a minute. All right, that was my first time. That was like, I think I remember that was like 8th grade for me. That kind of sunk in for me, like 7th or 8th grade. I finally was like, I think I had I finally had my hormones or whatever as a growing young boy, that I was emotionally pissed off. I said, I let the other black person, again, because here's what happened. People would, like, whenever there was questions, a question in the classroom, they would always do a nose goes. And since my nose was already flat, I always had to go. I always had to be, I essentially, anytime they did a nose goes, I always lost. That was the environment I was raised in. And so, anyway, made it through all that shit. But what I didn't know, and I don't know how to measure this, and it's something, again, the past bad. I don't reflect in the past, but it's more just for information in case you have kids and have ADHD, and it's not really that. But what I didn't know, at least for my school, but it is to have it. Well, I guess it makes sense. Here's how it was. Because I was in the resource room, they only looked at that. So they graded me on a special ed scale. Because I was in Even though I had in fact, most of my stuff was what is it called? Not advanced, but it was advanced, but they had a different name for it, but was advanced. Like, not core. There was a word for it. Not core classes. Most of my, I did Trig. I did Trig 3. I did a lot of extra classes that technically should have been worth extra points, and they were, in their own merit. But because I guess what will explain to me after in hindsight, because I had a resource on my block at all, it automatically halved my letter grade. Meaning, whatever I graduated with should have technically been higher. It's not about that, but it's just because they always went out their way to try to act like I didn't know what I was doing or talking about. And I'm not here to say, oh, I'm smart. It's more like, again, I was being told, school was telling me one thing, and my foster parents were showing me another. And so, by my second year of college, I don't know what happened, because I was sick, basically, up until spring break of my second year of college. I don't know, I just couldn't walk. I was like, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just stress, but basically, I was loopy, nauseous, dizzy, couldn't walk. When I walked, if I walked too long, my nose would start bleeding. I couldn't function. And it didn't help that I blame, I'm like, even then when it happened, even now, I kind of feel like I feel like I didn't try hard enough to go to class. I don't know if that's true or not, but the way I see it, but I don't know, because I guess who knows what would happen? You know what I mean? It's a thing where, but here's in hindsight, good news. When I think about it, by the time that I actually got a letter, which was at the end of the second semester, keep in mind I hadn't done an ounce of work. My grade dropped to a C. In college, my grade, I hadn't done homework for a whole year. I wasn't in class at all, and my grades dropped to a C. In hindsight, because I was kind of freaking out when my grades dropping at all. But anyway, when that happened, basically when I got sick, I knew my grades were dropping and were bombing. And I knew how my foster parents don't give a fuck about me. So I was waiting for my health to return. And basically what happened was spring break came. I was still sick. So I was going to sleep out of my car and then continue, the rest of the school year. By that point I had found, I was recovered more or less. Or I guess was focused, who knows, determined enough that I think at that point I would have had the energy to, I would have been, I think, like, literally, well, I don't do stuff, if I see my mom's going to, if things had went normal, I would have been fine. Unfortunately, what happened, because I was embarrassed about my grades, what I did was I basically camped out in my car. I found a random parking lot and slept and was going to sleep there until spring break was over and go back to college, yada yada. None the wiser. Well, during that time, like literally the very next day, my foster father found me. When I think about it in hindsight, he probably tracked my phone when I think about it. I was like, how did he find me? I was like, but now that I think about it, he probably tracked my phone. Anyway, he said, and when he finally found me, he was like, when you have to have the window roll down. The very first thing he said to me after, again, granted, yes, I was gone, so, I'm like, maybe they're worried about me or whatever. Now, the first thing he rolled the window down, he goes, where's the car been at? Keep in mind, this is a car I bought. Let me explain that right away. This is a car I bought. And technically, I would have gotten it for free because it was from a great aunt of theirs who wanted to give it to me. But now that I realized that they wanted me to go through hoops, like, she told me, they don't know that she told me this, that when I was alone with her, that she said, and see, I think she was kind of being nice, like, oh, I would have loved to have just given you that car, but your parents said they wanted you to learn something about responsibilities, so they had me charged. She was not like being, it's more like, I think she was clearly trying to let me know without getting in their business that, hey, I wanted to give you the car for free, they made me charge you. Which is, I even told, but when that happened, like, it's fine, I'm glad. She was like, oh, but I didn't care, I didn't mind buying it. It was a great car. It was a Buick. It was a 95 Buick Park Avenue, beautiful condition. Basically had an engine rebuilt. It was like, they tried to get her to car cost me like $8,000, but see, ultimately I ended up paying like $4,500 for that car. Beautiful car. Anyway, so he pulled up, said where I've been at, and I said, I don't, with me. He's like, well, come home. You know, we got to talk about what happened, what's been happening. You know, we need to talk about you in college and your grades. And again, and basically, in order to be allowed to go to college, I had to agree to give them access to my account information, essentially. They said that, basically they worded it as for my best interest. Clearly, it was just a way to control me. In hindsight, but anyway, after all that, I explained to them why my grades dropped. They didn't believe me. Normally, okay, you may ask, well, if I was sick, why didn't I tell my foster parents? Okay, let's explain why that idea was long gone. When I was younger, one day I was coughing in the car, and my foster mother was like, she was like going like 60 down a gravel road, and then halted and was like, Malik, will you please stop that ridiculous coughing? I'm like, I'm not faking. You know what I mean? Out of nowhere, I'm not faking. It's like, oh Malik, if you keep coughing like that, you're gonna cough. But I'm like, I insist, I am not faking. So to my kind of relief, but because at that moment, she was like, fine, you know what? She literally did a Yui and then in a row, like, we're gonna go to the hospital right now to prove you wrong. And I felt hope because I know I'm sick, you know what I mean? I'm like, yes, this is going to be my chance for my foster parents to know I'm not full of shit. So we get there, go to the office, yada yada. The nurse comes in there, we wait. See, the whole time my foster mom's arms are crossed, right? And so the nurse finally comes in, so she goes, okay, so he has post-nasal drip, and so what it's doing, and she explained it all, right, you know what I mean? And so when the nurse walks out the room, my foster mom, she goes, you were probably just overreacting anyway. And so, again, I'm more mature than I should have been for my own age, but for me, I just recognized from that point that literally I'm like, I just kind of like, I knew then, at that point, I knew to myself that if I ever have a medical issue, it does no good. So you're never going to believe me or care. That just showed me that, okay, so fast forward when it's happening, people are asking me, why don't you tell your foster parents? I'm like, don't bother them. And they're like, what do you mean don't bother them? I'm like, you don't understand. Please. I literally had, even even the dean came into my bedroom to like check me and said, dude, you gotta talk to your parents. Like, and I think either, who knows, either they did or didn't. It wouldn't matter if they did or didn't. I don't care if that's who called them or not. But again, they didn't understand why, when I thought about it, like, I had, in college, the first year of college, they teach you about all the things to be careful about, like stress. So I had learned the word stress. So I'm like, in my head, I don't want them to tell my foster parents because I don't want to be more stressed. Like, that's literally what I'm thinking in my head. Like, that's kind of how I'm rationalizing it. But it's true, though. But I was probably overthinking, and all of that probably made my healing slower, which is why I was sick for so long, probably. But anyway, long story short, after this happened, so on this day, they're like, what happened? I said, I'm sick. They're like, what do you have? Mono? They want to assume I do every stupid thing under the world. They just assume the stupidest thing I do. I'm like, no, I don't have mono. Are you sure, Malik, you didn't have mono? I don't know what I had, but it wasn't that. I wasn't kissing nobody. I wasn't kissing anybody. I was studying like you wanted me. Fuck. I don't even cuss, but you know what I mean? It's like, they just, and here's the thing. So they're like, they take me to the doctor. I'm like, again, feeling kind of relief, but I'm also know like, how is this going to go wrong? So after they do tests, the tests come back. Well, so days later, like, well, the test came back. You didn't have mono, so I don't know what you had. So you must have been making it up. So on that day when they took that test, when they said we're taking it for tests, and they said tests, they only tested me specifically for mono. Meaning, and I'm like, that seems like some very selective research. And even then, I'm like, again, in hindsight, again, when I said that, I'm like, they're talking like they had a higher, like they're morally better. I'm like, and in my head, I'm like, I told you I don't have mono. Like, even if I did, why would I even asked, did you check for anything else? Well, no, Malik, we thought you had mono, and so we just checked for mono, and you don't have it, so we think you, and because of that, you think I'm lying? I didn't say that, but that's literally their level of logic. And again, we say, are they racist or not? I don't know. You let me know. Are they racist or are they just dumb? And I don't want to be an asshole, but I'm I'm being.
No, from what you're telling me, it sounds like both. Honestly.
Yeah, it's so long story short. So after all that happened, I got called to my. They said, well, conveniently, I had a psychiatrist, a Dr. Medina appointment coming up. Well, in that again, I tell the whole story, and so he tells me, okay, so I'm kind of not mocking him. I'm pacing out exactly how it went for me. So, it sounds like you're mentally depressed, and so I think going forward for your best interest, and he wrote it down first. So he gave me this paper. So this is kind of like I'm thinking about it, and I feel so stupid. It was literally just on a sticky note. Just he wrote, "You are to not attend college." But he said, "I am taking you," as he writes, "I am taking you out of college, and you're not allowed to return until your foster parents think you're ready." Now, in my head, I'm a very, even now, you see me, I'm a very, even when I want to be dramatic, I'm a very calm person. So, usually my thoughts are kind of, low-key reasonable. So you can see why, even in hindsight, even though I know it's a serious moment, I recognize, I always have like three consciousness. I recognize what in my head I said that this is a prison sentence, and like in me saying that, I hear myself like, dude, I know I acknowledge to myself how dramatic I was allowing my words to be, but I kind of checked myself. No, I remember checking myself. No, this is a prison sentence, because I know for a fact they are never going to let me out. Like, so basically, I kind of I didn't know what to do. I kind of like panicked, and I kind of like trying to like, okay, I don't want to. Even again, lucky I'm still my wits. If I act panicked, or if I say anything quote unquote rash, I know they're only going to use it against me. So I had to play my words carefully. So I kind of more or less like, okay, I understand, I appreciate it. I know my foster parents want what's best for me. I'm kind of hoping that, and thinking when we get home we're going to discuss it. So when we get home, now here's the thing. I know I was scared enough to where it wasn't right away, but I don't think it was the next day, because it's the thing where it either was that night or the next night at 9 p.m. I finally kind of got the courage to go home. Cause at this point, and college was in the city, the place I was from was in the country, miles away from any civilization, to where basically I knew it. I knew if it was likely to be a one-way. If I went home that night, my gut, I didn't know why, but my gut was telling me if I go home, it's going to be a one-way trip. If there's I'm not going to see. I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I don't know. So it was either that night, but anyway, and maybe this is a good or bad thing. I don't know if you believe in God or not. It's not about, but it's like a thing where, life or things is happening where I think it's a good thing how it happened, but that, basically, I finally went home and said, okay, hey guys, I'm pretty sure it was the same night, because basically I went home finally and like kind of walked in, and like it was kind of late, so I was tired, but I was like thinking, so I just kind of, not to play it off normal, because I have no reason not to think it's not going to be normal outside of me not being in college, but I was like, all right guys, listen, I don't know what I want to do, but let me just sleep or think overnight, and then we can talk in the morning. And so my foster mom goes, well, I don't know what you're going to do, Malik, but it's not going to be here. And I'm like, kind of double, like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I don't know what you're going to do, but you're not sleeping here. And again, let me explain, pause. And well, let me explain how, because even now I just realized how it was my blunder, but it's fine. I think I made a better choice anyway by being ignorant to this. But basically, they were like, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, in other words, this said I'm no longer allowed to be there. And let me what I just now realize is, now wait a minute. Okay, here I didn't think it took me the last 10 years, 12 years since then to think. Well, wait, no, yeah, I'm 30, so it took me the last 8 years to think about this. I mean, it's the thing where it actually, that's why, again, that's to my chat. That's why I've been so busy lately. I've been getting things ready for this. I didn't want to. I'm not a sewer. No, if I understand it. It's a thing where I never wanted to feel like I'm using someone else's common mistake to like just that. I didn't want. And Ms. I'm gonna lost you. I didn't want to feel like. I've never wanted to be like, you know what? Even though they did me wrong, I didn't want to feel like I was intentionally. I didn't want to. I don't know. I try how to word it. I never wanted, again, the same way I never want to accuse him. I wasn't hurt enough to go out my way to, you know, take all their finances. Not that I would have to, but the reason why I never wanted to sue them was because I didn't want people to come after them because I didn't want them to have their life ruined. You know, that's kind of how it started. But in hindsight, when I think about that, again, I was just taken out of college, which sucks in its own route, right? But and I'm not allowed to return until they think I'm ready. And not again. Even was that. Let's say it was the next night. Like let's say they somehow didn't shirk their duty the very first night. They immediately kicked me out, which I am actually going to take it. When I thought about that a few weeks, it was like literally like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I thought about that when I was thinking about it over again. That's what literally made me stab. Like, wait, no. I need to actually think about that. Like all this time where I've been trying to say they actually love me and they kind of give me these passes. When I think about that, like again, how do you forget? Like again, even if you're petty, and I have again, you say if you talk, I've tried to talk to them since then, and when they do reach out, I always wondered why it was so random. I realize now that basically it's a thing where they think I'm too stupid to know, which you know, but it's a thing where they're playing it. They've basically been doing what they have to appear like they care, because whether they know I know or not, last thing they want is for me to realize the legality of what they did. That some of the stuff they did, even though it happened years ago, is like technically is still grounds for massive fines. Like let's say I don't want to sue them, just the fines alone.
Okay, so it's not past the statute of limitation.
Well, even it was because it happened years ago because of what it was. So even the way it works is when a victim, it's like, you know, if you're a victim of like assault, when you discover the moment you realize you were a victim, it kind of brings it all to light. It don't matter if it's 3 years ago or 30 years ago, and it's more like yeah. It's not like it literally took me until, again, this happened years ago. It took me until recently to really realize that. Okay, again, it'd be one thing if I went straight out the gate to try to sue them, and even if I knew I had a right. But it's the thing where I've literally spent the last several years trying to kind of be at peace with what they did, like not blame them, and still make do with what they left me to deal with. But in hindsight, in seeing how they acted,
Did they give you any money?
No, when this first happened, like a 2 months in there, I needed some money, and so what happened was they messed me up like randomly, like, hey, they find ways to give me money, but here's how to do it. So when I was there, again, I didn't have an allowance, even though I had a yard. You know, it's a thing where it was always talked about saving money, getting that, and I'm a kid that I don't want to cost my foster parents extra money, so of course I'm gonna listen. It's so I don't know when, but I think probably about 14 and 16, I guess at a certain point, I guess probably when I was of age to be able to do it myself, suddenly there was a caseworker coming to my house every so often saying, hey, your assets are frozen. Now they're telling me this, but like kind of my foster parents always kind of oversaw that, and so basically every so often they would freeze my account, and basically I wasn't allowed to receive more money. Well, and you know what, this might have been a lie, but I was told at this point that my account at certain points would freeze and I couldn't receive more money in my Social Security. I didn't know what was supposed to be at the time. Now it was Social Security. They were saying that my account was frozen and I wouldn't receive more funds until some of it was spent. Basically, basically I was told that in order to get funds, I have to be using it. And so they were saying, now to make it more realistic, they're like, but you can't use on anything. You got to use on stuff that's educational, for emergencies, yada yada. So the things they bought a full range weight equipment, a weight set, a elliptical, a Rhino 500 RTV. They started purchasing things off of me. That was, you know, well, we needed the ATV because they were bad snowstorms. So what if we ever need an emergency vehicle? It'd be a good idea. So I'm like, me being the good kid. I'm like, yeah, of course, go ahead. Why not? And so after that, my foster father was like, hey, so we were thinking about that weight equipment in the basement. Yeah. They gave me, and on that day they were like, how much you think you know we should give you for that? And I know they were, and here's the thing, they were playing on my empathy, and that's like, because they like, I don't know, because here's the thing, if they were really caring, because here's how much they gave me, which was a lot, but it was nowhere near what, like, the free range equipment itself was like $3,000. But, and again, I just, in hindsight, I'm like remembering how much it did, and I never cared because, you know, I loved them, you know what I mean, where I didn't care about them using it. But when you say, would they give me money, they said, hey, how would this be enough? And they said, how about $1,200? Now at the time, I needed a lot of money. I was with how that happened, I ended up being homeless, basically. Basically, after that night they kicked me out, I'm like, basically what they said on that night, they were like, well, I don't know what we're gonna do, but not here. They said, I don't know. So, they spent. I was home at like 7 p.m. They spent until like, well, I think it wasn't until 4 a.m. the next day that someone they claimed came from Champaign came down to get me to take me to this temporary home. Actually, no, I remember now. Okay. It was so bad that someone was supposedly coming from Champaign, and I guess something happened where at around 4 a.m. Randy said, hey, we gotta go, and so he took me off to some other random ass farm, literally mile. It was like an hour and a half. Here was the thing, and he even said, oh, we're gonna take you somewhere else, and like the place he took me was an hour and a half away, and the place I ended up going to temporarily until that lady was trying to was when I was. They took me somewhere else, and then from there, someone from Champaign came and got me, and then moved me into, I guess, a more system-based home. But that lady started trying to charge me money for staying there, knowing I had no money. It was a thing where it started off nice, we're there for 3 months, and then she was like, hey, by the way, don't forget, when you move out here, you owe, so right at that point, I owed like $400. I'm like, and just keep track of things you use, because you know this ain't. See, she tried to play my emotions, like, this stuff ain't cheap. It's hard to take care of all these kids. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. And here's the fuck up thing. I already, and people will never know, especially the people who I do ever pay back if I do that did this to me. But I'm the type of person that if you do something for me, I'm already, it's already in my repertoire that, okay, boy, when I make it out, it was part of me wants to not say my name, so I don't care for it, but I want you to know I remembered what you did, so I'm gonna send you that money with my name on it. You know what I mean? I'm not. You don't have to tell me to. It's the thing where, it just makes sense. If you clearly help me out of a bad situation, and I have a heart, and and I know people struggle, why wouldn't I know how to use common sense, basically. It would seem like common sense to. You know what? Some years later from now, if I remember this lady's name or this family and I got money, I'm gonna send them it. You know what I mean? That's how it already was. That's so when she said it kind of insulted it, but I just reassured her, like, don't worry, I already was gonna pay you. And she's like, oh, good. Well, I think that unfortunately only caused her to get a little more eggy, because again, suddenly she's like, well, I can't remember what else she was charging me for. By the time I left, it was like 2 months after that, and by then she was like, so you owe $600 in cash. And she was trying to act like she knocked other stuff off. I wanted more, but I'll just settle with $600. And I'm like, I don't have anything right now. And this was at the point where apparently, it was being displayed that at that time when she was saying this, apparently I was only allowed to stay at that location for a short amount of time for whatever sort of rules. And because she was like, hey, you're coming up, you gotta leave soon. But don't forget, you owe me money. So again, they could have been lying to me. For all I know, they are probably just trying to they probably didn't have to keep me. They probably just wanted to. Who knows? And when I think about it, it's a thing where that town did like me. That town was at. I think I'm noticing a trend in my life that people who try to use me, like my boss. I was working for a guy for like the last several years. I had several jobs over the last several years. And for one of my highest paying jobs, I detailed buildings, like deep clean, like sealing the floor, not just like windows, like literally sealing the floor. Like literally, here's the thing. It's a thing where they advertise it, but when I see how this man actually works his company, he doesn't do it. But when I hear we clean sealing the floor, guess what? I'm on literally a 12-foot ladder, cleaning your ceiling, scrubbing your walls down to the floor. That's the sort of work I do. And I don't let myself skip anything. And again, people love that. But I've been a trend that where people tend to remove. I noticed that it's been a learning thing being most of my own, where what people, I guess, realizing that you can be seen as a threat being good at something in life, and people are doing things to remove you or limit your abilities to do stuff. I'm not saying that's what my foster parents did, but with what Lori did, I think she was doing that where she knew. I think it's the thing where people either know I'm going to be successful, so they find ways to tax me, essentially like that, or people, they just don't give a fuck, and so they like my boss. So my thing is, basically, only reason why it was coming for so long after realizing how bad he was because, and it was the truth where again, with this, and this is how all my jobs are, that I do a lot of work. I'm saying to put it in more of a scale, there was an assembly line job I worked at Bunomatic, and they were like 3 years backlogged. My first week there, they moved me down to their main section, and while doing that, they were having me, they were clearly effing with me, but basically they not even like my 7th day there, it was like my 3rd day there, they had, hey, come here, and I followed him, and they had and he didn't explain shit till he was there. So long story short, apparently total was like 3,000, but my first day they said we had a recall on some units about a bad grounding wire, and I was instructed to reopen the packages as they were, check there's a screw in there that was the grounding wire. And I believe they made a mistake, but it's also a thing where I'm sure they had a better procedure for this. But what I was tasked with doing was, I was given a screwdriver and told, and these are like, industrial boxes zip tied with industrial zip ties, and they're told, well, so these things are, because the machines to re-zip tie them. And he was literally holding one of them, like, well, we only got one of these, so we can't, we need this for the shipping area, so you need to be able to repackage. You need to take these apart, but you need to be able to repackage them the exact way they are. Like he made it sound so normal that I didn't realize until hindsight that, wait, this is some bullshit. And I did it, but like in hindsight, I realized what he was doing was abusive. First of all, it was putting me in danger. Yes, I was being told to test machines that had a bad grounding wire. They did have a bad grounding wire, but it was the way I was supposed to do it was, I'm like, basically what he said. He was like tapping about, okay, so this thing, it's got a bad grounding wire, yada. So I asked him the most obvious question: how do I open it? He looked. I don't think he expected me to ask that question. I think he was going to just walk away. So he went and got this random ass screwdriver, and he managed to work off one of the zip ties. It took, this man, like, at the time, this man was been working for buff as hell, feel me? It's taking him all of his strength to get the one zip tie off, but he's trying to make it, when he does it, and then you're like, okay, so just do that and put it back, and with, what fucked me up, but I got over it. While it was hard to get that thing off, do you want to know how hard it was, how bloody it was to get those things back on, those zip ties? Because the way to do it is, with the industrial ones, is they use a machine to shrink, to do it beyond the actual edges. It was an endeavor. Again, he came back, it was like close to lunchtime. He came back and he goes, "What? You're done? I swore that was going to at least take you till Thursday." He said that, and he slipped up. I act like I don't notice stuff, but I did notice that, but I didn't let it bother me. I'm like, I took note, like, wait, you were expecting it to take me longer? And you know what he did? He's like, all right, good. Well, I guess, we have some other units that need it done. And then for that whole week straight, on top of my regular assembly work, I was having to just be back in this random warehouse in a whole different section. Like, it was like a 10-minute walk in a whole different section by myself. I'm being told to take these boxes apart and put them back together without the machine, the tools clearly used to make it be done properly and quickly. Again, anyway, it's gone. And then from there, after that happened, then somehow I got sent down to Ultra, where I was. This is a Bunamatic. I don't care. I'll dox him. But I was basically, what happened was, no, they just asked one day, hey, we need you over here. The same guy. He walked me down this land, and didn't say shit. And literally, this is where I was forever. I even asked, hey, am I supposed to go back? He's like, did he come and get you? I'm like, no. It's like, well, I guess this is where you're here at. I guess this is where you're here now. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But a whole new area. Wasn't taught shit about it. And he put me at the sub assembly. So I was in charge of building motors. Well, he had someone there like, hey, she'll show you how to do it. And she didn't know who I was. She was like, oh, you're literally like, clearly like, I think in hindsight, these people were looking for things to get me to fail, and I wasn't failing for them. So by this point, what happened was, well, again, and to kind of
sounding like a lot of abuse, bro. Are you sure you don't have like enough evidence for a lawsuit? Like, this is sounding like some abusive shit. With this now work is gonna be this is gonna be different because it's like I'll explain well maybe help me figure that out. It's a thing where, and like that gives me some like that. Listen to this. When I'm at this story here, while I've not, it's a thing where I haven't even, there's so many other things that I've been dealing with that this story I'm talking about right now, I haven't even begun to think about lawsuits. Like back when it happened, what happened, you'll see why. So on this job, let's put it this way, by the time I left, when I got there, their daily goal, like their max that they wanted, that they're happy about, was 35 machines. By the time that I was moved to where I was moved next, I don't want to say it was me, but tell me, every day the meeting was, we did 40. Oh, this is awesome. Every day there was excitement from the manager about the machine. By the time I left, but by the time I went down to a different section that they moved me again, the board, keep in mind, when I got there, let's look context clues. When I got there, this business was 3 years backlogged, and their maximum was 35 machines. By the time I was relieved of my section up there, here's what happened. They said on this day, so they no longer need your position filled on the assembly line, but a new opportunity opened down in welding. So let me explain. By the time I was told these words, the board, this is the number on the board is not the max, it's the minimum. It's what they want for minimum. They got bumped up to 65 machines a day. And it wasn't like these were numbers that we were making. Every day they were increasing the number of machines based on what was being, I guess clearly again, based on like, and we were doing it, so like based on what was happening, they were meeting. It wasn't like they were just giving me a bullshit number, we weren't reaching it. And they were starting having pizza parties. They were having pizza parties. I should have asked when last time they had one before I left. But what happened was, again, they hired me to build motors. By the time I left, I say 12, but I didn't, let's say, in a single day, because I wasn't allowed to stand still, but they don't want me to batch build, aka build more motors. So in a single day, I would make motors, make fans, program CBVs. I'll put it this way, I was in the front of the assembly line in the end. At some point, and here's what's fucked up. At some point, it became my responsibility, which is fine. But again, they're getting mad. At some point, they somehow I know the harder work, the more do. But the thing where
They say they let me go because I wasn't making that numbers. Now wait a minute. How is it how am I not making the again? This is different. This is a different section. When I moved down there, the guy said they clearly didn't want me on my team, but that had to come from. I'm sure they said they. I'm sure if I questioned it, they would have been like, "You're not making the numbers." But I was the man making the motors, and the man putting on the foots on the bottom of the coffee machine, and setting up. Because at normal day, there's a guy there who does that. I was the guy that would set up the boxes for him to put him in there if he was there. If he wasn't there, I had to do that. I would have time to help peel off the film from the chrome. I'm not trying to like sound showboaty. It's a thing where I was doing, and I'm not saying 12 is probably underselling it when I think about it. Okay, because here's the thing, it was so fast that I was making the drums for the machine. Basically, I was in prefab. I was part. A man who is leading who was the head, technically the last person you would expect to not be in that post. I'm having time to be at 12 other stations in a single day. Which again, it's more like it was thing when they moved me down there, I was kind of surprised, but like didn't think nothing of it. Now I had never welded in my life at this point. Never in my life. Even I don't know. Even in hindsight, it makes more sense now that someone said they probably wanted you to get hurt. That I had never. There was nowhere on my resume that I said I knew anything about welding, and they know that. And the whole time when I'm on the assembly line, I'm talking about how sensitive they are about their welders. So suddenly that I got thrown down there. Now again, when that happened, he was like, dude, I don't get it. Why are you I think it's the thing where sometimes these entities, they get so, I think I literally surprised them. Like, I think he kind of slipped up. If I would have been more aware, I should have noticed what he said. He said to me, wow, why are you down here? Those guys didn't, if you're down here, that means they didn't want you. And now, while that may have seemed nice, that should have shown me, like, I should have like picked up more on that. Which I think I did. I kind of picked up that. Okay, it picked up more like, okay, upstairs is kind of bad people. Downstairs are the real workers. That's kind of how it was laid out. Well, downstairs was just as worse with welding. So when the way they do welding down there is each let's say I gotta do 175 T machines. It's I think about more. There's the chassis. There's nut welds, cosmetic welds. There's full welds where you're actually putting things together. I can be in charge of actually bending and putting a piece of machine building the actual case for those T's. You'll have to like 250 to 400 of those. You scan that, you get anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours of work time. Even though everyone knows it takes at least guaranteed 3 hours, no less. And I say 3 hours, it's more like if you got a special like galvanized, they basically, the only time they change the price, the time, is if it's like a different material. And even that's what they do. And like, it's, again, this is how when people get away with evil shit, they get cocky. The way they set their hours that you scan is in quote unquote in the way, it's hand in hand with how they set how fast they expect you to get it done. Well, I know that sounds redundant. I'm saying what they would do is they have one guy, which was who would train me, Charles White. Granted, he is very fast. They would time him, and that's the time they set for your hours. Meaning, which is, again, I mean, how do your skin? I mean, okay, in a sense, like that's why I think that's why I didn't question it. It makes sense. You know what? I guess for a good company, you want to scan your best worker, but actually, no. When I think about it, that's actually bad. It's the same reason why when you're making a budget, you don't use, if you have a bonus, you don't plan your budget around your bonus because you don't always have that bonus. I mean, it's like, I used to have a better word for it. It's a thing where, it's like setting yourself up to let me think about this. Well, it's a thing where, and now here, first of all, they're doing. When I'm talking about is accidental. What they did, I know, is on purpose. Normally, in a system where you want to function, the reason why you don't want to base your if you're trying to be fair, obviously, and have a realistic schedule, and you're not trying to set people up to look like they're failing, you're not going to time your best worker, because not everyone's going to work at that pace. Now, let me pause you there. It's not just, it goes deeper than that. It's not just that, because I was told, now, with that company, that whenever they move you, every time they move you, it resets your 90-day stat. So basically, it's one of those jobs where you have to work there at least 90 days before getting full time, and they're strict about that. This guy was so impressed with me that basically, because if I was part time, I wasn't qualified for overtime. That being said, this guy was so impressed that, dude, I'm gonna talk to the higher ups, and I'm gonna get you hired on like stat. This guy, I'm probably, if they kept track of my record, and who knows, I know for a fact I am the fastest person to ever be hired on full time for that company. It was 3 weeks. Again, he said 3 weeks, and he did in 3 weeks. That he said, hey man, good news. So next week you should be getting the blue. There's a certain badge, and the blue badge that indicates that I'm full hire. That means I get full pay, which is great. Yada yada yada. And so my thing is, what I kept running into down there was whenever I would go to get, again, this is like a $3 billion company. Whenever I would go back to get like hardware, like nuts, they'd be out. Now, how is that a thing? Again, this is a company that's 3 years backlog. You know your backlog. Now, here's what happened, and it's a thing where it's not just because of me. It was people like this always happens. It's not just because I'm fast. It's a thing where it's the fact that I'm fast, and probably because I'm fast, I'm probably making 3 trips to the nut machine to get more nut welds, more nuts for welding. But anyway, long story short, I recognized that was a problem, and again, after I got yelled at for for standing still when they saw we were out of stuff, I'm like, okay, so when did the truck come in? Long story short, within a week, basically, here's what happened. I started taking note of when the inventory would get low, and I had it so efficient in hindsight that basically, and I didn't even think about this. After this, the problem wasn't nuts. Suddenly, the problem was there were never any orders out. And finally, I didn't know until a forklift driver, Terry, who was a friend of mine, was like, "Well, we can't keep up. You guys keep finishing the orders before we can get more, because they have the a forklift crew, but it's for the whole assembly, to where they were so used to things being so slow everywhere that it wasn't part of the pacing. That basically we were so efficient downstairs that we were just standing by, fans blowing. It was a vibe down. That's what's so weird. Even Chris, the guy who the guy who let me go, was one of the guys vibing with me as we're just cranking out. Tell me if they let me go for not making the numbers, how come every time it's 30 minutes before time to go, they come to me, the new guy for welding, for the specialized orders? Hey, we got a specialized order of galvanized parts, 200 parts, and it has to be done. Otherwise, again, not me. Otherwise, they needed me to get it done so they wouldn't get in trouble, because XYZ, and I would get it done every time. It's why it kept happening. And so you can understand my confusion. Like, how am I not making again? But the way he delivered it was, Chris, one day he called me, "Hey, Malik, come to the office quick." I'm like, "Came in." He's like, "All right, man. So it's gonna say, listen," and it's how he started. He's like, "Listen, the computer doesn't lie, okay?" Or no. He said, "The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie." And I'm wondering why he's saying that. This is how he opened up. He said it twice. Listen, the numbers don't lie, man. Again, he's clearly prepared for the fact that if I was a more defiant person, I would have called bullshit. You know what I mean? But he said, "Listen, the numbers don't lie, but you're not." He said the computer. "The computer doesn't lie, man. It doesn't lie." He said it twice. And then I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You're not making the numbers, man. I'm sorry." I'm like, I kind of did call. I'm like, "What do you mean?" It's like, "Well, the numbers don't lie." I guess that's what he said. The numbers don't lie. Like, the numbers don't lie. you're not making the numbers. I'm like, what do you mean? The numbers, you're just not making them. And I'm like, how? I even said, how, Chris? And like, I'm literally like, it's like, I don't, he never gave me, he just said, I don't know, you're not making the numbers. That's what that was the response he held on to for dear life. Like, because he had nothing else. Even that I know was not true, because here's the thing. As I was going to say, so even if you're just doing a nut weld, the T machines, and get how I'm on my job. I haven't done this job in like 8 years. The T machines have 7 nut welds. They all have a vent. You've seen a vent on a coffee machine. That thing has 2 welds on it. There is usually 100 of those with 100 of those vents on an order for 2 welds. And a lot of those orders were clocked in at anywhere between 2.5 to 3.5 to 6 hours. I'm like, there's no way that's by accident. And you know what else is weird? Which is fine, but they play on this. Veterans have seniority. So what was happening is the people who were the fastest on the floor, or in this case, essentially the more experienced, got first pick. And they would pick these orders that clearly had these made up numbers for their orders, get their orders, leaving it for people like me to get the real working orders that have intentionally skewed numbers. Now again, when you say, so let me not like say that, you know what, I'm sure if I investigated that if I mean, I guess I don't know how, I know businesses have liberties to what to do. Again, if I don't know if the BBB would come down on that. Now that being said, I don't know if that's how they still run things right now exactly, because you know it's been a few years since I've been at that location, and since then one of my trainers actually, and I'm not saying it's a good way, I kind of feel bad, but I've said it a weird way, because again, this is a guy that, again, maybe not, I'll say not you. Let's say he's still like one of us. He's still like both of us. I'm gonna say, if I say you might see why I wanted to say. I don't want you to associate with this like directly, because it would seem insensitive. I know you wouldn't take it that way. This guy basically, he was like one of us, where we're just very, very chill, nice. In fact, whenever Charles was disrespectful to me, this guy was, you know, like call him out for it and send it. And it was more like this guy was like, I had pictures of my girl on my phone, and he would just make blatant sexual remarks about her, and that, like, not like calling her hot, like it literally like, man, well, if only I could fuck her, you know, shit like that, just shit like that, like just like, why are you even saying this? And clearly, and people, you know, it's just, you know, I'm like, shit that I'm not gonna get angry, because there's no point, because there's no way I win in that, and it's clearly what he wants anyway. It's a thing where, anyway, this guy shot up the place, not the full. Now, here's the thing. And I'm not saying that it's a thing where, I'm not saying it in a good way. Like, I hate that it happened. Like, here, I'm seeing it as, I would never, but like, I'm not saying like, look, hearing that man shot up the place is like hearing that I shot up the place. That's how I feel. Like, you know, it's like that level of patience. Like, I got more than that. I'm saying, because I wouldn't, but like, it's a thing where that guy was very nice. And when I heard basically what happened was, I heard there was a shooting. And then later on I heard about the name, and I'm like, I kind of like Mike. There's only a few Mikes I knew, and someone said, and there was 2 Mikes at the time. Both of them were homies, and the other homie who at that point wasn't working there, he let me know, you know, that was our Mike who did that, our Mike. And when I say our Mike, when I got there was 2 trainers, Charlie and Mike. They were the trainers in the area that I was in. Now he was going through stuff with his wife. On top of that, from what I was told, and even when I was there, I was told, I remember him talking about his doctors was thinking of taking him off of his pain meds, or off of his pain meds or antidepressants. I can't remember which one it was. But anyway, he was basically being forced to go off his meds, and basically hearing who got shot and who did the shooting, I literally already know what happened. I don't even, and I'm just saying, like, the guys who got shot were people who, again, yeah, they were just part of the crew who would abuse new workers and say awful things, and Mike was one of the people who would stand up, and I'm sure, and sometimes they would. I can tell when someone's like when they're. It's played off as though they're talking. They're. Oh, you piece of shit! They're saying it to Mike like they're playing it off like they're being buddy to buddy, but I know they're being serious. Meaning, I know that when people like me probably left and there weren't people to back Mike up, that people like Billy probably doubled down on being an asshole. And again, I'm not saying people deserve to be shot. You know, I'm not. Again, it's a thing where it's a thing where I'm not saying don't defend. To each their own justice. That being said, here's the thing. Here's the say. It's a thing where I would never say this about life. And again, I'm to each their own injustice. It's a thing where Billy knowingly made fun of Mike for his meds. Meaning, okay, you're knowingly making fun of a guy who you know has problems with his not temper, but just emotional problems, and you're making fun of him. How much sympathy should I have? That again, what I heard was they were talking shit about his wife. That his wife apparently was either did or was either it's I don't think he have to either it did leave him or was talking leaving him. That sort. They were making fun of his marriage, and what I mean. And I'm not saying it's right, but the thing where, again, how bullies have a way of pushing someone past their limit. That's what happened. And it's the thing where the guy was off again. It's not. And here's why I know it was a snap. One of the guys that got shot too, his name was Chris. He started there when I started there, and he was like a year or two younger than me. And it was sad because Chris again had a heart like mine. Now what was weird was he was one. We have friends that they hang out with people who we we're like worried for their safety because who they hang out with. That was Chris. Chris was my friend that I was worried that his friends were going. If the people Billy, cause here's how they connected. Billy liked baseball. Chris loved baseball, so they connected. But Chris did agree that he didn't like how Billy talked. But Chris is like me, where he kind of tried to play the mediator. But I assume that it's a thing where I'm assuming that either through just sometimes people just kind of fully adopt a group of people. So either Chris, the fact that Chris got shot, because I was Mike, my friend told me how it went down. Like he was there, and if Mike was if the Mike that did the shooting was angry, everyone would be dead. And I'm not saying that like as a flex. Mike let me know up front because he was next to the guy doing it when he finally snapped. He said, "I saw dude went to his truck, grabbed 2 pistols, came in, shot Billy, shot the 2 others. It's already know the people who got the lady. She was nice, but she was also offended. Bill. The people who got shot are people who I know participate in those sessions of harassing Mike, and I'm saddened that my friend did the shooting, and I'm even saddened more. See, again, that's another story. I had 2 friends. And they literally, I lost a friend to a friend, literally. The two people that literally had the kindest hearts. And Chris, the fact that he got shot, I'm not trying to say it's his fault. Mike didn't say this. I thought maybe Chris tried to save somebody. Mike said straight up, Mike did kind of said no. Mike was he let me know that Mike was cold, and kind of an encouraging way that Mike he was cold with the dualies, headshots only, or body chest and up only shots. I'm not condoning it. It's a thing where Mike it showed me that as tragic as it was, Mike it was focused. It wasn't like a random act of violence. It was. Again, I feel bad even for Billy that he got shot. I'm very sad he lost his life, but it's a thing where where do I sit with this situation? I mean, it's a thing where, and looking at again, I'm glad I know how Chris was, because if I didn't, if I was more third party, I probably would hate Mike more than he deserves, or not sympathize. I sympathize with all of them, but the fact that Chris got shot shows me it was more than a normal. Again, that just shows me as it was more than a normal day of harassment. And Chris being shot shows that, unfortunately, it kind of tells me that I think Chris unfortunately took a side he didn't intend to. And again, I don't mean he deserved it. Again, he was younger than me. He was younger than me, and I was like 21 at the time. Or no, I was 23. So I'm thinking he was like 21 at the time. I'm guessing, 20. So young enough to where you can be mature, but still not. I had the benefit of experiencing life way sooner than Chris to and I'm not saying Chris was stupid. It's more like I think Chris was. If anything, Chris probably acted more the age that I should have. I was probably more to his age than I was. I've been forced to live in a very survival situation all my life to where I'm forced to be super aware of people around me and extra attentive to what's going on. Most kids and people, that's why they can be so offensive, because it's not something they usually pick up on so soon. Now, is that how things should be? I'm not saying it should, because it would benefit the world, but it's not. That's like in this game. That's like trying to blame only support or only DPS. There's a stack of things going wrong in the world. But as far as the lawsuit goes with that, I mean, maybe there's something there. And in fact, because of that shooting, that's why I let it go. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna there's other stuff that's happened since then, and again before then, including my foster parents, that to go after.
Yeah, that definitely changes things. I mean,
what up?
You told me the first part. You told me the first part before you told me about the shooting. So that definitely changes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
Your mic was a little. You don't gotta move closer. Your mic. You sound farther away, which is fine. I didn't catch what you said at first.
I was just saying that. I mean, you told me about the other stuff before the shooting, so the shooting definitely changes.
Mm. Yeah, and again, it's not me trying to defend taking a life. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna look at it at how it really happened. Like out of fairness to Mike, is a thing where I mean the guy was really just going through and through and through. And here's the thing too, I didn't mention this. The guy was trying to retire. He wanted to leave, but there was something somehow that either there was some way they were convincing it. There was clearly more to it than that. But he's told me and I could see it where the guy clearly wanted to leave, but there was something making him have to stay working there. I don't know if it's some sort of contract, agreement, who knows, desperation. I guess it could have been desperation out of money, but no, cause but the reason why I say not is because he always told me he had plenty of money. And I guess people could be lying, but I'm saying usually I can tell when someone's making a front. I don't think the dude had money issues. I think there was something else making him stay there. And I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to be cryptic. I'm just thinking, I wish I knew. And even now, I wish I knew. And not saying I would have done a difference, but I wish I don't know. And it's the thing where too, well, I felt bad because when I started thinking about it, I'm like, man, maybe should I go check on Mike? Is he in jail right now? And this again, Mike then later told me. I mean, it wasn't the same day. It was the thing where Mike kind of this. We usually meet when I'm at the bar or something like that, I mean, whatever I bump into Mike, and so it's not usually the best time to talk about it. But in the collective knowledge, the way it worked is Mike, he shot Billy, 2 others, Chris, then shot himself. Meaning, and it could be well, he some people can say, oh, he did eat. I think it was a mixture of yes, it would be an insult to call it just suicide. I think it was a mixture of, in fact, honestly, he either did it because he was tired of life, but I don't think so. That's why, in fact, when I heard that's why the way he described it, even now, I still think he shot himself because he shot Chris. And I'm just being honest with that. I think deep down he knew Chris. Again, he loved Chris. He loved all of the new workers, but especially and I'm not saying love, I say genuine I literally honestly, it was, if I had more time to work there, I probably at some point would have asked And I think I actually did call him. I don't know if he had said it, but I think we did. And I'm pretty sure he was like, can't laugh in a good way. I think I'd probably helped him because, like, yeah, I called him. I asked him. I'm pretty sure I asked him, hey, can I call you Uncle Mike? I mean, not like literally like, cause we had two mics, so I had to like, find a way. Cause like, but like, I felt his pain, so I wanted him to like. I did it. It was on purpose. I wanted to give him a label of identity, and I think that did help. So that's why I felt guilty when I heard that it happened. I didn't rush to the jail cell, but I also thought, like, when I thought about it, I'm like, wait. At the time, before I knew he was dead, I'm like, the reason why I didn't was like, okay, I didn't want people to, while it's like, I didn't want people to associate. I could understand. I didn't want that to fall, but see, even now I feel guilty. Like, is that pride? Like, I didn't want people to. While no, I would not be embarrassed to be seen as Mike. I didn't want people to assume that I was like an accomplice, or or like, I didn't want people to get the wrong idea. I even wanted to go to Chris's funeral, I even finally tracked down a family member of his, but like ultimately decided not to go because this again because of where first of all, now I would have told him, like, I don't want to. I wouldn't sympathize with his like I wouldn't like, well, Mike didn't, first they wouldn't want to hear that, and if anything, it probably would hurt more, because if anything, it makes their son's death just more of a even sadder. You know what I mean? It's a thing. I don't want to call it pointless, but I mean, basically, if anything, I hope. I guess this is kind of sad to say. I hope Chris was. I mean, the way Mike played it out, it was intentional. But again, he might have not seen everything. Again, the way, I doubt these people were just standing in a row. So, who knows how good his eyesight was or perspective, to where Chris might have very well been trying to save somebody else. And I would like to believe that. I don't. And he either again. See, I'm over here trying to defend my boy Chris, because it's a thing where the last thing I wanted to do was just be an accidental death, which it could have been. But if it is accidental, again, that's where both sides can stack up. If it's accidental, that does explain it's sad. But that's the reason why I'm pointing out is, if Mike took his life because he accidentally killed Chris, that deserve, no one's going to know, unfortunately, unless, we somehow read, it. But I want, in case that's what, out of respect for that sacrifice, I want to keep that alive as a thought. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I would rather assume all the possibilities out of fairness, because the last thing I want to do, be that one guy that should know better. Mike was looking down at me or up at me wherever he's at. Like, and not that he would. I'm not trying to put it all on me, but like, I'm looking at it just trying to put myself in. Just now, I mean, the way I see it, that's the last thing Mike did, and that's the last thing Chris did. So how would how do I want to, it's not about seeing it, because I'm not trying to like make my own story. It's more like, what would they want, I guess, in a sense. But obviously, what would Chris want? Well, shit, I mean, I guess Chris, if anything, Chris would probably want me to really look, not, because if Chris was saving a life, the last thing Chris is going to want me to do was assume he was an asshole. You know what I mean? Same with Mike. The last thing Mike is going to want me to do in his soul, whether, if that's a real thing or not, is that he intended to kill Chris if he didn't. And that is, again, those are the sort of, anyway, but again, too lighter.
You don't know. I'm just saying that, to be fair though, man, you don't know.
Yeah. Right. And these are sort of things where I try not to overthink too much about it, because I know I don't want to put too much on myself. But that, again, but literally and that's why, again, out of I guess selfish respect, that's why I just not even thought about even pursuing that. In fact, it was up until that year when I discovered that I was like, oh, you know what, Bun, when I get a chance, I'm coming after them. But after that all happened, I'm like, you know what, there's enough tragedy there, I'm going to leave it alone. Unless somehow it falls back into my radar but like my boss currently, he's been abusing workers. The reason why I've been working with him for so long, this past knowing his abuse, was again, because of how useful I am, I was at a point that I could have left and I wanted to. I was in mindset of, you know, I'll just leave and his company's just gonna fall because it would have happened. But I didn't because I recognized. I'm glad I did before it happened that. I'm glad I thought about if his company fails, other people lose their jobs. So I had to kind of play the long game to figure out a smart way to get out or find a way to get. Well, wait a minute. It was never about getting out. It was always about, okay, doing what I can. You know, being, you know, there's a worker there that's elderly and who didn't have the best health. You know, my goal was to do as much as possible until either they decide to leave, or until he finds someone to replace me. That's fine. Basically, I was basically the best thing I can do for this company is be here, maintain it, which I did. But, and I think it was a thing where I could say it was bullshit, and it was, but I think it was a matter of, I think the guy, well, clearly, this, like, you know, on a other story, this guy I know has been wanting to fire me for the last 3 years straight at least, and the only reason he hasn't, and it was like kind of the hindsight, it was kind of, I think the catch-20 that he realized why he couldn't was because I was the sole handler of so many, you know, it was a thing where basically I kind of like, I realized how bullshit he was and like how abusive he was, and I put my foot down. And now usually when it happens with that type of person, they want to fire you, and I knew he wanted to, and he did some other petty stuff instead to get at me that I kind of had to deal with. Like, instead, again, for the last 2.5 years, the last 2 years, my pay for the whole time had been docked. He just randomly said in the text, "Hey, so you're doing a bad job on the bathrooms. So to help you out, I'm going to take some hours from you across the week." Again, he's very good at wording it to act like he's helpful and kind. And so, you know, it's a thing where, and I kind of, even when it happened, I'm like, what? But, you know, I let it happen. You know, and then later on, I tried to ask for my hours back, and he gave me some bullshit about, what do you mean? I gave you hours, and he didn't. He literally, I'm not stupid. Okay, let's play his game. If he's talking about from that time point when he took hours, he gave me 3 hours. He gave me an account that technically I only got after that person called me preemptively. There was a person there. Again, I'm glad I do the good in the world I do. So there was one random day I was in charge of an account with someone else for a company had moved. So I wasn't like, he wanted me to help someone with like cleanup. The two things. The funny thing is that company. And I can tell he was pissed about it. That company made my boss call me to thank me for that good job. He at least said, "Hey, I don't know what you did, but apparently you did such a good job. The guy wanted me to tell you to let you know you did a really good job." He said that he wanted me to let you know that the store hadn't been that clean since the day they first opened it. And I, you know, thanked them. But that being said, on that day there was a worker. She was a mom, and let's be honest. If I'm being honest, and I didn't care, it was a 3-hour job. She was probably there for about 45 minutes of it, and that's fine, because it was the thing where she let me know, hey, I got to get my kids. Bet. And you know what, she might have been lying. I don't think she was, because of how she repaid me. But she was having to go every 10 seconds to take care of her kids. Which is, you know, I'm like, and it's like, she finally, I think she noticed that I hadn't given up, and I was so, she finally, it's weird that, again, in this world, sometimes there's beauty in the chaos, that this person, I think this self kind of came forth, like, by the time, like, she's like, dude, whoa. I'm like, it's like, what? I'm like, what? It's like, it's like, she was looking for stuff, like, do you want, what do you want me to do? Like, do you want to wash anything? I'm like, no, it's silently had, like, she was and it was thing where I won't call her lazy, but, you know, it was thing where, it was more like, when she was back, she was like, I'm tired, these kids. She was exhausted, mom, whatever, but it's like, it was very much sipping lemonade while I was working, but it was the thing where, you know what, I'm just gonna take it as, you know, I really didn't mind it, and like in these games, I don't mind doing the hard work, because at the end of the day, the way I see it, we're all benefiting from having a good result done. To where, anyway, so she was, you know, but my point is, she was like, she was clearly, but because I had done so much by this point, it was like an hour left still, because she was like, just, you know, do you want a water, drink? Do you need? No, I am fine. I really appreciate it. But anyway, anyways, it came for. She was like, "Hey, so this opportunity came up for me, and so there's an account here that I do, and I want you to have it. Would you be able to do it? Because if you are, I'm gonna call Kevin and let him know." And I said I appreciate it, thank you. And so she said, and I said, yeah. The very next day, my boss goes this, calls you some random hour. Good news, the Lord is good. And he's supposed to be a parishioner, right? He's one of those that is why people give religion a bad name. And I see it where I'm not saying like I don't, but like he's one of those that give the reason why you gotta look at religion. People who claim to be religion with scrutiny, unfortunately. It's the good news, the Lord is good. You won't believe the good news I got. And I'm like, what is it? And I already know. I could have acted stupid, but I wish he would have sold it better. Like, it is so, in fact, even with annoyed me, I was very good. I was so happy he was such an asshole about it, because it let me notice it first of all put her on a higher pedestal. But it also it let me like really embrace what she did as mine. Like, you know what? No, you're trying to. Here's what happens. He goes, God is good. So the account, because I used to have the account. One random day he claimed they didn't want me anymore, so I stopped doing it. And again, fast forward, she tells me to take it, right? So he says, good news. You remember that church you used to do? Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Well, they called and said they want you back. That's how he sold it to me. He didn't even mention the girl. I didn't say shit either. I just left it at that. I'm like, okay, Kevin, I'll do it. So I go in there, and again, this business, I'm going in this church, and then like it's like so weird. It's like Silent Hill. It's like for the next 2 weeks, it's the play by is I'm cleaning like usual. And around the corner, there's Deb, like the main, like the head of that church, essentially. She's like following around, dropping cryptic messages like, Malik, we like your work, or she's like kind of like very deep, like we like kind of questioning, like wondering how I'm gonna take it, like Malik, we like your work. Kind of like not sure how I'm going to take it, and I say, "Oh, thank you, I appreciate it." So by week 2, she's like kind of more comfortable talking to me. Like she's like taking note. See, I wish there's more people do this. See, you do everything. You get in the fridge. If you don't mind doing this, if there's a problem, you don't mind doing it if I ask. If there's a leak, and and I say, well, yeah, it makes sense. My job is to make sure to clean the messes, and if there's if that's a mess, it's a mess. It's common sense. It's like, oh, this is so relieving. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to talk to Kevin about letting you have his account. And I interjected because I saw that store. I'm like, oh, listen, I appreciate it. And I'm more just kind of heads my bed, because I wanted it. I needed that job. But I'm like, listen, if you want to, that's fine. But I'm just here to do what, Kevin has me here. Cause I let her know, I kind of know the play that, even though I know Kevin gave it to me, I know that what happens is when Kevin says, well, I gave you hours, what he does is he'll give me an account, and he'll have, and then he wants someone else. So what he does is he promises them work that he knows he doesn't have, and he'll be like, hey, Malik, I need some work for this person. Can you give them some of your hours? And I'm like, sure. What I'm going to say no. I know I could have, but like, I didn't. It's not in me to say. I can make do. I've been doing it since I was freaking, forever. So, and it's a thing where I let her know, and kind of like, oh, I appreciate it, but I know Kevin kind of has his way of doing things. And she said, well, it's up to me, Kevin. If I'm the one who pays, if I want it to where, honestly, I haven't done it yet, but someone told me I need to reach out to that lady because I don't think she knows. So, fast forward. One day, my boss called me and say, after 26 years of service, guess who lost this account? That account. He's like, me. I'm like, guess who lost the church? I'm like, rhetorical question. And so it's a long story. So I had always had my own vehicle until that college situation to where I no longer had it. But I made things work. I had a bike, you know, I had a nice bike. I had a giant, you know, I'd walk miles in a day to go to work. I've done it before, you know. And that's how, you know, when we started, when I first worked there, he was like, he noticed how, you know, hey, you know, I noticed how you get to work no matter what. You rain, sleet, or snow. Again, if it's blizzard, like even when I had a vehicle, if it's a blizzard out and I'm in a situation where I know my job doesn't forgive, yeah, I'm walking that blizzard to get to work. Not because, I mean, I know it's not right, but I know this is what I have to do to get to work. And it's a thing where, and he knows he knows that in a way, so he obviously was preying on that, like in a PREA, not PRA. He was obviously preying on that from me, but anyway, he long story, through my years of working with him, he twisted my arm to get me to agree to use one of his company vehicles, even though I didn't want to. And then after I had that, he kind of gave me the long drawn out, like, hey, this vehicle costs insurance, you know, do you have a vehicle? Were you planning to get one? I said no, I never was, because I literally never was. And he convinced me into agreeing to buy the van off of him. Well, kind of luckily, before I actually finished the payment, suddenly, in a thing where I kind of took a, like, you know, I always, like, when things go wrong, just to play it safe, I kind of always err, even though I know it's not, I live in the world of, when things go wrong, I allow my energy to convey, I think it's my fault, you know, even though I know it's not. So basically, long story short, that the engine, that van started having an engine knock sound in it, and I thought he'd be mad at me, even though I didn't do anything wrong. In hindsight, the van, also, number one, I think that van had its odometer played with. When I had it scanned by a mechanic I trust, it was showing like 600,000 miles on it, but the van was reading like 300,000, which is still a lot. But you know what I mean, to where even when I think about it, the first thing I looked at and said, dude, it had nothing to do with you. This van was shot to begin with. Long story short, when that happened, my boss kind of acted upset, but then kind of very quickly, it was literally like, he was like, let me think. And like, he handed out, I do wonder, again, to his credit, I do wonder how much he thought ahead. He handed me his car key. Like, here, this is my baby, take care of it, yada yada. It kind of made it seem like he was giving me a gift. I even said, again, no, I don't want it. Well, no, I need you to have it. I need you to be, again, his always was, he needed me to have a vehicle so I could be at a job, and you know, basically so I'm reachable. Which, you know, in a scheme of, you know, in a world of living, that makes sense, I guess. You know, how am I going to really argue that logically? What, you know, I mean, he making it very hard to refuse his offer, essentially. You know, without, cause he kind of like, he clearly made it seem like I'd be the idiot to not take the offer. And again, once I took the offer, and within a few months, he's trying to convince me to buy the car off of him. Well, literally after I finally made the agreement, like it was like a text agreement, that very next day, which is kind of suspicious, but it could be a coincidence, that car started to have engine issues. Basically, he was like, he spent months and months and months like ask me, and then I said yes, and then after that, he spent weeks and weeks and weeks, and finally said, okay, I got a contract signed, made up, and then he sent me it as a text, and basically said, I agree that no matter what, from this day forth, I'm going to pay this car off, no matter what. Now, he does a thing where, when I see it, while others might think it's suspicious, and it is, I see it as, okay, this guy is clearly just trying to make sure I don't back out of what I say, and I don't do that. You know what I mean? So where I overlooked what I was looking at when I agreed to that. I knew it was weird, but I didn't think about it enough. That basically it said, no matter, it was weird. I even said, that's weird. It's funny that he says, I agree to pay him back for the car no matter what happens. And it's weird that the very next day, that car had engine issues. And so, long story short, then I took it into a mechanic. But the weird thing about that day is, I took it in for diagnostics. Now, technically, that company I took it to was one he used to go to where So they would, if they recognized the VIN number, and he's, they could have been like, hey, is this your car? Now it's up to him to be honest or whatever. So where, like, I don't know how, but it's the thing where, here's what's weird. Either one of two things happen. Both are annoying. What, up until recently, what was my story was, I dropped my car off for a diagnosis. I went out of town, and they called me back like an hour later saying, this is what they said. They called me back, and as I answered, they would say, hey, they didn't even check that it was me. I mean, it's fine, but they're like, hey, so the car is ready to get, is done and ready to get picked up. The keys, the car is done and ready. The car is done and ready to be picked up. The keys in the car. The car is done and ready. The key is in the car, ready to be picked up. That's how they said that. And I'm sorry. It was basically the bottom line. They called me to say the car was done, the key was in it, ready to be picked up. I called back to kind of like give them a chance to correct. Like, so hey, I'm like, hey, so hello, like, yeah. So I was told that my car is done. Like, I am doing my best to, like, make that a question. Like, I am doing my best to emphasize the question in my voice. And he goes, yep. I'm like, okay, well, I dropped it off I dropped it off to be diagnosed. It's like, yeah, it had a bad ignition. It had a bad ignition cylinder, or it had a bad ignition coil. We went ahead and replaced it with a used one, free of charge. The keys in the car are ready. The keys in the car are ready to get picked up. And I'm like, again, I'm like, oh, again, me trying to be nice, like me kind of playing off that. All right, I appreciate it. So can you tell me what else is wrong with it? Oh, the keys in the car. I'm like, yeah, but what's wrong? Well, the car is ready to get picked up. And he hung up. And I'm like, what? And I try to call back. Of course, he don't answer. So I go in there again, play it nice, like, hey, so, and he cuts me off. Oh yeah, the keys in the car. I'm like, again, and at this point, I was making myself not. I look down while talking. I see everyone else's key on the counter. I don't see now, for as many keys on the counter, I don't see that many people in the room. But I'm also like, I mean, I don't know standard procedures for fixing a car, but I don't know how many people, and this was Florida Imports, not just some regular old place. I went to Florida Imports. How many companies leave the key to a car they just fixed inside of it? And is that standard procedure? I'm confused. And so when I get in there now probably to kind of throw him off the scent, when I turn the car on, to my surprise, it sounded great, normal, or at least it wasn't. What had happened was the EPC had turned on. It had entered a safety mode. That wasn't happening anymore. So I'm like, okay, well that did stop. Maybe that was it. And I just double check. I went aside because I knew my headlights were out. Now the odd thing was, my headlights they did seem to give me a new headlight bulb. Now again, they probably did that again. I don't know how much did it to just throw him off the scent versus bad car play. That being said, it was like 3 days, a week or two later, I noticed that I had a coolant leak. Now, of course, again, I'm like, this is the way I see it is. I'm as mad at Floyd's because I'm like, this they could have prevented this, but part of me wondered if they did that, if they sabotaged my engine. Now, I don't, because honestly, this was a 2010. That plastic doesn't just. It had a little crack. When I finally looked at it, it had a crack at the bottom of it. It had it never had a leak. I mean, again, I don't know. This is the middle of summer. It wasn't like it was cold where it thawed and froze and never. And this is where, and honestly, and even then, and in fact, that car, again, it's a German car. It's very good in the cold. I think there was some foul play, unfortunately, in hindsight. Even more so after that, I took that same car because I knew that dealership could be trusted or felt it. I then found another dealership, which then proceeded to keep my car for like several months until basically I told my boss, kind of like, I kept telling him, he's like, not my problem. So I finally said one day, Kevin, if I can't get my car, I can't do. Cause at this point, I wasn't doing accounts. He's complaining, I'm gonna leave these accounts. I'm going to lose these accounts. I'm like, Kevin, if I don't get this car back, I cannot do this work for you. At this point, I was already spending like 400 a week on lifts. I was doing the job, but I was getting there late as hell. And he was complaining about that. And I'm like, Kevin, I'm doing what I fucking can. And it's just not, again, this is exactly why I never wanted a vehicle in the first place. Because honestly, it's better not to have one. Again, I have a vehicle, but like, it's the thing where I only drive if I really want to. And you know what? I've not done in like the last 6 months? Drive my car, because it saves me on bills. If I don't have to buy insurance for it now. I don't have to put, it's a smarter way to live. It's in a time where, it's especially to those who are, I mean, I do it because I don't need a headache, mentally it's a smarter way to live. And it's a thing where, to those who are struggling, who are like my life, I wouldn't say I'm struggling. Yes, I've been fucked over, so it's got me in this situation, you know what I mean? But the way I'm living, I'll be honest, and it's not, I think I'm living better than like 80% of Americans right now, even those with more money than me, because I kind of got forced into a way. I got forced into a life that kind of where I kind of pick and choose my bills. It's like, I mean, I'm still being an adult, but like, I got different battles. But these, well, that's different. Different battles, yes. When it comes to finances, basically my only battles in life are like more like, social, basically at this point. Social, people not fucking me over. It's a thing where, because I've learned, I'm so used to not having shit and just been living a simple life anyway, that I don't really need much. I have an apartment, I have a nice place, what I mean? And I'm not saying as a flex, I'm saying like, it's a thing where, again, and my landlords try to fuck me over, what I mean? I've been having black mold growing in my bathroom for like the last several months, and they've been, well, several years now, but it's a thing where I took what they did as being nice, and I recognize that, oh no, they're just playing me for just being, they're taking advantage of my kindness because they don't want to fix it. And what I'm realizing is, the more I let people use me, there's some stuff that's fine, but basically my actual rule, while I don't mind people like quote unquote using me, my rule is I don't hate myself. I will never allow someone to hurt me. You feel me? And it's a thing where when I'm thinking about, like, well, wait a minute. It's a thing where, there's some things that when people do, it really doesn't affect you. But there's some stuff that I have to recognize that, okay, it may not affect me emotionally, but I have to realize how it affects my actual life. Like, it kind of, I've been told for years, Malik, if you want to help others, you gotta help yourself first. Well, I understand that, but I'm like, well, I had to, learn what I've been just living. I've been living and learning life. I need to learn the lesson I need to apply it. While my life has been hectic, I'm fortunate for the lessons I've learned, because I am happy for the extra perspectives I've been forced to, or able to, whatever word you want to use, to pick up on to survive. You know what I mean? I'm glad because of my life, I'm more, I have no reason to be, I'm glad I'm more sensitive to others' emotions. I'm glad I'm able to pick up on that, because it does help when it matters. At the end of the day, and yes, I'm not gonna make the whole world happy. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I would love to, but I'm a realist. And then, again, like, so having to be real with myself, I had to realize that these companies, my bosses, they're all just, it's, again, basically there's, I mean, is there a form of being taken advantage of that doesn't hurt someone? I don't know. Kind of like is being taken advantage always, and is always hurtful? Again, and that's and then you don't gotta answer that. Those are the questions I gotta answer for myself. Like, okay, what level of care do I take, and empathy? Those are the things I struggle with on a daily basis. I'm not, what I mean, and I'm not saying like I'm not rich at all, but it's a survival, budgeting, just knowing what I have to spend money on versus don't. And again, I'm saying probably way more sparse than even most people would have to live. But the way I mean, yeah, for a long time when I was homeless, yeah, I intentionally minimized how much money I spent because I wanted to make sure I had enough money to help someone else. I basically, it was sort of like, if I can live today by not spending this $4 to get a burger, then that's $4 I can give to someone else tomorrow. That was kind of my mentality. And while that's nice, you know, the problem is I'm only able to help one person really well in one moment. And oftentimes that person only finds a way to use me more, and it costs me more. My thing is, like, I've probably helped, you know, dozens, like hundreds, like, and I'm not keeping tally. It's not about that. And let me get off this subject. It's not about, I'm not trying to like keep score about what I'm doing for people. It's just more just explaining, like, you know, my perspective with all this is like, this is like, yeah, I've been through all this stuff, and the reason why I'm going after my boss. What happened was, a few weeks ago, like on there was some construction at one of the accounts I had to go to, and so I couldn't. And because the car is still shot. Well, basically, I took it to another mechanic who was playing games, and somehow after I told my boss that final day, like, hey, basically, I kind of was real with him, like, listen, I can't do these accounts if you don't find a way to give me this car. You know, help me get these people to get the car done. Now, within that phone call, he called me. It was, I called him like at 3 p.m. He called me back like an hour later, saying, "Okay, so they say that the car is going to be done tonight, and ready to be picked up whenever you get there, no matter when you get there." He basically said, like, and they did, like, I arrived like an hour and a half after their closing hours. Somehow this man convinced them or got them to, number one, put the car back together in a way that was drivable, and, you know, give you it. But first of all, they might not have. But here's now the problem with that is, and so after I did that, I had to do some other work because I'm also a brand rep. I was for Shesh. I, you know, just talk to people about cannabis and just, and now again, I'm not a typical. I did that role again. I need, that job is still waiting. They literally are waiting for me to call them back. And I just been working with other stuff. But I did that because, again, I'm one of those people that, yes, cannabis is helpful, but there are people who intentionally or unintentionally mislead people how to start with it. Again, right now in this day and age, first of all, you don't need a 1 gram blunt to get high. The only time you need that is if that's what you started with, and that's just what you're used to. But you don't. If people don't start you that way, you don't got to be that. I was trying to be truthful to people. Like, okay, listen. We all know smoking is not great for you. There's other ways, but at the end of the day, even with that, you want to save money and smoke healthier, or and find a healthy way to use it. Well, let me explain to you how this works and what it's going to do to you. And there's been people who I've saved a lot of money by just being honest. And I do know about, you know, I do go. Back then I was studying more. I haven't done it in a few, because, you know, well, when that car was having issues, I just let them know that, hey, this car is having issues, and I don't want, because even though I was doing fine, I was starting to become late to some of my pop-ups, and they didn't. I voluntarily said, listen, I want to step back until my car gets fixed, and they, you know what they said? They said, oh, and I wonder if I would have asked. Well, no, they said, well, would it help if we paid you in advance? That's how much they liked me. And I appreciated that. They were like, well, what if we just paid you in advance? And, you know, I'm like, well, I thought, almost said, like, yes, but you know what, no. Here's the thing. The car has got this, because at the time, and this is after I went to the mechanic that my boss called him, because what happened was, when I got on the highway, my engine was smoking, and I lifted it up, and the very first thing I saw was the cover to my air intake was turtle shelled, and this is on under a hood. Like, it didn't just bounce that way. It was left that way. Now this is on, like, that's when, like, okay, it's on me for not double checking, but at the same, like, it's on me for not opening up the hood when I was at the shop, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, but at the same time, I think they said they had the car running, and they said it was ready to go. I mean, again, I don't know how, you know. And I knew, you know, I gotta be careful with this, but I mean, I think I can still say this and still, like, in the court of law, like, I don't think this would be an argument against me. I think I'm literally explaining that, yeah, my ignorance of because I didn't know to check the hood. Like, it's not. I mean, it's a thing where it's not my job to fix the car. So like, I'm sure that there's some law. I know there are some defenses that, yeah, my ignorance isn't my fault. You know what I mean? I'm not the mechanic. The mechanic should have made sure that was covered. But that wasn't the only issue. That once I fixed that, I was looking, and then finally I found another mechanic that was honest, and he showed me that basically at some point they had broke my O2 hose and some of the hoses that go to my radiator, because when he said, look, and he showed, he wiped it. I guess they used some sort of like gray like foam stuff to essentially, I guess, either they thought it would seal it, or they first said they weren't trying to seal it, they were trying to hide it. That they broke your hoses and they covered it up with this foam, and this is the worst thing they could have done, because that foam is in your engine. You see how easy I wiped it away. It's just being sucked into your engine. And so I'm, however many thousand that tips on that. So yeah, that's the thing where I am going to deal with that when I can. And it's a thing where I'm just going to, that's a bomb I'm going to do. Again, there's been a lot of stuff I've been dealing with, preparing for that, but that's that's more material. I'll deal with that. Basically, it sounds like, well, I'm basically leaving the car how it was when they last touched it. And yes, it's been sitting, so, but it's the thing where also it's like, do I want to fix it? It's like, it's a good car. I mean, it's a cool car, but first of all, I never wanted a fucking car. You know what I mean? How much should I really bend my back to fix this car versus get a new one? Now, granted, yes, now I own the car. It's in my, it's in. So when he lost that account, he forced me. On that day when he lost that account, he called me, say, so guess who's going to meet me on DV Monday morning? So he didn't. I kind of say, hey, I kind of called him out, and he held off. But that Thursday, he called me up, asking me if I had the money to pay him the full amount for the car, knowing I didn't. So I said, all right. He's like, you meet me at the DMV. He said, I can't. I got no car. The car's broken. He knows that. He's like, don't worry, I can pick you up. Where you at? Picks me up. Has this bullshit small talk. Asking like, oh well, I don't even remember what it was. But we get to there, and he's like, so okay, you got the. Again, he asked me, so you got the money? I'm like, no, I don't got the, like, what do you, like, what? Like, what are you getting at? Like, no worries, I got it right here. He's like waving my check in my face, and so he walks inside, and like, this is where I realized, again, his gloatingness, I'm realizing, he literally is, and I'm not realizing, he not only held my check, he forced me to use my check to buy the car off of him. Which is, there's this, we can go into the legalities there with that situation, but that was the situation he gave me, to where, again, the following week I kind of snapped on, like, say, listen, this is some bullshit. He said, and so from that forth, like, yeah, Kevin, this, what you're doing, I know is not right. You go, oh really? He's like, yeah, and everything, and I got it all, and this is on me, but also I don't care. But I said the truth, like, yeah, I got everything. You do realize everything you text me is in record, right? And you know what? This is how I know this is, again, it's been 3 years outside of these random messages that he kind of has to that are mandatory, but he knows how to word it in a way where he tells me what to do, but in a very cryptic way. And first of all, he's not supposed to. Technically, the way this started was, I'm supposed to be a subcontractor, or hired as one. But the way things are playing out and kind of being exposed, he hired me as an employee. And kind of people, I kind of said the obvious only reason why he did that was to not pay taxes and to basically not have to pay benefits for me. And on top of that, mathematically, even though I was making but the way he proportioned it out, I was technically making below minimum wage. I just didn't think about it. Again, money, number, I can make number. I tell people as a joke, but as a serious joke, that and this is where it's also where I hope people realize is that, well, yes, the check size, real numbers are real numbers. People over chase the number versus making the number work, and it's not. You could say you could chalk it up to bad budgeting. It's a mix of, I think people see a number that's not 1,000, and they assume that won't work, and so they live. It's like it's like you know, when you're, it's like in the vein of having a positive mentality. If you tell yourself you'll succeed, you'll do it. If you tell yourself you won't, then you won't. You know what I mean? It's like in that vein of, if you tell yourself you don't have enough money, then you're not going to have enough money to make things work. You know, my very first job, you know, it was making like $330 a week, which, you know, I had no concept of money, but I was living good. My power was never off. I had, in fact, that was I mean, despite my, I'm on the struggle, I was able to afford building my own custom gaming PC within 2-3 years, and that's the material, but I'm saying like the PC was like $3,000, but you know it was a thing where, like, you know, in hindsight, it was a thing where first of all, it was supposed to be less, but you know how companies get you. By the time you pay actual taxes, it jumps up like $500. It was like $2,200, but after, between shipping and all the other shit that was not mentioned but added on, yeah, I paid like $3,000. Actually, probably a little more than that, but it's fine. But it's the thing where I did that without struggling. Like I try to say, like, you know, when I hear how people talk, I wouldn't think I would ever have a machine like that for $300. Now, granted, yes, I didn't have kids or anything like that, but even with, I mean, kids makes things, I won't say difficult, but you got to be more on top of yourself. But math can do. I'll tell people, I didn't say it comes off, but I can make math do magic, basically. Money, especially. I can make math do magic when it comes to my finances. Again, I'm like, when I look at my, it's not about that. It's more like, let's talk about then. Like, even though I was making, you know, $300 a week or something at the time, I was like, my bank accounts, with how the way I was finding a way to keep up with bills, like my monthly transactions for my expenses and bills was no less, like, was like always like, I think like $7,000. Like, I was, again, it was like, I had a credit. I took on other people who had their own bills, so that's why it was so much. It wasn't a normal life, but because of the things I took on, but me making ways for the math to work, I was rotating. But that, I was like, people, again, I started getting, you know, notifications from my bank, like, just questioning like the activity. I'm like, I had explained to them, like, no, it's fine. It's just kind of how I do. I'm fine. There's no fraud or anything. It's just kind of how I do things. You know, I can make $100 bill pay 5 different bills, essentially, if you do it right. You know what I mean? If you got a credit card, and that's not just a credit card, but like, if you got a credit card and you got bills, if you pay your credit card, guess what? That's paid off, and now you can use that credit card to pay off your bills. You know what I mean? It's a thing where you guys, and if once you get, the hard part is getting out of a rut. But before you get into rut, if you stay up on, you get, having your credit card can be amazing, because if you're smart with it, you can have the biggest bill. You got a $300 electric bill, put it on your credit card. Guess what? You now paid your electric bill, and now, again, if you're smart, it's a thing where I wouldn't do it. And this is ballsy, but I wouldn't say 300. That's way too much. Under like 200. You know, well, 300. Well, depends. I guess it depends on your credit card size. But let's say you have like a $500 credit or whatever. You don't want to spend 300 if you can help it on your bills, unless you have to. But you know what my point. My point is, you take the sum of what you actually owe for the month, and you figure out how that works with your actual credit card. That's how I work my budget with. Is my budget was based on my credit card, so I was always paying off my credit card, and because of that, it's as easy as it sounds. I don't mean to explain it to you. I'm not saying you need it, but like, that's, you know, for those who are listening who may not know, that's, you know, it's just, and it is that simple. It's on you to not get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself. Be careful. That once you start that, if anything, the most dangerous thing is underusing your credit card, because they don't like that. But it's fine, because they want you ultimately, even if they say they don't, they want you to get trapped by them. They ultimately want you to fail, which is why they want to keep giving you offers, so you keep spending money, so eventually you find yourself in a rut where you can't afford to pay it back in time. This will help. This will at least give you some headroom when dealing with those situations. You'll have to think way less about your credit card bill. So your credit card bill is paid, and then you're just thinking about how to incrementally, because what I would do is, because I got $300 bill, use $300 on my credit card, and then slowly throughout the month I am paying back that credit card, recharging it, and then if you a balance of that every month, the amount you have to pay back to your credit card to bring it to the full balance is less and less and less and less, meaning you have more and more actual cash to save back for yourself, to use for a different credit card to pay that one off. Let's say you have multiple you're paying off, or to use for savings or for bills. It gives you some headroom to, and I would say within, depending on your situation, within 2 to 3 months for most situations, unless you got thousands. But if you're new and you just started having credit card issues, this will get you back on track within 2 to 3 months. And honestly, it depending on, you might realize it's pretty easy, and you might have it back on track within a month, because basically it comes down to what's missing. After the bills are paid, how much is left to get your credit card back up to par, and then from there maintain that. I've been listening to this guy, the financial audit guy. He's on Spotify. I like his attitude, but also I think he's overplaying his trope, because I think there's sometimes I get frustrated with him, because I think there's some people who actually clearly come with a genuine plan that, while yes, okay, it may have not been perfect, the way he comes at them, you're only discouraging people. I don't know. It feels weird, because I like that. Okay, he's giving me free audits, and okay, it's a thing where either he has a good platform, and honestly, he can do real good with it, and he's on the right path. But if he's not careful, okay, he may still be building a following, but there's people like in this game. There's people that. And you can tell when he's not picking up, and he's like, oh, I don't care. He kind of plays himself as, oh, I don't give a fuck about your emotions. Okay, that's cool and all, but not all emotions. And this weird thing, he knows not all emotions are bad. I get frustrated at some of the people he chooses to really dig in on, because these are people that. No, this is an example of someone trying, and they may have messed up, but this could literally be like, this could have been. You can be bad. This is not being bad cop. This is like, you're kind of being douche cop, and I don't know a other word than that. You're kind of becoming douche cop, unintentionally, or there's times where you're shooting your own very good intentions in the foot by the way you come at these. Because there are some people who do have this awful attitude. Anyway, let me stop. But that's a whole different. Let me get off that tangent. And I didn't mean to go down finances. I don't mind giving tips, but yeah, that's just, yeah. This is a snippet in the last several years I've been going through. But despite all that, with all that said, I wouldn't say I'm struggling compared to most people. And I'm not saying that, I got a better life. It's more like, well, yeah, it's more like, I would refuse to think my life is any harder than a single or even a couple mother. A mother with a husband. Just because you got a duel doesn't necessarily mean it's your walk. You got it easy. And that being said, I'm not going to act like if I had kids I couldn't handle it, but I'm sure there's. It's like with, again, back to my point was, is people over-focus the number, versus tactic. It's like this. Actually, it's like this. It's like the stats don't matter. The stats aren't what you need. It's the strategies. Having better strats can give you so much more use out of what you do have. And yeah, just the more I can get people to realize that. And that's why, again, I've been to all this weird stuff, and it's come to a head. Again, back to my main point. Basically, I missed an account, and I explained it to him, and he just this is where I can tell the guy was it's from that day forth. He clearly was trying to talk like I'm talking at him, and it just he said something to an extent. You had the conversation as of today has been very disrespectful. You have been terminated from the account. The account and need to return the keys immediately. Basically, after it was very clear that I didn't say anything. He was like, why didn't you show up? I said I couldn't. I did try to show up, but the railroad was closed. The railroad made it hard to get there. I even spent an extra $60 on Lyft to go around and couldn't. He was like, well, why didn't you tell me? I said, Kevin, I am on record that every time I try to come to you with a problem like this, you always tell me figure it out. So I didn't see I have reasons literally. You can say I made an assumption, but I have every. If you look at my messages, I have every. I didn't say all this, but all I said was, Kevin, in the past, whenever I come to you with these sort of things, you always tell me to figure it out. So, and I did. And technically, again, the day he messaged me back, I had just gotten back from doing it, so I had done it that week, and he knows that. But he was like, again, that wasn't thinking. He was just trying to pick on me. But that being said, but he was like, so why didn't you tell me? I'm like, and I said that he was like, and he does a thing where he talks in a way, he responds in a way that clearly shows he's ignoring what I said. So he goes, well, you should have told me. You clearly are acting like you didn't see what I just texted you. So basically, I'm like, Kevin. I just said, Kevin, I tried to reach out. I did my best to. I just kind of kept it. Call me just. I use his word. I creatively, respectfully use his words against him. Kevin, by your own words, I did my best to try to do the account when I couldn't do it. I didn't just give up. I returned the very next day to do it. And he was like, why didn't you tell him? Again, that was what he kept focusing on. I'm like, Kevin, again, anyway, I can go on and on. But long story short, he was trying to get me to like concede that I made a mistake when I didn't. And so I said, but basically when that wasn't working, his follow-up was, again, literally out of the blue, your conversation as of today has been very disrespectful. Here, let me get that way. I'm gonna read it. And then he said it again. This is where I learned, and these people make me more intelligent by treating me like shit because I have to educate myself. It's like that. There was a meme. Appreciate my educated ass. It's like, it was like a meme I saw recently, like on Facebook, like, you put me through so and so, so now enjoy my educated ass. He goes, oh, this notice is to inform you that effective immediately you are being removed from Panhandle Eastern Pipeline Energy facility located blah blah due to no call, no show and failure to follow company attendance policy. You are not to return to this job site. This is not a term. Wait. Oh my, I just now noticed this. Wait a minute. He made a mistake even more. So not only is it a ghost copy, it says you are not to return to this job site. This is not a termination of employment. This decision is final. You are required to return the key for this location to me no later than oh, I guess maybe. I think it's because he's not firing. I guess never mind. That's fine. It's worded weirdly. But again, so this was a ghost signature, right? He sent this one day. That text message happened one day. The very next day, he sent me this after a text that claimed that I was being disrespectful. Hang on, let me find that text message. And this is more just funny. It's more just check this shit. Just check this funny shit out, basically. Where'd my phone go? I gotta find my phone. It's so good, but it was. He straight up said, this conversation has been disrespectful. You are to return your key to me, blah blah blah. And so I say, I am not being, Kevin, I am in no way being disrespectful. If you wish to, and I was at this point talking to a lawyer, and I just asked, and they said, it's true. Like basically, Kevin, at this, if you wish to follow through with that action, I'm gonna need it in writing. This is what he sent me. Was this little thing here with this scribble on it, and it's someone to let me know that this is not an official termination. They're going to use it like that, but it doesn't have it has the common name which I can use to link it, but there's no address. There's no company address. There's what appears to be a signature, but his name's not on it. To where this is designed to where, someone's saying playing to where this is designed to be hard. If I kind of went through with it, it's designed to be a trap. To where if I went to a court, for instance, it's hard to prove. It's hard. It's meant to be so that they can be ambiguous. Be like, that's not my signature. Whatever. But anyway, so I didn't take the bait. In fact, what I did is I played even deeper. Was I sent him the key? I sent him that key back with a certified mail. Again, I've been playing ball. Basically, that was his first real strike, because that was the first time he ever sent me like that. Because again, that's what I'm saying. For 3 years, I've been this guy's not been talking for 3. I've been working for the guy for 3 years, and I also he will talk to other people to get them to talk to me instead of talking to me directly. And I realized that he's doing it because he's trying to minimize basically dirt. The dude can't talk respectfully. The dude is so like he can't even act like he. That just shows me how bad it is. The dude. Just basically, it's the safest way this dude can exist is to not talk to me at all. He can't even pretend to be nice, which is I'm fine. But anyway. So the actual termination, and he sent me this letter again in the mail because I'm not again. He's trying to fire me by text, right? So he's trying to fire me by text, and I'm like, there are people saying that's not a legal way to fire somebody. So I asked him to send send it in writing. The first thing he sent was, again, that's why I was confused. Where it's like he said, "You're not to return to the job site. This is not a termination of employment." Now again, the reason he did that was, yes, it was to make a point, but he was also trying to find a way to hurt me financially. I'm not stupid. He was doing that because he thought it would shut me up and get me to be a good boy. It didn't. And so he messaged me this is like the very following week. He goes, "This notice is to inform you that effective immediately your termination with Heaven Sent Cleaning Inc. is terminated. This decision is based on repeated failure to meet company expectations after prior verbal warnings," which literally, I have witness in my house right now who works with him that this guy literally. Anyway, if I want to be an ass, I could literally be. If I want to be an asshole, I could go to the accounts that I work with him on, force him to look up their cameras, and be like, "Kevin, show me where you talked to me verbally," and I'm gonna let you know, or let people know, right? He's never going to come into my apartment. You know how I know? Because instead of talking to me, the way he dropped it, again, this is a proof. That's why I've left it the way it is. The way he dropped it off was this paper was folded up in my letter with my check, and he dropped off checks personally, and I'm going to bring it up to the court, be like, the guy says I wasn't talking to him, but he never once bothered to actually stop by personally. He used to all the time. Suddenly he stopped talking to me in person, but he's claiming that I'm not after prior verbal warnings, which literally, it also, even then, that wouldn't be a thing. These issues include client complaints regarding odor following cleaning services. What he's trying to say is bullshit. What he's claiming is people would smell pot hours after I left when I didn't even smoke pot on the job. And here's what I'm saying. It's weird because the two people who are, since I've been like my replacees, they smoke on the job. So how and why am I being the one claimed to smell like? Well, first of all, how you know it's me? If you got, I know for a fact there's 3 people in that building that smoke smoke weed, that smoke. People know. Science is on my side. I wouldn't, if I was smoking weed, I wouldn't be able to smell it. Basically when you smoke, it's not. I know it's not that played dry, but it's a thing where the way that there's a certain way of smelling it when you're used to it versus not. It's the man, I've not smoked a long time. That's that familiar smell of cannabis smell. That's what I was smelling to where, and I don't gotta split hairs like that with them, but it's a thing where again all I gotta do is I know these people. He also, again these people, they're kind of looking out for themselves, which is fine. He doesn't know that I know these people outside the job. He doesn't know that. I actually told him a long time ago. He kind of brushed it off the shoulder, but I told him that he doesn't know that I know these people, the people who he's trying to like replace me with. I know them outside the job, and so this whole this is literally the whole older thing is. Like, it's the thing where there's people who smell heavily of pot inside this school on days I am nowhere near pot, and they're claiming somehow they know it's me specifically. I'm gonna told Kevin that they smell pot till 2 p.m. and because of that somehow they know it's me. And I'm saying that because the reason I know is I would because after the first time we do this shit, I would shower and then I would walk to work. I was the freshest of fresh. I was smelling like fresh air. There isn't nothing I couldn't smell. I might smell like leaves, tree leaves, like shit. But he goes failure to adhere to required cleaning scheduled at a school facility and other clean locations, failure to respond to work-related communication, no call. Okay, here's the thing. First of all, again, the way I was hired, I was a subcontractor. I was always told I don't have a schedule. I just kind of come in when I can. Now, over the years, he's been saying, can you come in sooner, like a favor. And it went from being a favor to a I need you here, and more like a favor. Again, it's a thing where this is okay, failure to respond to work-related communication and no call, no show on a scheduled account on the weekend of April 18th. And first of all, and again, I don't know all the rules of legality. This paper, I mean, if I wanted to, he basically put on things that were on it. Okay, let's say, and outside of being a ghost signature, the stuff that's on this, half of it was on the previous one. If I'm to be like, okay, this was something he already got me. Can you? I mean, I don't know all the laws. Can a writer give you 2 separate write-ups for one incident? I don't think that's how things work. Again, I don't know the whole law, but I think if it was legal, the first time, because he literally said he's referencing it, and other client locations, failures to respond to work-related communication and no call, no show to a scheduled account. We know it's right. We know what you're. He's directly referencing another write-up. As I mean, again, we're acting like this is like valid, right? I'm acting like valid. Like, again, it's a thing where
that's something you can't do. This
is, again, keep in mind, the first one this is April 22nd was the one where it said, then the next week, the very next week, He's saying that in 7 days I have shown a failure to do. Again, first of all, first of all, I haven't. It wasn't a no call no show because I did show up. And again, and I've already talked to people saying the way he's trying to do it, he's trying to do it in a way that when the courts see it, again, he's hoping that when the courts see this, they're going to be like, oh, well, see here, you tried, but it's already too late. He goes, and you are required to return all company-issued properties, including keys, the 2 swipe badges, to the school no later than 12 p.m. on Friday, the 1st, by May 1st. Due to the high security nature of the school facility and the safety of the students, keys must not be mailed and must be returned in person. Now, he did this because, again, on that last thing, what I did was what a lawyer said, because he's clearly trying to frame it that I'm untrustworthy, that if I had just sent him back the key, he could have claimed that I didn't or I stole it. So I sent it back as certified mail, so that I have proof, and I took a picture of it too, that I have proof that I gave him that key back. He can't say I didn't. And the reason why that's imperative is it helps. Even though this is a ghost document, it basically locks in that he can't take it back now. You know what I mean? He can't be. He can't be. Oh, never mind. It's a way where, but again, basically, I'm letting the man dig his own grave, which I did, to where he goes, I return all properties, blah blah blah. You are effectively you are not. Okay. Think about this. Again, you are required to return all the property to John by May 1st. But on the same message it says, effective immediately, you are not authorized to enter or access any Heaven Sent Clean locations. So if I'm banned, how can I do that? Again, it was meant to be a trap. Any unauthorized access will result in further action. As a reminder, you have previously acknowledged and signed the company's employee handbook, which include provisions regarding non-competition and protection of company clients relationships. Those obligations remain in effect for 1 year following the end of your employment. And someone said that's just a scare tactic. There's literally nothing, because first of all, he just admitted that you're an employee. But again, the way he signed me up was in the room. He goes like this, and it seems so. We go in there. Hey guys, leave your phones outside the door. And he left his too, out of fairness. I'm like, okay, I guess private. I guess it's a big private meeting. I guess I didn't really think. I didn't think about it. But when he in there, he goes, all right. He kind of explains the whole company, blah blah. And he goes, okay, before I give you this, he's talking about what I'm like the signature. You have to promise. You have to not promise. I think you have to swear, either promise or swear, under no circumstances will you file for unemployment. And if you do, I will fight it and I will win. Now, even in the back of my head, I'm like, that's kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm like, yeah, I mean, I didn't see what would hurt. I think in my head, I thought, really what, like, I knew, like, okay, it could be illegal, but, like, again, I'm not one to sue. It's like, first of all, it was weird, because here's how it happened. I was working a whole different job that I was doing good at. A manager there, and I don't think he meant for this to happen to me, and I'm going to let her know if I find her again. Just let her know the type of person he is for her own safety. That C was like, hey, C noticed that I was a good worker. She said, hey, I know a guy who needs some work, who's been looking for good workers, and blah blah blah. So that's how I got in contact with him. Had a very good interview, was a very memorable one. Because of the way he interviewed me, I had a lot of respect for the guy. So, but I just in that way in general. And so, this is kind of all blindside to me. But, yeah, that's, sorry, so that being said, anyway, so the way it happened, so that's how I got in. That's how I met the guy. It was like, so my point was, see, I basically giving, you know, based on other people's vouchers, I'm like, you know, again, I'm letting this guy kind of, you know, just fly by the seat of his pants. Like, you know, okay, you know, see, wouldn't have sent me here if he's a problem. You know what I mean? Again, benefit of the doubt. So he you know, he straight up, and then yes, I wasn't recording it, but yeah, he straight up says, he told me, and it was so weird that you would just say it out loud. But like, I mean, I guess he could be like, it's my words versus theirs, but, and so I guess that's probably how we got away with it. But unfortunately, I was able to pass dumb enough. Again, people think, I think they hear me, they hear how I speak, and they think I'm stuttering, and I don't. It's not that I stutter. I've learned that I overthink. You know, I'm trying to always find the perfect word to say. So sometimes I'll say a word, and my subconscious hears how that can be misheard almost immediately. So I immediately try to correct to use a better word. That's why I often double speak. It's not that I'm like stuttering. It's more like that I'm just trying to. Again, it's just me, like, I'm thinking faster than I speak, which is a form of stuttering, but it's more like I'm thinking.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not embarrassed by it. I'm just like explaining it. I mean, I know I don't need to. Anyway, and I don't mean to talk your head off. Yeah, no, but it's, you know, you say with all the yeah, with the lawsuits and things like this is the in fact, again, I didn't kind of eat the cat out of the bag, not that but I've not been streaming regularly for the last several weeks. Again, I'm not a streamer, but I feel bad because the thing where I get these runs where people really want to check in, but then suddenly I become busy, and I was trying to stop that. But then around that time where I was getting back into the streaming, this all hit. Again, this is, you know, not this, you've heard the date, that's not that long ago. Yeah, it was a month ago, but
I mean, honestly, I'm touched that you felt comfortable enough to, like, you know, tell me what, you know, everything that's going on.
No, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry if you think it's trauma. It's more like this is interesting, and I appreciate you being honored that way. And again, cause I understand. I'm not. It's a mixture of it's, first of all, it's not me trying to make it about myself. It's a thing where it is, even with the foster thing, it's not that I'm looking for someone to even agree with me. It's, I think the reason why I talk about it, and maybe it is why anyone talks about trauma, but for me, some people talk about trauma to cope, which is fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. I do it because well, not really, but I guess if it came up, I would like to know how someone else sees it. And I guess you can call it for validation, but for me, it's more like, this is a scenario. Well, there's several reasons. For one, in one scene, it's kind of for inspiration. Like, it's kind of, but see, I threw that out because that mentality out because it sounds like, oh, I'm looking for a way to look like I'm a hero, and I'm not. It's more like, in the event that someone is kind of like down on luck, or let's say, you know, secretly like not hating life, but like, and basically on the off chance that, again, I'm saying the fact that I don't think my life is the worst, but on the off chance that someone would notice how I handle it, whether and I'm not saying inspire them, or like maybe they might think their life's not bad, or they have a chance, or they might see they can do it. And it's not that it's not like do it my way. It's more, it's kind of, in one vein, it's to give people in doubt, or who are doubtful of me or themselves, kind of hope, or at the very least, someone else who is struggling, they might see, oh, so that's how you got through that. Maybe I can try that, and maybe it helps them out in a way. But it's also a thing where on the other side of like, it is more just this discussionary, like, you know, you say, it sounds like you're the first time that said, like, some people, because like I didn't even talk about the yard work I had to do, which is fine, I'm not going to, but most people use though, it was still a shock when I heard it, because again, like when you said like, oh, I thought that too, someone once said, dude, it sounds like they were treating you like a slave. And I'm like, I mean, I could say that, but see, if I say that, my brain is like, that's being overly dramatic. But is it not? Because it's a thing where, like, that's a whole different thing. Because it's hard for me to look at that, because I like hard work, And though it's hard for me to talk about that because I don't. It's a thing where even with the villains, like with the Mike situation, I don't want to put something on someone if it's not on them. You feel me? Where like, did they have weird methods for how I had to work? Yes. Like it was, in hindsight, yes, they did rarely ever actually work outside with me. But I kind of thought that was normal life. Now, when I think about it, Gene was always inside in the AC, reading some magazine, and then C claims he was always busy, but when I think about it, C was always inside reading. But that in random moments, I might walk outside and C's up front pulling some weeds out the front of the like, and she has a little bench she'll sit at and she'll like move up and down it. See, my point is, there are moments where they will do yard work, and so that's why I just thought, okay, I'm younger, so yeah, I'm going to do the lion's share, which is fine. I always took it as fine, but it was weird that like when I was like, I don't know, when I was 5, well, when I was there at 5 or 6, I went there, left, and came back when I was 6, but within that time frame, and like and definitely after I returned forever. They had like 60, but with the pond it kind of reduced it. So collectively they had like a 31-acre yard. So it was big enough that when I was younger, she would mow the front yard, which kind of seems normal, and he would ride mow the rest of it. And it was always fronted like he was going to help me rake. But that just never became a thing because he always had to work. I mean, again, that's why I'm saying, when he said that, I was like, oh yeah, sure. I was kind of like, I always operated in an air of belief. So when he said, hey, I gotta go take care of work, I assumed that. But here's the thing. So they would leave literally acres of grass, and I was in charge of making sure all the grass got taken to the garden, which is at the furthest corner of the property. They had a wheelbarrow, but it had a flat tire. And when it was never a convenient time to fix the flat tire. And so after they finally got enough, they complained. Every time they mowed, if I didn't have the yard it done, period. It didn't matter how much. If the grass was still there, I was getting yelled at about why it didn't get done. And so finally one day I kind of.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like that's like at that point, that's just a.
I mean, I get it. It's. Yeah, I see. It's the thing where like it's because I don't know what sort of hard work kids do. You know, and I know I'm not trying to like. I think you see why I have struggled. Because I do know kids do yard work. You know what I mean? I do know they do chores around the house.
Like,
but
I know it may not be my place, man. But like, from my point of view, they're just not good people. They just sound like bad people.
Yeah. So. And again, well, first of all, I'm narrating because I'm narrating how I used to say it, which is more on the era side of caution. But again, my thing is this. My thing is, again, things that are exposing them more to me. Again, it was the fact that I was told recently that they never should have got power of attorney over me. And when I told someone that, they were like, when? I'm like, I don't know, I think when I was younger. They're like, well, that definitely makes it legal. There is no reason for them to have, like, unless there's very specific reasons to why a foster parent would be giving power of attorney over you, outside of them finding a way to take advantage.
I think they manipulated you and took advantage of the fact that you didn't really understand.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. So and it's like, even then I'm like, is that a reason to go after them? It never was, but it's a thing where I've been looking back at my messages and the pattern. They almost always message me. Like, here's the thing, on my birthday, not after. And when you can say, do I contact them? My last November on my birthday. I mean, I guess and it could be innocent, But I think it's again, I sometimes it pays to overthink. He said on my birthday, "Hey, sorry, it's been crazy busy. Sorry, sorry I forgot about your birthday. Happy birthday." Now that can be it can look, but I'm looking at that way. It's like, looking back with more of these other stuff, I'm with this other kind of variables I've been putting together. The way he worded that on my birthday, like if it was a genuine, again, here's the thing, if it was a genuine person, if you were genuinely concerned about my birthday, again, I don't care, but if you were, it's on my, why wouldn't you have said happy birthday? He said it's almost like, because they know my birthday. It's a thing where I think they kind of.
If you don't mind me asking, do you have any other like foster siblings?
Not foster siblings, but I have other siblings. That's a whole different story. So when I was with them, they always portrayed that. I was always told, even though I was never alone, I always said, if I ever see my family, let one of them know. If somehow I'm by myself or whatever, call one of them. They made my family seem like the boogeyman. They went out their way to, like, if you never want to be alone. If they see you, you might not come back, and you know they're not good people. They won't take care of you. Now let me say this. To be fair, they're not far off from the truth, but whether they knew that or not, I don't know. I think they're just kind of just being toxic, and it just happened to be true. It's a thing where my siblings, I'm gonna let them slide because our mother's fucked up in a way where, and I say that in a way where she loves you if you help her do corrupt shit, or just she like, you know what I mean. I think what happened was it's a thing where I think for a long time she missed me more like personal, like I was her. It was like more of an ego thing, not ego, more like I was her son, and they took her. It was, I think, getting me back was more about like trying to get back at the state. It was never about getting me back. Not that she ever did. It was more like, with all this talk. Here's the thing. For as much as they seemed to talk about they missed me and stuff, after I was finally came back into their life, it's like I gotta earn my place. It's like and it's more like. And here's the thing, I let my siblings slide because, you know, they're kids. Again, I'm aware enough to know that it sends the father and mother to where the kids, you know what, how much am I to beg or expect my siblings to? It's not like no. Here's the thing, they call me brother. They call me brother, but I now know from just how things are versus words and how they treat me. It's very much, and here's the thing. I'll put it like this: if I said this, they would gasp in offense, but it's the truth. They call me brother out of obligation. They love me out of obligation. The siblings, and not all of them. And the ones that, and I'll say, okay, not all of them. And of the ones that do, let's split half down. The ones that do, they do it because they feel they need to, but they clearly don't want to. And the other ones that do it because they have some sort of empathy, they do it, again, they're doing it out of obligation, and they're not, whether they really, and I've tried to bring it up, and I don't know if it's trauma or what, but like my sister, she's my closest to me, to where, at the end of the day, there's 3 of them who know, and any of them technically on the right day would do anything for me, essentially, especially if I was in danger, but like, so during this situation with my landlord, last year I had a friend that was, no, 2 years ago, so technically, I had a friend that was, discovered they had meniscus cancer, and early, you know, and so by basically, in August, they got, basically, they said, I was spending time with them while they were making rounds with people before, because they knew it was terminal. It was supposed to be like a few months from then. She passed, actually, my birthday is November 20th. She passed November 8th. But I'm not saying, but it's good. It honestly, it's sad, but there's some symbolism there, because who will see her? My cousin, she was trying to wait. She died on her birthday. 2 days from my cousin / her baby dad, everyone can say it, But that being said, got that. But it was a thing where so I got that puppy. You know, even though I wasn't like mentally. Here's how it was basically I was out visiting and she was like, why don't you give Malik one? And I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And she's like, well, they got puppies, go look. And I kind of went back ahead, you know, okay, I don't really got the money for it. It's kind of weird because I don't know if you believe in manifestation of God, but like it's a weird thing that, and I'm making myself make note just for the curiosity. More like there's been too many coincidental times that there's been times I thought before about a dog, but it's weird that, cause I think it's weird, cause it's funny, cause I think, and it's hard for me to think because it seems so convenient, but I swear, so on that day, on one random day, I was just thinking, like now, I was just thinking about this, how often that when it comes down to it, in the moments where I really think about wanting something, it finds a way of turning up. And I just I'm not saying life's giving, I find a way, somehow life finds a way. It was weird that I was going through some stress at the time, that I was like thinking about missing my old dog from my foster home. You know, I was like, man, I was just thinking about, man, when am I ever going to get a dog next? And then 2 weeks later, unrelated, she was like, hey, why don't you give him a puppy? And so I'm like, you know, I'm not, you know, unrelated, you know, not thinking, but anyway, so I'm kind of setting it up as a part of that's like a foreshadow. So that they come to like, why don't you give him one? And I don't have the money. Again, I've never really actually thought about having a dog. Not that I don't want one. It's just like it wasn't anywhere on my radar at all. Not really. Outside of that one stray thought, like 2 weeks prior. And it's always happens every time. Like it's hard to think now specific, but there's things that I think of it, and 2 weeks later, it's always that 2 weeks period that somehow I get that thing. I was just like, even having it wasn't even like thinking about having it. It's just, but like when I got the dog, I really thought back to that day I had that thought of wanting a dog, and then that made me think back to every single time I had thought, like, okay, homelessness. So it wasn't the homelessness didn't sneak up on me. So in college, I started to become more and more aware, just paying attention to how people treated, like families happen, that I'm like, I realized something wasn't off. And I remember in my head thinking, I gotta stop this thought. If I keep thinking this, it's going to, I think it's, if I keep thinking this, I'm going to end up homeless. And I think I was saying that in truth, it kind of scared straight, where I like kind of was like, where it was the truth where like basically I'm like basically I think and I can even it's kind of I kind of broke down. Oh, what is it? Why you say that? Is because the more I thought about basically the reason why I stopped, because the more I think what I realized is the more I realized that I was right. It was thing where basically I was thinking about how my foster parents were treating me, and like, do they really love me? Do they really care? And, I'm like, let me stop, because I think okay, if they don't, or if they find out you know that, and they kick you out, where can you go? I'm like, my brain was already thinking ahead of what I was about to go through. So I'm like, in that early year, I'm like, don't think about it. If I do, it's going to cause homelessness. Now this happened, you know, a whole year later, but sure enough, it's just funny how I have these thoughts, and these thoughts kind of become essentially a thing. But anyway, I got that dog, and so for a few months, you know, it was for actually I kept him at their place because he kept her more company. But unfortunately, one day, you know, earlier than expected, but you know, her last days came, and so it was. But the problem was, at this point, it was a thing where I knew technically in my lease there's a policy about having pets, so you know, it wasn't fully thought out, and I was trying to figure out what to do. At first I thought about giving it to one of my brothers, but I'll just be straightforward, I didn't say it. The reason why I didn't was because he's abusive to dogs, he's abusive to animals, and the reason, and I basically what happened was when I got the pet, I'm like, oh, here's rabbit. So he was like, let him have one. I'm like, I didn't know what it means, so I literally went to look. What happened was I walked up. She said 1 minute, closed the door in my face, and I didn't feel hurt or anything. I was like, my gut was like, surely she's not doing what I think she's gonna do. And sure enough, she reopened the door and walked out with, you know, just the puppy in her hand. You know, just Billy just put in my arms, said, "All right, he hasn't had worms. He's gonna need shots." Da 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 da. Like basically, like the closest thing to ever literally being handed a baby. Literally, like, if this is how I know it's not, but like if someone literally somehow could get away, it's literally the equivalent of someone literally handing someone a baby, being take care of this baby, and it was kind of that's kind of what it was like. Okay, I don't want to give it back out of insult. Well, I didn't want to give it back. I didn't want to insult my friend and give it back. And also, I'm like, it's thing where I also took it like, okay, maybe these people really don't want this dog. I don't know. I don't want to give this dog back to these people that don't want it. I basically like, okay, you know what? I kind of like took it on like, you know what? I'm gonna figure it out later. My very first thought was, ooh, because what I had just remembered was at that time was, oh, that's right, my brother had just lost his dog. But actually, literally, when I said that, and after a few. But after it was, I got the dog, went to my brother's place. It started to rain, and it's funny because as it rained, and as I was driving up there, I was getting flashbacks to the things I seen my brother do to kids, and to his own pets, to his own kids. It's not like it's more like this. I'm not trying to condone it. It's thing where let me say all of that. I do regret every day. I did stuff. But I always think if I could have done more. Granted, my nephew is fine now, but on that day, it's like, should I have been a fight? I didn't fight because the kids didn't need it, and I also knew it would have only made the situations worse, to where I was forced to be more passive. That basically one day, again, I've been taking care of a lot of people in my apartment. That's that's kind of where I'm here. Where I've been taking a lot of people know me for how I've helped them. But they all kind of fucked me over just fine. But one day, my nephew was crying, and my brother was sleeping on my floor per usual, and he woke up and was yelling the baby to shut up. It's a male baby, so my brother isn't. This is kind of gonna expose his mentality. Dude, why you're crying like a bitch? I'm like, what? I'm like, how are you? I mean, what? He's a baby. What do you mean? So yeah, he's a no, he ain't. He's a boy. He's supposed to be a man. Obviously, logic out the window there. So, one of the many times, it was more days of this, but this particular day, he never did it again because I didn't let it happen. But also because I, over time, put him in a situation where he couldn't. But I still feel sorry that again, it's a thing where I feel sorry I didn't do more. And I think it was partly because I know. It's like this is all fucked up. My family's fucked up, but foster care is also fucked up. So I didn't know what to do, and while I want to speak up,
you know.
I'm going. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. I don't want to lose train of thought.
Just saying. I said no judgment. You know, everybody has their problem.
Oh yeah. Oh, and no. It's I'm not. It's more like I'm not expecting you. It's here's basically on that day. He was so fed up, and he does. No, I think it was the only day I at least know it. It's uncomfortable to talk about, not because it's just sad, but more because basically when I describe it, every second you're probably gonna be like, why didn't you do something sooner? And it was a thing where I wouldn't know because I wouldn't know until it happened, until I had to do it then. But still, like hindsight, like to this. Well, right, but basically, he converted to shut up to I was pissed by this, but I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. But he cupped his hand over the baby's mouth to like shut up, and I'm like, bro, just check. He's probably hungry. Man, he ain't fucking hungry. Now, to my relief, the reason why I didn't because in that display of like emotion, he in this flailing of it, in his if people talk their hands, it caused him to take his hand off, so the baby was fine. So I'm like, dude, and he did like he got the bottle, put it in his mouth, like in like it kind of but for a few minutes later he was back to crying. See, and so I don't know when, but the main thing I remember, I could probably map it out, but I don't want to. But I mean, I could. It just I could draw the description, but what I'm keep dancing around, not just saying getting the point of, which is outside of that, the handcuffing was one thing, but the next thing he moved to was and I didn't know. It's a thing where I feel bad for looking away because I'm not a pacifist at all, but I'm also, it's a thing where I don't, though I believe that people want to fight for stupid reasons, and while people may put you in a situation that makes it seem justified to fight, that's the trap, because you are now kind of playing the game they want. And especially in this situation, that he had taken one of the blankets, and he had, not to make it graphic, but he had, take your middle finger, index finger. He had 2 fingers with his blanket around it, and he tried to gag the baby with it. He was basically, he clearly was trying to cover. I'm not trying to, this is not at all how to do it, because this is still fucked up anyway. Let's say his intentions was just no. He knew what he was doing. Because why else? No, I need to stop. This is why I think it was the disbelief that he really did. I think that's why. I think if I had locked on that was intentional, I think I would have acted. But I think because, bro, this is my brother and that's his child. There's no way he's really shoving that blanket down his throat right now. But again, I acted, slower than I would like, but fast enough to just de-escalate. Like, bro, let me just, what the fuck did I do? I think I said something. I said something that kind of. I think I either said get his bottle. I did something that forced my brother to stand up, walk away. Get some I don't know what I said that. And I did go in there to check on him. I said I'm sorry. To him. I don't know if he heard. Not my brother. To the baby like this. I didn't want to get close. I could tell that, and this my brother is very very high strung to where. I knew that if I over console this baby, he's going to get angry at me, and this baby is going to become in the middle of a fight. That was why I had to really be. That's why again I really want. I that was the first time in my life I've ever wanted to put hands on any person, and I stopped myself because I was genuinely afraid of what I hate it. That's what it is. I hate this reasoning. I hate that this was felt like the only reason, or no, that felt the only way. I had to approach with like with my boss. I had to approach in a way where I act like I know I'm too stupid to know better what's happening, so that my brother wouldn't act off that in defense or anger, or because my brother, it's a thing where he didn't like it when I correct him, and not just correct him. And I think I see it now more too. But I say that now, but I probably would say he doesn't like it when he doesn't like being wrong. But I think it's more specifically he doesn't like it when I correct him, and it's more because I think, which is weird, but in hindsight, I think he does. Either mom did in the past or does still, for all I know, which is surprising because on one story, like one friend of mine kind of was hinting me at, hey, I saw your mom the other day. I'm like, cool, that's nice. Like, yeah, but see, he was saying she has 3 sons. Like, I think he was kind of like, he was letting me know, he played it off like he hadn't seen her forever. Hey, how you doing? Pretty good. But he was letting me know, your mom says he has 3 sons. And I'm like, oh, I'm not surprised by that, but the fact that she's saying that in public, and she's like, but my brother was there. I mean, that would make it seem like she loves him more. But that being said, she's that fucked up to where, just because she doesn't care for me, doesn't mean she doesn't use it as a way to manipulate my brother, to where it feels like the way he acts to me, it's not jealousy, but it's clearly something in that vein. But he's not. But what it's not straight jealousy. I think it's not a defense, but something is in his past or mind that makes him get offended when it seems like I'm trying to give myself an upper leg, either intelligent. He just doesn't like when I don't know when I have posture around him. I guess I don't know what it is, but because of that.
All I'll say is that
like at the end of the day, like if he does something to his child that gets him arrested, I mean that's on him.
Yes.
You know? So.
Oh, I know. And my nephew is fine, and that particular and all of them do, but that one is maybe he does remember why. Maybe he does remember that, but it is weird that not weird, but he is always very he always hugs me, Uncle Malik. Always he there of all the things he's been through, and like I've been trying to get him. I was supposed to buy him a Rolex a while ago, but he doesn't he don't know what's been going on with my job. But that again, it's not about the but like, and normally I wouldn't it was a thing where again because that's the type of household he lives in. He thinks life is all about having a Rolex, which it's not, but I would love to give him one, and I'm going to give him something like that. But it's a thing where, but first of all, anytime he sees me, he reminds me, "You have that watch yet?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, nephew, not yet." But same time, he does. Despite that, he doesn't let that like change how he feels. He always like, if anything, it's more like sad, like not at me, like. He's clearly looking forward to the day I give him something, especially that. Now I've given him something he loves at all. He anytime I give him, and again, I'm not just spoiled. I mean, I do if I could, but and again, we're not a materialistic family. It's again, I mean, and it's like not stereotypes, but my brother, those kids are being grown up in the hood. You feel me? So you are in, and that's not stereotype. I'm black, so I'm like we, and I'm saying being. This is okay. Let me say this. Some people say that's being stereotypical. No. Well, I'm saying that because those who know they know that people who live in that area, and it's not me being stereotyped. Like this is. It sounds awkward because it sounds like I'm judging, but I just as who's lived and seen it, I'm saying that if you're in an environment that primarily plays rap, and that's not me stereotyping, we know what they. Why else would a 4-year-old be wanting a Rolex? You know what I mean? I'm like, this is not me being a stereotype. This is me like pointing out like that is what they are surrounded by, and I'm not trying to be mean. So like I'm doing that because unfortunately I know that's kind of all he understands. But that being said, I know I'm not going to try to. Honestly, there have been days where again the reason why I'm trying to get all this other stuff like I've had a place for a while, but things like. My job, the life around me has been what's held me back from what the stuff I wanted to do. Honestly, a long time ago, technically, when I went to college, I was going to be a landscape architect, and I only chose that profession because after all that they kept grilling me for what I wanted to be when I grow up, and it wasn't that I didn't know. When I first was asked, I said I want to be a botanist, but they were like. What? You don't want to be a botanist. They don't make a lot of money. And I'm like, I even told my kid, I don't care about the money. They're like, oh, you're going to want to care about money. So and honestly, when I think about that, do I want to be a botanist still? I mean, it's like I don't. It's more like, should I change that? I could. But I'm glad, again, I take the good from the bad, which is, while it sucked, that did kind of put me in a situation where it caused me to discover other things. That's where I learned about a landscape designer, which I'm like landscape designer. It's like it's better, but still not good pay. I'm like okay, so then I'll go back to drawing board, because what am I going to? Well, I'm like thinking okay, I like math, I like science, I like plants, I like to help others. I do love the environment. What can I do that does all that? That's actually why I said botany, as I thought that'd be a way to help. I mean, I think if anything, I think if anything, that was just if they were a better parent, they would have helped me expand upon what a botanist can be. But they made it seem like that was the problem, and even though it wasn't, I had ways. I think I was going to make flowers for people, but ultimately, I'm like the reason why I wanted landscape design because at this point was I had I was aware of the hood and struggles, and I've seen people who just had like barren yards, and I hear I hear how as a kid every time I turn around, people are just talking about how expensive it is and how hard it is to maintain their yard, and it looks so awful. And then you talk about people I know people don't like bugs, and so I know people ultimately would like their yards to be more comfortable for themselves, but I know even from at a young age, people have a hard time affording that. So it always was in my heart that, okay, well, fine, I'm just going to learn how to make nice yards and just do that for people. My goal before all this was I was going to become a landscape, well, a landscape designer, but eventually change the landscape architect. But still, same goal was I wanted to have a company so I can go into these like lower, not just about low income, because I do believe that there's people who are, I won't say high income, but like there's people who low income. I guess if any of my target audience before the low incomes was, I'm looking at people who are inheriting houses, and I look about all these houses that have been knocked down for the last few years because they've been old and decrepit. Damn it, those were houses that I had meant to save, and this is specifically what I was trying to do. I knew these houses were being essentially hard to maintain or manage because of just how life was. I wanted to be like with this. I wanted to be that guy that I'll gladly use my free time to go in there to free. That's literally how I survived homelessness. And no, do you know how many times I did accounts for free, and not just to be nice. I mean, it was to be nice, but it wasn't like a ploy. It was like basically, it was a thing where I wanted people to know I'm not. This wasn't my intention. I wasn't trying to make it big by just going door to door for houses. And so, and I think when I think about it, I give myself a lot of like handicaps in life because like I don't want people to think I'm a salesman. So unless they offer, I never offered a price. I basically been like, I will, what happened was I was literally walking on, sometimes barefoot. But I was walking literally from end to end, like basically as I walked from, and I kind of plotted out. So there's the north, east, southwest part of the city. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm on my feet. So I try to be thorough. So as I head out, I park my car in my brother's driveway or my grandma's driveway, whatever, somewhere just so it's off center, but not not on where property tax to. But I would believe it's somewhere where I knew it should be safe, essentially, which it wasn't, unfortunately, but it's fine. But to where I would, kind of be somewhere a central spot where I can like walk from. But then as I walked, you're walking across sidewalks and you're walking past these houses, and so I just let people know that, hey, especially if I know there's a beautiful yard, like, hey, if you ever need help with that yard, let me know, and I let them know right away. No, I'm not. Now listen, I'm not looking for pay. I love to work in yards, and I enjoy the experience, and that often worked a lot, and I didn't mind. I've learned and built so many retaining walls there, and that's kind of the cool thing that basically it became a thing where, the only people who could afford that sort of stuff were people who had big yards, which is fine. But I'm not talking about like mansions. I'm talking about people. I mean, I could have, but like I didn't even think of that because it wasn't about that, but. Usually my projects ended up being, I'm usually coming in after an actual landscape company came through, and I'm just being told how they did an awful shit job. They didn't do what they said they were going to do. Yada yada. You know what I mean? It was just bro, that is so common. But also in hindsight, now that I know how the world works, and it's true. Like just because you can have a good boss and have bad workers. So that being said, I learned. It took a lot of learning, but. I learned that, from Green, I've learned, number one, how cheap companies can be, but also just how common these problems are. But the cool thing about that was, because, they were, crappily built retaining walls, whatever, I'd always looked at it in the books, but this is my first time to actually, like, physically work around or on a retaining wall. So, like, I was able to basically learn in reverse, reverse engineer, and then essentially teach myself how to build. So now, and it's been a minute, but I could build a retaining wall right now. I'm not asking. I know I could. Where I say that where if you say tomorrow, well then I'm gonna look up to make sure where should the holes be at, because I want to make sure for hills like I make sure there's not gonna be to account for erosion. Water weight, that sort of stuff. I'm gonna make sure I'm leveling every single brick I put down, which is what you should do. But I'm saying most people, when they see someone like me, they probably think, Even as a nice guy, they're just gonna assume that, oh, he's just gonna do a okay job. No, I'm gonna make sure, because especially if I'm even if I'm not charging you, if I'm gonna tell someone, the last thing I want to do is know that I messed up, or the last thing I want to do is know that I let myself cut a corner on doing someone's yard. Especially when I know that can be property damage later, causing them more money than I'm costing. It. Oh, did it for free, but now they gotta pay $2,000 to get it fixed. You know what I mean? Because I wanted to be lazy or assume I can do stuff or whatever. But that was a cool thing that this whole time that. But that being said, there were people who would like, oh, here, let me give you something, whether it's food, a little bit of money here and there. That got me through, and that was more than enough. Until basically what happened was, by the time I turned 21, I got, it's a thing where, again, this is how my family, this is how, again, more facts against my foster parents. After this all happened, someone brought up to me, my mom was like, well, why don't you sign up for, independent growth? There's a program within foster care that I could have signed up for, which honestly, when I think about it, I wanted to see what's in on it, because while that's what happened, I think that's a program I already was on. Oh no, maybe not. No, maybe not. I'm trying to think. No, it wasn't. G already kicked me out. Cause here's the thing. So like, it was like, the first homelessness was for like a week or this is what I say was this is where it gets all foggy. That somewhere between that time frame, I got into contact with my mother, who convinced me to sign the paperwork for an independence, for pathway to independence, whatever. And I'm confused on that because I think and thought I was already on that. I think basically what I actually signed was like the final paperwork for that. And it was more like I basically, I think that's why the tricks work. Yes, I was signing myself out the system, but they were portraying it like this is what I need to do this. Versus in reality, what was happening was they were tricking me into. Now, the reason why this worked out for my foster parents was that technically, at least, let's say if we're counting like the fees and stuff, from that day forth, technically, they weren't my responsibility. But it was after that day that my mom went in to help me hunt down stuff, that C helped me dig up that. Outside, I mean, I don't think I fixed it at all. That to this day, I'm pretty sure that what they discovered was, because I do remember it being a thing, and I never went to get it canceled. That C was convinced and concerned and pretty sure that my foster parents had, because when after that happened, C went into my SSI and saw that it had like a few $100s left. But C's saying that the way it should work is that I should have like $32,000 worth in my, at least, and that mathematically I should have had at least $32,000 in my Social Security, and she's saying none of it's there. See, that the only way that can work is if they have power of attorney over me and they did something with the money. Which makes, in hindsight, when I think about all this expenditures, all this stuff kind of makes sense. All that makes sense for me, or to me, that. So yeah, it's a thing where it's been me versus the world literally since I was a child, and all I'm just trying to do is get to a place where I'm more stable. I'm just trying to get stable enough to help everyone else, the next guy. And I know maybe that's what a lot of people are doing. So I'm not trying to act like I'm any special. And that's the thing where it's basically my heart aches because of the people who I haven't been able to be there for that I wanted to and I would have. and it's only been because I've been forced to do. And it's like in this game with the disruption. I've been stuck so long with these other things I've been having to deal with. I've not been able to help the people who I intended to help with. The people like, help yourself. Well, yeah, okay. And it's kind of been an evolving thing that I think two of my most, I don't use Facebook anymore, but two of my most riveting posts I ever made, and not to like toot my own horn, but two things I'm glad I said like before I kind of left was two things. Number one, I kind of made a realization. I kind of made like a realization. Number one, I kind of made a post like I kind of like realized like I realized basically I said in like this like I was like a quote. I work hard every day to be able to afford to help others. I don't know how did I know. See, I said it better than that. I work hard. Well, no, that's what, and it might help me because it was like a more. This is what I do remember, and it was like after. Technically, what I'm trying to say was the prefix to what I'm about to say, which is my proudest quote, which is the truth, which is basically, I live my life. I live my life with the aim. I intend. How do I say it? I aim to leave the greatest impact with the smallest ripples in life. That's my goal. I want to make the greatest impact with the smallest ripple. And to explain that to those is that I intend to help people, but I don't do it because I need notice. I'm not trying to make ripples. I'm trying to make big impacts with small ripples. Because again, it's not about what I did. It's about this. I noticed these are problems that need addressed, and I want nothing more than to help. And the reason why I want to make small ripples is because people take it personally. They think it's about me. It's not about me. There's but yeah, and it was simple, sweet that I live to make the greatest impact with the smallest ripples. But that was kind of, I think what I said before was kind of a little more angsty maybe, but like a little more like drama based, which is true. But I said I work hard. I think I said I work long hours every day in order to afford to be there for others. It was something along those lines. It was to be there for others. I think I just had it in like I said it in like a smoother way, but those were the main words. And that's just kind of, yeah, that's kind of all I need. I'm still here for 1 second.
I think that's definitely good. Definitely a good way to look at life. Oh yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah?
Oh, no worries. Oh, I was gonna say I did add you on Discord.
Alright, man. And again, I don't know if you're trying to understand. We can accept.
Oh yeah, no worries. When you started like monologuing, I grabbed a drink and just started chilling on my chair. Like, no worries.
I appreciate it. We can, and I'm not trying to, cause we don't have to, cause I can go on. But we got two. I guess kind of like that. Cause I don't mind going on. There's plenty more, and there's other perspective. Again, I think I'm kind of not crescendo is the opposite. It's just lost in the music. It's the opposite of crescendo. It's not descend. It's like descend, but not. But anyway, it's I guess climax. But no, that's no crescendo, climax. It's been so long since I've done music theory or anything. But
no worries, I know what you're
kind of adding to this. We can do just so quick match, or if you want, you mentioned, I don't know if you still have, I gotta see if it needs to update or not. I can get on Overwatch, but another game I do play that we can like talk for hours on, in the odd chance that you have heard of it or play it. Actually, in fact, if you're one of those who hate it, I would love to like it. Well, I've been currently, if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings at all, or you know about it, I've been currently recreating. I say that like, okay, I'm about to butcher the name. Cause I thought it was called something different, but damn it, I need to find the name of it. The name of the castle in the third movie, it's got like a large. It's Minas. Sorry, I can't call myself a nerd if I don't know the name properly. I can't, but let me find it. Minas Tirith. It's the name of one of the castles in Lord of the Rings. Anyway, I'm currently, well, I think I kind of built it. It's the funky version because the dimensions for the creatures, it's on Pal World, but because of the weight that had the size of some of the pals, I have to make it's kind of skewed. In fact, I can show you what it looks like right now. But that being said, if you play that,
hard at Pal World.
ooh, if you would like to get on that, we can talk. That's the way I can like. That way, it's a thing where, so, ooh, actually, it's a odd question. This would be and honestly, I would find a way to just out of things, and mostly because I know it's kind of short notice. Ultimately, I'm trying, and maybe I won't. Here's what I thought. Ultimately, I was trying to mod I was first trying to. I had a server on Xbox, but it's private, and I was trying to turn it into a dedicated server. I'm close to it, but it's having trouble like at it. But so I decided to finally do it after giving up because I didn't want to give up because there's a lot of like reasons. I spent a long time with it, like happily, but it's a thing where you know from Power World, so you know the drama with Nintendo. Well, so I'm one of those that recognize how. Okay, so in my first world, we can even look at it so you can see what I was trying. Why. And I've kind of recreated it to where I won't say it's bigger and better. It's bigger and better now because, well, I had to make it better. In my original world and what I'm planning to recreate, but I was trying to do it all in one guild so people can, just to make it easier, more streamlined for people to use stuff. Think of it as Skyrim influence, but basically I have touches of the Avatar, the Last Airbender. So if you didn't know, you can now give humans skill fruits. So with that, I had created, I recreated like.
Are you talking about like humans you captured or?
Yes, if you capture, you can capture humans now if you couldn't before. I don't know how long you started, but now you can capture humans, and humans you capture.
I have one human that I caught like a long time ago, but I didn't know.
You can.
Like,
it's a new update. The updates have every single update. This is where every single update I just love. It just shows like they just even if, I don't even care if they're greedy. I don't think they are. If they're greedy, I don't even care. This is the first time where every single update, it's like yes, yeah. There's things I didn't even know I'd be saying yes to. Like literally, like. The level of detail and control they give you in this game is phenomenal. To where and even more with the things I can come up with, because you can get like for instance, I have basically, in my private world I have integrated since you can only have 10 bases per guild. I had to be creative, but basically the way I have it, if you know about the Avatar, the Last Airbender series, my food base. I have humans, so you know how some humans have like more like oranges, tattered, more like cloth clothing. I use those to represent my air nomads. I use the humans that have blue in their clothes to represent water tribe, water benders, red, etc. Yeah, I did. I turned each of the bases into literal like cities. Here, I'll show you some of the.
Do you have like boss things say?
I'm sorry. Oh yeah,
huge
yes,
boss things that
yes.
are-
Oh, so in my it's I don't know what's faster to show you screenshots, which is fine, but I will. But or so, yeah. Okay, I will show you what is now bossing say. To what here in the private. I'm trying to let's see here. There it is. In the private server, I made what I kind of because it wasn't, you know. When I came up with the idea, by this time I had already made all these castles to where again I had to find a way to basically I made the benders and once I discovered I could, I kind of like went with it, which is cool. So I have to the far north I have the Northern Water Tribe base where I have and I have shops. I've built my world to where technically you don't. If let's say you're someone who hates survival games, right, because of the mechanics of having to do like backline and stuff, you don't have to technically. Like the most funny thing you do, say if you're adventurous, you like okay, let's like make fun of Nintendo a little bit, taking from Nintendo. You can now be Ash. You can live that where you can load into my server and you know like you can roleplay. You can join the guild or not, but the way I have it built, you can basically just live and exist amongst you can basically just get on with the mindset of I want to capture pals and I want to capture pals and battle with them and just kind of just hang out with them. I have built out hangout rooms, but each base I built into its own like themed city for things you're going to need. Like so in the very first build base you're going to see at both my service whichever you use is and it's I took it from Fairy Tail, the anime. So it's called Merryhaven Guild. So the very first two bases you're gonna see is the fortress, which is like the two first bases you see make up like the guild castle, quote unquote. So to the far left, I call it the Artisan Hill Square. In there's production assembly lines and there's a hibachi. It's kind of built to where basically you if you don't want to build and if you know you could but you just want to experience in the world for like the environment, you can essentially you can literally this is the closest you're going to get outside than making it to having like an open world. This is why I love why people love Skyrim. You can literally fast travel, but let's say you're more adventurous. I built it so you can you're walking up on the Fire Lord Castle, you're walking up on the on one of the Southern Water Tribe or Northern Water Tribe, and I have them set. Now that I have that, I have them themed. So the Southern Water Tribe is more healing based. So most of my best healing items and best healing gear or like my best cloth armor is there. The Northern Water Tribe, since they're more mystical and magical, I kind of have that's where the better ice pals are to be bought. I kind of have it set to where, and that's just one thing. Now with the server, I have started making a dedicated server, but what sucks is I thought if I did that, I'd have an easier time of increasing the. Again, I'm still new to everything, to where I thought having a dedicated server meant you'd have more freedom, but unfortunately, that's still like even for a dedicated server. A guild can have a max of 10 bases unless I find a way to change that. I've been trying to mod it. I've made some headway. You can now have 65 pals at a base. I was trying to. I mean, it's just more. I didn't need that. I'm more concerned about the bases. I was trying to get the base minimum set to max set to like 16 or 20, because what I was trying to make again. I'm trying to make at least one to eat. I'm trying to make my quota for the bases that represent like the Avatar Kingdom, and then I'm trying to make my quota for the guild. But what I'm probably going to do now is I just made the guild, and I'm just going to I just got a second account, and I'm going to use that second account, which should be just enough because that's 10, so I can make two water tribe bases. I can make 2 Fire Nation bases. I can make 2 Earth Kingdoms, and or 2 Earth bases essentially, and then 4 bases for someone else, or actually wait, Air Nomads, 2 Air Nomads, and again we'll see again, but and the cool thing is, the reason why I feel bad is I do feel bad about people joining and not being able to build their own base. But I'm like, well, it's kind of like, that's kind of the whole theme of the world, though. It's like, because it's not like you can't make your own guild. I just feel bad because I know people who join, they join because they want to take advantage of what I have. But yeah, that's all minor stuff. But ultimately, what hang on, let me show you. Earth side. Screenshots. There it is. Oh yeah, here's the new Earth Kingdom, and I can show you what the old one looks like. I'm gonna send it on Discord. Oh shit! I'm gonna send it on Discord. And actually, I think I actually accidentally snuck in a picture of the main Minas. No, I didn't. Oh, it's funny. So that bottom right one is the one from my old server, well, my private server. And you can join either one if you ever want to. But that that is supposed to be more like the Earth Kingdom, essentially, you know, kind of high up. And again, you can see the proportions aren't like perfect, but
yeah, I think it looks great.
But then the Ministritus.
Oh, very tall. Wow, that is impressive.
It's supposed to be like a version of that from Lord of the Rings, if you're familiar with that structure. Yeah, and it is functional. It is fun. It's not just like it is like, so I think I try to do a thing where and like it's a thing where, and again, I always do things bigger than life, but to where I haven't done Power in a few weeks because of all this stuff. But what I kind of adopted was I'm trying to show people, because I've been running to people saying that they're bored on Power World, and I feel bad, and I think that boredom is coming kind of from the same misunderstanding that people have in Marvel. Right? I won't say people lost their imagination, but it's a thing. I think people genuinely don't realize kind of what they're holding when they play this game when they say that. And I'm not trying to be cocky. It's like, again, whenever I say that, people are like, oh, that's a cool idea. Whenever I bring it, like, again, my thing is, I haven't showed you them yet, but I think I have to build them. I built them in the private world, but again, that was back when I was trying to figure out how to turn on open PvP. I think now I know how. I probably could. It's fine though. But what I would do is on the volcanoes and on water lakes and stuff, I was building element themed battle gems. And the coolest way it takes effect is when you're in a volcano, if you got a firepower, what I would do is build it with stone, so that the intention is that if the battle goes on long enough and strong enough, it does break the stadium. But if it's in the volcano, the way it works, when the floor breaks, there's lava. Now, if you have a firepower, they won't take fire damage. And it's a way where people can literally play around the environment, and it's a way to really get you more. I mean, it's for flavor, but it's just having more. It's to give you more, I guess, elements to play with. It's a thing where, in this game, you could it could be a very nerdy game, and in fact that. My thing is, with the world I'm trying to build and have been building, I've been reaching out to other servers slowly. That, long story, in game, I'm trying to have, for starters, let's say we have 7 servers that have coalesced to where we got people. Let's say we got 7 servers that each got 10+ people, and so when you're on the server, and at some point, what it is that the server you're mainly on, that's your tag. Think of it like Beyblade. So where one day we have enough people, we can have people sign up to where we could have a way to keep track of tournaments. And it's not about that, but it's all for fun, but more like the idea is that basically this is the closest the community. This game could be one of the most immersive communities out there, more immersive than Black Desert Online. And Black Desert is very immersive, to where the way I'm trying to do it is, listen, we got breeders and we got battlers, and we got, you know, you can if we can set this game up to where literally you can say either regionally or just amongst your friend that, you know, I'm the best battler amongst these server, you know, amongst these. We can do a thing where, okay, if I'm from Merryhaven, that's the name of the guild. So here's how it works. There's the actual server. The server has like think of it like an island name, like it's like Japan or the US. So you could go to, say, other server. So whatever, and on a designated day, we can, like, you know, record like, okay, so this player, and it would be set up so, like, you know, whether with a judge in, or we can be an event day where people come, we all go to said server, and on that server we're having battles, and basically you're representing whatever server you're representing in guild. You know, there's, you know, you're gonna have your server name, which is going to represent as kind of like your nationality essentially, but then you can have a little, you know, I'm Guild Darts from the Merryhaven Guild on the Merryhaven Colonial Island, or, you know, something like that. But no, that's just more of a flavor. But the idea is that if with that that boost, you can now have literal, quote unquote, international breeders, international battlers, international battle trainers. You can literally now be cool enough that you got someone that's cool and that knows the game really well, or other games. Is it where you can really just talk, you know, with a chap. I mean, I'm not gonna say you can't. It really doesn't matter. I'm saying I've turned off decay, and I've built large inns and like motels throughout the world, so people can literally just sleep. I can sleep, or I have it built like an anime tavern, so where in the bottom there's like 6 tables to where you can, you know, on a given day you can literally be like, hey guys, I'm gonna be on Power World, and you can be, okay, I'll meet you at name. There's capital N guild, or there's literally the capital N. There's the Bojack's, what did I call it? Bojack's Tavern. Oh yeah, Bojack's Tavern. And I have Jungle
like
Gym.
BoJack Horseman, or?
Yeah, but it reference to that. Yes, it's reference to that.
Yeah,
absolutely a reference to that. Huh? I'm sorry?
No, I said that's nice. That's
oh,
cool.
yeah. And yeah, it's more just like, my idea is that, and like, this is more like, Scan Nintendo was like kind of crap, and I'm like, no, let me just show you. I'm the type of guy that when I show up, yeah, I'm not a pacifist. When I show up and I'm on your team, I'm like, yeah, I'm like bringing the whole cavalry of like.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a big Nintendo fan. I think Nintendo needs to leave them alone, because like it's not like, just let them have their game. Like, who cares?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, I'm glad you said it. Here's the thing. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If let's say Nintendo wants to be greedy and like whatever, I'm not gonna like try to like. It's more like, here's the thing. Okay, let's say that Nintendo. What? Let's ignore the greed. This thing where here's how Nintendo screwed himself. And I know you probably know this, but it's more like this. Here's how they could have played it. Because they made it worse for themselves, and like, it's embarrassing for them, because what they're doing right now is they said Power World ripped them off, and then proceeded to make their own intentional ripoffs of this port. And this is like kind of sad, because here's what I was saying in the past that Nintendo could have done, and now is just kind of making it laughable. They could have been like, let's say they were pissed off for some reason. They could have been like, well, I don't know, for like, shouldn't. They could have been like, hey, they could have taken it more of a brotherly. They could have been like, I mean, I don't like malpractice, but if they wanted, they would have done more. It would have done them more good to act in good faith to Power World. They could have been like, because of how they're posturing themselves, and outside and is not caring. Like, again, this is before I saw the Pokey, or that they made like a rip off of it. But they could. My point was, Nintendo shot themselves in the foot. Let's say Power World. Even when I first played it, my friend was like, "Hey, check out this game that ripped off Pokemon." So when I came, and even when I noticed I was having fun, bro, I played this game for like, you know, the first week with the intention of trying to hate it. And you know, I was like, when I first saw like Chill It, I think it was my mind, but I think I became almost verbally nauseous looking at some of the characters. I even when I think about this, I even in my head, I even told my bro, like, well, my bro who was like, we were like trying to dog on it, like, we again, I was like, I was thinking, you know, I heard even my bro saying it's a ripoff, so I'm like, I'm expecting to hate this, and so the whole time I'm enjoying it, I'm like trying to find things I hate, and I'm like making myself over cringe at some of these pals. I'm like, oh, that's off, because some of the stuff, I won't lie, some of the stuff, especially going into it with a bad mindset, does look awful when you're making yourself compare it to Pokemon. But in a sense, when I realized some of the script and the humor in the game, I realized some of this, it took a week or two to be like, okay, some of the stuff is on purpose. It's meant to be like, the evil thing I could say about this game was, at one point I was like, bro, it looks like someone took that mode in Super Mario World, not Mario World, and the over Super Mario Bros, where when you go into that little cave and you gotta like match the shape, you know, you gotta, it's like the little casino thing where you gotta match the shapes. I was like, it felt like I straight said, it felt like someone played that game, which is hilarious because that's a Nintendo game anyway. It felt like someone played that like little slot game with the files of Nintendo. I told myself that because I'm like, yeah, in some of these it really feels like they just mix and mashed. I could see how it does feel like some people just mix and mashed their favorite parts of Pokemons together. And is that good or bad? I don't know. I'm like, you know, in a sense, I'm like, okay, what's fan art then? I mean, and first of all, and it's the thing where Palworld even said, yes, they love Pokemon. Like, so I'm like, well, let me think about this. How is it really wrong? I mean, how lenient or strict are we going to be on, you know, creativity or inspiration? At what point is inspiration too much? And again, we know there's plagiarism, but is that I had to tell myself, is this really plagiarizing them? Like first of all, Nintendo would never do they haven't. No offense, again, I like Nintendo and I've always wanted to play a Pokemon game, but you know why I never haven't? And I'm not trying to say it in a bad way, it's just I never have because I'm like, from the hype of it, it's also, no, and let's be fair, it's the same reason why, unfortunately, I have never let myself play Minecraft. I can never get myself, now I know probably it looks better now, but whenever you see the clips of it, it's the classic, which is fine, but I could, Fortnite was hard enough for me to get into, because I don't expect realism, but what bothers me is people treating things that, like, and and this is me a little grouchy, but it's not, but what bothered me was people, it's when people play Minecraft and talk about it, and this is back in the old day too, I'm looking at the images, and the way people are talking about it, they're talking about it like it's the sharpest image they've ever seen. That's how it feels. And so I'm like, it takes me out of it. The blocks kind of, and maybe it's on me, and I feel bad for myself, it's why I don't really judge it, but the blockiness of Minecraft kind of is why I never could. I know it's mean to call it pixels, but to me it's no different than, you know, and I know that sounds mean because, okay, there's classic RPG games I like their pixels, but also guess what? I'm not playing a lot of those. But that being said, it's not just because it's pixels or boxy that I don't like it. It's just the fact that I think at some point, let's say if it's I think Legos finally did this one day, that they usually have blocks. They used to have only blocks, but then they started adding more shapes. And I'll always love Legos. I will never disrespect Legos. But that's because, at least from how long as I played with them, you had the abilities to make them rounded. So I'm saying, if Minecraft for some reason randomly gave you the abilities to like add like hood-shaped boxes so you can smooth things out, you know what? I might pick it up for that. And I'm not saying, but it's a thing where, like with Pokemon, it's just from the money I know, like I think from a perspective of the money I know they're making, and from how hyped the anime was, and then the anime is a very good, very drawn. You know, I think it's too jarring for me going from like the anime, the Pokemon series to like the video games, the pixelated, like. I'm like, that's why I'm like, for the first years I tried to like let it slide, like, you know what, nostalgia. But okay, at some point it went from this, it went past nostalgia to like early good, let's say good graphics, early 2000s. And I'm not trying to be mean. Again, I'm not trying to like, I love, and this is, everything I'm saying seems like a sin. I was a Nintendo boy. I love my GameCube. I miss my GameCube. I need to get my hands on a new one. I found one. I need to get my hands on it soon. But that being said, as much as I love, again, I have literally always been waiting for a Pokemon game. Now, I think Sword and Shield are nice because they have better graphics. But first of all, let's talk about the price. I'm not trying to be that guy, but like for me, with what I'm going through, I could never justify that price for myself. While I'm sure others could. To where, yeah, so yeah, now let's say yes, they moved out of pixel territory. Well, unfortunately, the games that are out of that pixel territory or that classic territory are in a crazy price range, and I don't know if that's intentional or not. But this is a game that, okay, I got crisp, realistic graphics, and I get a chance to play with monsters that yes operate like I mean, maybe they hate that, but I'm looking at it as, yeah, you know, I'm glad I finally have a chance to play with something that's like a Pokemon I'm glad I'm able to experience what it would be like to truly have that companion, by my side. Not auto, not, set on a predestined path. Kind of, in this game, they kind of really have a mind of their own. And again, I'm not trying to, like, disrespect, but my whole point was, Nintendo could have been actually, even if it was nefarious, they could have played it like the bigger brother, like, they could have been like, hey, we noticed this great game, Power World support. They could have found a way to be more supportive, and then if they wanted to like try to like, make a product that's better, then they would have. It would have been shady, but at least it would have.
I mean, the problem is Nintendo is a very prideful company, so I think any of the I don't know if you're familiar with the nickname, but any of the big three in gaming, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, like those three companies are very proud. So like, it's gonna be hard for them to ever support a smaller company that's like making a similar game, So
well, I'm not saying support directly.
I think Power World's great.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off. I'm listening.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying that I like both.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad. I'm sorry, I'm awful at that. So with my ADC, if I hear a pause, I assume it's a chance for me to speak. I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm just that quick at reacting, I guess. But yeah, it is just it, and I think it's a thing where when I hear something like that, I think because normally I would reply slower, but I'm so quick because I'm about me, clarifying. I want to be like, oh yeah, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not trying to crap on Nintendo or the Pokemon games. Now, I will say I'm very
No, they deserve it, bro. No, hold on. They deserve it, dude. Like, I may be a Nintendo fan, but I'm not like a Nintendo fanboy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, when Nintendo does shitty stuff, I will be the first to say, bro, like,
right.
Nintendo, as a lifelong fan, please
stop.
Like,
yeah,
I hate when they
it's embarrassing.
Like,
yeah.
shitty stuff.
Cause it does, cause like it is. And here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna say. Let's go in deeper. Like here's what this is kind of like this constructive criticism. The reason why I'm so disappointed. I mean, all the things. Like, here's the thing. This is ugly. This has gotten ugly. And again, I haven't been keeping up with it since in like the last 2 or 3 months. But here's the thing, and no one's talking about it, and they're not going to. But I know the truth. So you know how. And people seem confused, and I'm not. Maybe, and this might make sense to you. You know how suddenly Nintendo's been making all these policy changes suddenly and lately, over the last few years. Yeah. They I'm trying to think. Let me think back. I mean, we can. But there's the keys, of course. But I think back to the very first change they made that I took notice of was when they made they made a rule like if they detect, this is back when people were worried about their stuff being bricked, because Nintendo made a policy that basically if they detected things on their product that they thought was malware or harmful, they would shut it down. I'm going to let you know right now, and maybe you thought about this, that is absolutely 100% because of Power World, and specifically only Power World. It's a thing where, first of all, if you didn't notice, they already made it. They expressly banned it from their property. And while here's they're good cop, bad copy it. They're saying they're doing it for all products because, let's be honest, I'm sure there's many games out there that Nintendo could pull up like that they're keeping off. But I'm just gonna be like, it's a feint attack, literally, where they're clustering a whole bunch of things to target one thing. They're doing that again. This is after they announced that they basically banned Power World for being downloadable on their game, and because they know people have ways to get around it. Basically, they're fighting a fire that they're creating. It's a thing where they only made it worse that when you see it from hindsight, they're operating from the mindset that they think Power World is going to destroy their game and their legacy. And unfortunately, they're only helping that by doing what they're doing. That it wouldn't have been as bad if they would have been more nice. But what's happening is, but here's the truth in the fact, they're basically afraid that their players are going to discover that Power World is a really good game. So they're doing everything they can to blind you from seeing it. And if someone happens to somehow play it, they are trying to find, because people are going to find a way to port stuff. This is like a war plan. I believe they were gearing their equipment to be Power World proof. And let's say this, it's not just Power World, it's the fact that they now realize you can say it's about creativity too, but it's more that Pokemon is their golden jewel for the most part. It is kind of what keeps most people coming. I'm not trying to like that, but
I would say Mario.
Not really. Yeah, right. Let me phrase it. Let me clarify. I'm not saying that's why I said right away. I don't that. Let me. I'm saying like they're with how they're treating it. They're making an environment where, like, yes, you're right, because there are other IPs. I'm saying there are so many other IPs, but the way they're kind of making all these changes, I'm just saying like to simplify the conversation. It's like they're operating on basically it's almost, I mean, tell me it's not, if it's not, they're pretty much at this point showing that they're afraid to even let any of their most loyal, they're afraid for any of their customers to even see this game. The reason why they have the key cards and I think it's because, again, these are all ways of I think the key card it's not just a money grab. It's a money grab of, I think that happened after they were kind of feeling lawsuits, and this is not good. I think Nintendo was prepping up to cash out. I think it's a thing where they know they're going to lose this lawsuit, and so they're propping up. It's two things. Number one, they're making I think they're jacking up prices. They have reasons, but basically they're making their customers pay for this lawsuits. The reason why they're jacking up price is it's not just because of electronics. It's the timing of it all. They're doing this as they're using the direct pockets of their supporters to fund this lawsuit. I mean, I'm not saying maybe it's being too mean. I'm just being. It's just, I don't see any. Let me try to take away the objective and the bias, because it's not. But I am saying unbiasedly, but let me try to be a little more objective. Is that okay? Let's think. They added key cards. They remove your ability to mod your device. They're doing everything they can to remove your power from the console. Now, people see that on me, and I think they're banking on that. People are seeing it more from the outside of, this is my device, and I think while that's a problem for them, they rather you focus on that than, I think it's kind of a safe face where the real reason they're doing all this is because they realize games like Pal World do exist and are successful. They're trying to really block out any, if you want, and to be fair, let's say I kind of pity them. To be fair, they're doing what they can to lock out any more money being lost. And people say they're trying to control them. Yeah, same thing. But I'm saying, I think let's just to, that makes it sound more nefarious. It's nefarious, but let's think more from a company standpoint. Out of pride, they're doing this to kind of gatekeep. But also, they also know they're not going to stop this at all. Them raising their prices, I think, is them hedging the bet that they know in the long term they're not going to beat these sort of monsters. So they're jacking up prices right now. And it hurts my soul to say this, you know what I mean? I think that's really what's happening, is that people saying, oh, people are already calling out Nintendo for being greedy. Yes, but I'm like, well, I'm learning there's a difference between blind greed and planned greed. I think this is planned greed, and I don't like. It's a thing where I don't know if they're doing it. Again, this is like my thoughts experience. I want to give the Nintendo the benefit of the doubt that they're not really that evil. They're really, at the end of the day, they're just looking out for themselves. But when I think about that is the problem though. They're literally it's been so long, so I used to have a better like way to explain what I'm trying. There's stuff I'm forgetting that once I again with the key cards, that's kind of more nebulous. But why are there? But the reason why I could I can remember. But looking at all the changes, why would there be so many changes to the way the user can interact with their console, if not as a way to lock you into using? And it's not, people say that, but I'm saying, I think it's a thing where it's a thing that it's like a parlor trick where, or it's a sleight of hand where they're covering up an atrocity with another atrocity, essentially. We're so focused on the unfairness.
I think it's,
go on. What?
I was gonna say, I think it's pretty simple. I think it's more of just, I mean, everything you said is true, definitely. But I think it just really comes down to the fact that they have certain specific franchises that are their bread and butter and print money for them. Like, they just sell crazy amounts of money for them. So they don't want anybody anywhere ever making anything even close to similar to any of their games. And the minute anybody makes anything even close to what they do, they just will sue you. That's kind of like,
and that's,
I feel like what's going on.
Fine. And again, I'm not trying to be that guy. Hopefully I'm not sounding like a I know I'm not, but it's a thing where I thought that too, but again, the only reason, and it's kind of what other people are saying is kind of like, I can act like it's not the obvious thing, but it's the obvious thing where there's other games that have it's very clear that people that I'm not saying you aren't saying this. It's very clear they're targeting Pal World for its success, because there's other games Pokemon out there. And I'm not saying, and I could say Digimon, but I'm saying they're literally do you know how many you go on, well, they're not.
Well,
you
Digimon
go on Newgrounds.
Came first. People always forget that Digimon did come first. So.
But you think you go on Newgrounds or some other, you know how many Pokemon games there were that had millions of copies downloaded in the past that never had a lawsuit? And granted, and actually, I mean, I'm sure they did make money through Patreon, and so I'm just saying, I know you do know that too. Where I feel you, but I think it's a thing where I'm not saying you're using that to defend them, because you are, but I think Nintendo is banking on that kind of obscurity there to be what makes them look good to others. And again, I think it's a thing where either way, it's just financially, I just can't back what they're doing. But I do. What was coming out recently? There are some games that I saw that I'm like, man, I really wanted to play them. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. I don't have that yet. But I think that's one of other counts though. So I don't think I have to get a Nintendo Switch for that. unless they change that.
Well, yeah, you can get Kingdom Hearts on PC.
Yeah, I think they changed that.
Or Xbox or.
I thought it used to be Nintendo excuse, or was it ever? And let me be honest. I never actually played Kingdom Hearts. I wanted to. It's a thing where, and not to. It's kind of thing where my goal was to settle, find friends, or reconnect with college friends, and that's that. There's certain games that I've really had on the shelf to like wait until I had a group of friends to play with, essentially, because well, you know, it's a thing where it would be. I would do it more like if someone wanted to do it for nostalgia or for the first time. Just I would be doing it anyway as, you know, kind of pop culture, like something I missed. And it's more like, again, I'm not saying I have to have something to play it with, and I would. The reason why it's like, this is me. I just think long term that, yeah, I'm the type of guy that I would literally wait till that random day where, oh, we got Kingdom Hearts. Oh, and there's a group of people here. Hey, y'all want to play Kingdom Hearts? And they say yes or no, and then, you know, it's not really going to matter to me. But it's a thing. Cause again, my only osmosis of the game, and I do love it, is, and if you're familiar with them, is Team 4-Star. I used to watch Team 4-Star for a little bit. I still do, but
yeah.
Yeah. So that's my experience with Team 4-Star, and with Kingdom, not King 4. I can't talk now. Kingdom Hearts. Once again, if you've seen that, you already know that's plenty. But like, it's also like it is like a, and maybe that kind of spoiled it. That I think that's what made me realize that, man, you know, that would be a, cause I mean, if you think about it, that is what we did as a kids. Is we wanted to go to other, you know, our friends' house and play video games with each other. And what is that other than socializing? And like, you know, that could be a thing and I'm sure there are some niche, you know, older groups of people or younger groups that do that. I'll fall into that category someday. I just been dealing with and it's been more my fault than others. That, you know, with I go off into the storm of my life, and then years later they don't hear from me. Well, I'm better about that now, though. But it was never intentional. It was more like, you know, if I lose, you know, if I lose service, I lose service. You know what I mean? So you mainly Nintendo? What else? What else? Or what you said? Was this your? Cause you mentioned you played this for a while. So, are Overwatch and this your where these are your first like multiplayer shooters, or do you use other?
I am one of the most diverse gamers you will ever meet. Like, I am a serious fucking nerd.
Hey.
But, like, I started with a Game Boy Advance when I was 4 years old. But like, I used to play Xbox 360. I shared it with my older sister, and then I had an Xbox One. I have a Nintendo Switch. Actually, I have more than one. I have a few. Like, one of them I modded it. So that's why I said, like, I am no stranger to like modding and stuff like I like to do that stuff sometimes.
I don't want to make you, but if you ever wanted to help me tweak, cause I would pay this out of, because here's the thing, if I can get my server up and running how I want, and it don't matter. Again, the way I have to say it, I hate saying the word "my" because I tell people it's the community. I'm really just trying to like what I'm doing the stream, where I'm really just trying to show at this point, and especially now more and more, I'm just trying to show the world what it can. It's a thing, and it's so the more when I list out all the stuff I try to do, I do realize, man, I really make myself sound bigger than life, and I'm not trying to. But it's just a thing. Basically, wherever I turn, it's a thing where, I don't know if it's me that. Yes, there's always. See, I don't. It's like I don't. What I want to say, but I know it's after sounds inappropriate. Would be like, I want to be like, I don't know if I just see if I can't help notice problems or what, because really it seems inappropriate because yeah, the world's full of problems, which is the thing. So I'm like, well, but by saying shouldn't I always fix the problem? I'm letting you know, me, that's a belief I have, but even though that's a belief I have, I am in no way auto putting out on somebody else. Even if you're right next to somebody, I'm not going to I would hope you did the right thing, but I'm not going to expect you to. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be mad that you did it because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I'm sure others would, you know, but again, people are in their own right. I'm not going to because you never know. I know where and it's more the fact that this. I'm glad I've been through what I've been through because it's a thing where, and it's not about sympathy. It's more the fact that I now, again, I'm not trying to. It's a thing where I never really say I'm quote unquote a good guy. It's a thing where I wait for someone else's kind of like opinion or result. If you say you're a good guy, I'm gonna say thank you. I might say I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say thank you, literally like that because like. Unless it's like relevant to the conversation, I'm not going to like double down on it because I kind of like it's not about validation. It's more like, okay, it's more about, you know what, I do appreciate that you feel that way and I accept it and I would love to accept that. Now I'm not going to like be like next time, now the whole world's got it. Yeah, oh hey, he said I'm good, all right, and now I'm expecting the world. It's more like it's like, to me, I treat like a healthy check-in. I do. It's not that I need it. It is. Well, let me read. Cause I keep saying that. I'm trying to think about my point. I guess my main point is that when I don't. Nah, I'll change that. It's fine. I think it's. Well, it's more. I think it's more that. I think it's because, like, it's with the server. I don't like calling it my server because it's what the more I do it's not like embarrassing. It's not about inconfidence. It's that no, specifically the last thing I want a stranger to think is that I think this is my server, and it's not because I'm not prideful of it. It's the fact that I want them to really know. My ownership shouldn't. I don't want to even be part of their thinking. You feel me? It's more like, here, just enjoy it. You know what I mean? This is your room, and I'll really tell people. I'll like drop a post in like the Discord, and someone be like, I'm stealing that, and like I can tell there's someone trying to like they're really going to steal it, and they're like, good. That's great. That's why I put it here. Like I want to inspire you. Like, good. Like please, but at the end of the day, yeah. So, I want, but my point with the modding is, once it's set, I would gladly just. I even have a whole spreadsheet for all the pins. Like, I
say I'm not a pro.
Oh, right.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to.
Well, I'm not. First of all, even if you were, I wouldn't be like, do this. It's more like. And even if you still say, honesty, I love honesty anyway. So like, I appreciate that. So that being said, basically again, the only thing I'm having trouble is because here's the thing, I've basically taught myself how to mod in a sense to where I'm just at this point I'm just wondering, and without me getting a hold of an actual dev for the game, that I wonder if they're not mentioning that. I wonder if there is like a built cap for what you can mod. I don't know. I know there's probably ways around that if you actually know how to really do that. But that being said, they encourage modding, and I followed the guide. But basically, my main thing is, I've literally now had someone make a whole new script for me. That again, because of that, I was finally able to have more than the default number of pals. I mean, it's supposed to be 75, but for whatever reason, it's showing I now can have 65 pals, which is great. That's perfect. That's cool. I'll work with that. But what sucks is what they had tried. the script they claimed they made was it was supposed. And I'm not complaining. You know, I haven't reached back out to them yet. Not like it's just like, again, I appreciate the like I'm happy that I have 65 pounds on my base. That's great. I can work with that. And you know, I'm creative enough to know where, you know what, it's no, all I want is 10 more anyway. That's when I thought, you know what, let me just make a second account anyway and just. I'm sorry, let me my nose is like stuff. Here you go. There we go. But again, it would be great to have the 20, just and only because while I don't basically, and I had 2 PCs. I got long story about what happened to the other one. It's funny that I made this PC with the idea to be used as a server. It's funny that it wasn't made for this, but it's almost like I made this PC for this game. And I'm prepared to make a server that I'm going to leave it running basically 24/7 to where people can join at any time. It's literally I'm at this point just trying to make a world that hope it inspires, encourages, gives. It's just all the things I've been mentioning. Is this going to show that? And it's not about it's. I don't want the world thinking that I think I brought it to them. I want it to be that basically it's more. Hey, I'm just like, like I said, I'm just reminding the world, like, waking it up on the things it can do for itself, and will do, and how fun it can be. And yeah, basically I'll do the heavy lifting of making this world. People are going to have fun, and maybe it'll start people talking. And then, again, if they make their own community, that's fine. It's fine. And you know what? Now Power has more money. And it also, again, and keep in mind the stuff I'm doing with the avatar and stuff, and I'm doing this specifically because I'm moving it. I've been showing, outside of, that's why I kind of haven't really rebuilt any battle arenas yet. I've been showing people the things that they can do in this game. Like, even if Pokemon decides to make a hyper realistic battle, realistic survival game. I mean, outside of them really copying this, that basically I'm doing things that you can't do in any Pokemon game. You know what I mean? Definitively.
Have you ever heard of the Pokemon Legends series?
I've heard of the series. I've not played it. So, and let me things I would think would be difficult, but again, I don't. Yeah, but go on. I'm not again. Wait, what was it like?
Similar. I'll be honest.
Well, like, oh, well, that's what I mean. Well, so here's, like, before this game came out. Okay, so I'm trying to think if I had anything else I played. What? Oh, the only other game I played that had building, and this is specifically before Fortnite came out, to impress me, was Fallout 4, I think, was the one where you would take over the settlements and then you kind of rebuild. I love that. That was awesome. And because you got hype, it kind of is the closest. That at the time was the only game the closest / only game I ever had to. That was the first game that let me build a base, and like, wait, I never even thought about that in the game. And so from that point forth, I've just always been like, you can make the base, but like, it kind of works, but because it's not really a builder. You can't, outside of you breaking the game or doing certain things. Like, I was really good at making very filled, like in the theater. I rebuilt the theater entirely into a nice place. But the problem is the way the game functions. If there's a raid, they only use the first, basically those games are designed that you really are only supposed to, like, if you have a base as small as the area you fighted, you're going to get wiped. But if you make a super big base, they're only going to use like the first 4% of that base. You feel me? To where Fortnite, specifically, if you haven't played it yet, Save the World. I love that game. I am so sad that they asked it. Why? It's like, I was going to say this earlier when you talk about diversity, and all the time I was going to say this. we were listening off games that I wanted to ask you specifically. We said get Discord. I wanted to ask you just out of curiosity. Had you had the chance to experience Knockout City, and what's your opinions on that? If not, I feel bad. But if you've heard of it, I just want to know.
That's the one where it's like, forget they have like don't they have like some glowing thing on their back or something?
Hey, I mean, you could have back blings, but not. It's a dodgeball game.
Like
Dodgeball.
Ball, like you give a ball.
Yeah,
that
dodgeball.
One. Yeah.
I love that game. I love that. I was heartbroken when I saw that they were discontinued. I'm like, well, how? I was confused. But then I heard that people were basically, the community kind of killed it. This is, unfortunately, now they got plenty of PR, but what happened to that game could happen to Marvel Rivals. And what happened is the players broke the game. The players kind of, it was people, because like it was actually just a few weeks ago, a week or two ago, that I was talking to somebody about this, and they actually, I discovered that there's a Discord for it. I was like, so whatever happened to it was, I guess I could, I don't know if I should or should say. Let me not say who it was in case, maybe someday I can tell you who they were, just out of disrespect, because I think they're trusting me not to say, even though I think it would. No, let me not be that guy. See, because I don't tell secrets. It's not about. But they were saying that that game ended because basically what people were saying that, well, people were being tired of being put in sweaty lobbies. And here's the thing, though, even in some of my worst games on that, it was fun. Like sometimes you have these games where there's just nothing you can do. But even, I mean, first of all, it's nothing you can do. It's like with this game where there's never nothing you can do. You gotta learn stuff. But that game met the fate where basically people ultimately kind of, the toxicity ended up not really a boycott, but basically a boycott in my opinion. But basically, people, I think if you ask the right person, they would probably patriotically call it a boycott, even though they're kind of being ignorant. But people, quote unquote, people just stopped playing out of quote unquote defiance until the devs changed it because they thought the game was broken. People were, and to be fair, it does suck that what happened was there were competitive people playing the game in the non-competitive mode, which does suck. But it's a thing where, I mean, again, that's where like. That's where I'm like, okay, I'm not against the people who like rage quit, but at the same time, like you said yourself, people give up too easily, basically, to where, like, I mean, there was some, not every game was like that, where there were some games where I did get a foothold, and in those games I had a chance to learn it. I mean, at some point that basically it was very rare I ever actually got like. If it was an intense team, it was an intense battle. Like and those were so fun. And I've been there where I've received a ball that I just could not block, and so I could see that in my head where someone faces that over and over again, and okay, I can see the frustration. You just gotta. I'm not. Unfortunately, people kind of ruin the phrase "get better." You know what I mean? They turned that into a toxic. You can't. They've kind of, they toxic sludged that phrase now, unfortunately. But that is kind of what you need to do or would have to do. But I love that game. But anyway, back to building. I love Save the World. That was the first time I had a game where you had a functional base, and it's great. In fact, I do really love it.
Still in Fortnite?
The mode exists, but technically, now if you got it, but when it was free, and you never uninstalled it, you might still have it on your computer for free. Otherwise, let's say you have a whole new device, you're going to have to buy it. It's like now it's kind of paid, And I think they've added. I think probably because it's paid, they've added stuff, but it's not the same. It's not. It's no. It's a great game, but it's not the same because again, unless you're someone who just, stumbled upon it, which great. I'm glad you did. It's not like a full if I queue right now and even like Candy Valley, it's probably gonna take a long. You're either gonna get trolls, maybe some tryhards or someone, but you're not. It's they kind of killed that game. It shouldn't be. The game is still fun. I still got it. If you ever to play, I got a good base, a couple good bases on there. Again, it's more like I have it more like again. I had I had higher hopes with that, where I had it built where this is actually Save the World. Well, when I first heard of Fortnite, the Battle Royale, again, people didn't play it how I thought, which is now sometimes I would have randoms that would, which was great. That again, I'm very good at building bases, and so are others. To where what would happen is you get a random squad of people that are willing to work with you. We pick a spot, we build it out, a cool base, and we hold it down. And I love that. But that they kind of done away with that even being a feasibility. But that's fine. Like actually, I still like Fortnite to where if I played a battle royale, I don't throw where we're either it's kind of like this by the wind where I basically, if anything, I'm playing more based on the outfit I'm wearing than like if there's times where I used to stream Fortnite where I would play. First of all, I was using Fortnite as a to practice my cover use. I've been doing teaching for a long time. Started with Overwatch, and I used Fortnite because I knew people played it. And I did like it. That this is a game that's all these buildings. What better way to like I could both practice cover and play Fortnite so I would dress up basically. And now they got Power Rangers too. Oh my goodness, I love it. I've made builds ever since the Power Rangers outfits actually. So they've kind of tweaked the way you can make outfits in Save the World, but it's fine to where I've built. So if you didn't know, they've changed it to where so you can remap your skins in Save the World any of the roles with any of your outfits in your locker, which is great for imagination like one of ours, because what I do is I'm White Ranger. All right, I'm giving myself a melee boost, the ninja stat. What I mean? I build my outfit I build my hero based on what outfit I'm wearing. That's Save the World. That's separate. But in the actual battle royale, even better that if I'm Blade, I'm using the sword. It's a fun game because first of all it's a beautiful game now. It already was, but like I don't know what the last time you've been on the map, but the maps are just like my thing is if you just what I like doing and I can't do with friends is like again we're like in a city just messing around or just doing whatever or we're just looting to where what I do is I'll drop, and especially if I'm like soloing a squad match, which is often what happens because what happens people rage quit or whatever, or maybe they're destroying on purpose. But you load up in a squad, and by the time you literally by the time you jump, there's maybe there's you and one other person in a team left, and that's most games in Fortnite. And I'm like, what is this? But it's fine because I'm like, okay, well, I'll just use it as an opportunity to do what I want to do. And so I started to play, I'd put the Batman skin on or Blade or whatever outfit I want to wear. I don't have Rick, but if I had Rick, I'd wear Rick and I'd probably talk like Rick. But you know what I mean? I just like, it's like a fun handicap. And I've actually won almost won with a handicap where people, I feel bad that people can't feel like I do because people think I'm actually throwing. But I'm like, some people who like, they started cool, but they like, it's all good. But miscommunication. But I'm like, it's weird that we start off doing the same thing, and I guess they don't let me know when they're getting serious, which is fine because I can roll the punches, but it's when they take, they leave the squad because I guess I didn't take it serious enough. But I'm like, well, wait a minute, like I didn't know it was serious enough that you were going to leave anyway. Like, wait a minute, like what? But I just feel bad because, like, yeah, if all you had to do was ask, I would have locked in. And again, you know, but it's also a thing where, like, it's a thing where I'm not saying you have to. It's a thing where I have moments where I lock in, but like, if I know, or if I choose, like, I don't like. If I lock in, I'm locking in as myself. Like, all right, let's do this. And if I get wiped, I get wiped. If I don't, cool. You know what I mean? Again, I don't throw, but it's more like I don't lock in with and expect my others to. But now if they lock in with me, bet it's all game. But I only lock in more just as a, you know, I'm just feeling myself or the moment, just impulse, just suddenly I want to kill this team. Let's go kill this team. That's sometimes how I die or don't die. I be like, you know what, we've been running around, or it's just, you know, there's that one random you see someone in a dude buggy rolling by and you're like, hey, let's go kill them. And you know, we've been fighting till now, and the one time I suggest killing somebody, we get wiped. You know what? Is that my fault? I guess. But you know, that's where I'm like, you know, where like it doesn't really matter to me. It, you know, especially since it's not a ranked match. And I'm not saying it would need to, but like, I get it. But yeah, if I play Fortnite, it's usually like, yeah, it's like literally zone mode. And that being said, even people, because they only want to win. You gotta look. People gotta look at my actual. And I'm glad they added. They gotta look at how often I come in second place. I'm usually top 5. I would say I probably have my top 5. My top 5 placement is probably in 89% of my games. Probably 70% of them is like top 3. It's more just the fact that, and I'm not gonna act like because I killed that. It's just because, yeah, sometimes you can just literally have fun, and I mean, that's where it becomes even more like exciting. That, oh shoot, we're the last, you know, 4 people, and then it becomes a whole free. I love that though. I love the. I don't know I don't know about you, but for me, I love that realizing. Wait, are we the only ones left? You know what I mean? And then you get the win, or you get close to it. I have more. I think people get frustrated. I have more fun realizing that we basically almost had fun getting the. We literally almost stumbled into victory just having fun. And my thing is, but actually, ideally, my goal is I want to be that team that. I want to be that squad that we're goofing around. You walk up on us, and it's going to take a few wipes to get the hang of it. But at some point, there's going to be that point where when we get, you know, we have the reaction time, and we kind of know based on what went wrong last time to adjust this time. That basically, as you progress, at some point, yeah, we can't just literally goof around and boom, shotgun. You know, there's some matches where, you know, it pops off, where it happens. It's not consistent, but I love those matches where, yeah, we're just we're just hanging out. Oh man, I have so many fun games where, okay, my favorite thing, like, I'm the type of guy where, you know what, you see people, they run up, you know, they drive up. Unless I have something on my hands I really want to use, my first instinct is I always take their vehicle. And my second follow-up is, I'm sorry, I'm that guy that I want to hit you with your own vehicle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm that guy that I would turn the tables all the way around. And it's not to be petty. It's more like, it's just, I mean, it's not, if I got a shotgun, but like, usually when that happens, it's like usually early in the match where we're looting. So someone comes up, you know, what happens is a squad that loaded up comes up with their car. All right. I think you got a full loadout. I don't got nothing but a pistol and a shotgun. I think it's fair game for me to take your vehicle and try to kill you with. And again, it's about having fun anyway. You know what I mean? And oh my goodness, the joyful laughs I've had of. I wish I did more clips for my streams. Just the moments of glee I've had of just the glee of. Oh, can I get a car? I got the car. Oh, and I'm getting away. Oh, bro, the number of times I've gotten away, or I got a friend. You know, we got a friend of mine that we. Oh, I miss Zoom Zoinks. He might still play now, but he used to play but he was one that like he was like that. He was cool. Like he definitely a ranked player, but he was cool. Where like Zoinks was like, yeah, he shoot, I drove. You know what I mean? Like it always worked. You know what I mean? It you know. And if you, I'm the type, yeah. If I realize that we're not gonna win this fight, I'm the guy that I'm gonna drive him in. We're either gonna win, and if I'm fast enough, we're getting us out. We're surviving one way or another. We're surviving either by fighting or I'm getting us out. I'm honking the horn. We're getting out of there, and usually with their vehicle. You know what I mean? And we set up somewhere else to like do our shenanigans. And I'm sorry, it's a little me because it's okay. There is me. Okay, let me be honest. Like yes, I left them stranded with their own vehicle, but at the same time, they came at me with a shotgun. I think it's fair. This is a battle royale. You know what I mean? Like, let's not twist. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean. Yeah. And I wasn't really feeling bad with it, but like I was like in hindsight, like oh yeah, I know I'd be pissed. Now, again, I'm not doing it to be a troll. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely trolling, but I'm not doing it to be like a toxic troll.
I mean, everything is fair, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my goodness.
I will say though, that is probably the main reason I do recommend fighting games to people, because like the nice thing about fighting games is like everything is based on your individual skill. Like you don't have to worry about a team or anything. So like, you know, so
and I respect that.
Like friends that I see, yeah, because like I have friends that sometimes they struggle in team-based games. So I'm like, hey, if you don't want to have to be on a team, just play like a fighting game. You know? So.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think I have to make it clear that even in Marvel Rivals, I try to make it clear that I'm not saying you have to play as a team. Well, basically, you know, my thing is people could get away with no miking. Again, I'm like I try to get people to realize that who don't want to calm. Like you do realize. Well, I mean, I don't say it to anybody. Say like I hope they realize that. You know. The more that people kind of have a silent understanding, the less you have to worry about needing comms. You know what I mean? If anything, comms was kind of always meant to be like a positive bonus. Now it's kind of rarity. You got people that you know. You got how many times you've been in a match like, oh my god, you got comms? That's gonna be a thing. I mean, it's good for the moment because I think at the outside it's gonna be toxic. Like you have your checklist of like like for me like when I'm gauging on how I need to approach a match in the beginning. First, if we have a comms, okay, bet let's see what energy they're displaying in the comms. Are they just being toxic, or are they actually here to communicate? Oh nope, they only came in voice call to tell me to mute myself. Okay, you know what I mean? That's the pettiest thing people got. They chose to unmute themselves to tell me to mute myself, but I'm like, this is confusing. Again, it's just it's like, why do you bother to play this? I guess, I mean, I say that because that's a stupid thing. Like, why bother? But that's not to say that. Again, if you don't, because I am aware that there are antisocial people, so I'm not trying to seem insensitive to them, but to those, if you're not explicitly that, if you're playing this to be around others, well, why are you upset that there's someone in comms talking? I don't get that at all. But again, I can digress, and I get people are being petty, but again, I say that more for them, like why. I wish they would think about that. So I think again, we would I both agree that obviously yes, obviously people would enjoy life more, but that's it's not. That's neither here nor there, I suppose, for people. I guess people are just trying to make it to the next day, which is a goal and a good goal.
Yeah.
But that's the
I
problem.
mean, I think the thing is just.
Go on. I've been talking a lot. What's the
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, I think it's just some humans are just, very anti-social. I mean, I'm pretty anti-social, honestly. Like, I'm a total introvert. It's more of just when I'm playing a video game, then I'm a little bit more,
Well, let's say
chill and like.
People may be introverted, but do you think? And like, let's say, let's take it like this is very like out, random out the ass kind of some like statistic, but what do you think there's more like you might, and I'm sure you almost immediately figure out what I'm putting down. Do you think there's more introverts today than there were in, say, and I can be that guy that blames COVID. I can say 2020, or I could say 2017, but I'm not trying to like really expressly blame COVID. It's more like, it's a thing where of the people who are introverted today, how many, like, okay, and I'm not trying to make you explain yourself. When you say you're introverted, do you think you're born that way, developed that way? Was that before or after gaming? And I don't answer that yet. It's more like, how many people do you think became introverted because of the environment of gaming today? You feel me? But go on. Yeah, I don't mean to like lead your answer.
I think it. Oh no, you're good. I think that it definitely increased. I think stuff like that increased it.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely been this way ever since I was a baby. Like I've always been this way. But I think that there's a lot of people who used to not be like this who now are like this.
Right,
so.
Because that's kind of the way people feel they have to, survive essentially. Which again, that's why I was yeah, and that's why I'm saying that's kind of where I'm at with it, which is, damn, what is that? Okay.
I'm a nerd, so like I was always shy because like people thought I was like, they're like, ugh, you're into nerdy stuff, lame, and I was like.
Yeah, see, that's the weird thing. I think I was like shy or introvert. Cause obviously with the way I talk, I think it's a thing where which is weird because you say once you get to know somebody, usually that takes kind of time, and it usually does. But I think that's why I get excited that when somehow I find the ability to connect immediately with somebody, I become extroverted, and it's not that. No, I wouldn't say that because it's a thing where I think it's paired by because I think I've become more extroverted because I've noticed how introverted the world has become for its own protection. So it's more of I've become even with the thing like this is. Me streaming is the most extroverted thing I've ever done. Literally, I'm doing this because I'm aware of those who are introverted, or I guess in this case, kind of for using the word, who are too reserved. Not really, not just for too reserved, because some people are. You're not, but it's the fact that I know that. Again, the reason why, or I guess more to the point, the reason why I like give unsolicited tips is because. In these games, in this environment, is toxic. So it's safer, even if you are a tough person. Yeah, it's why risk the mental strain of talking to someone on this game when it more than likely is going to end in toxicity. To where I'm like, oh, that's kind of sad. To where what, I'm aware of how bad things. I kind of step forward, being more, I guess, extroverted when I think about it. And then, again, I don't mean that. This is the first time I ever think about this, but like. Saying that, like, yeah, I think I am more, because I'm like, what am I, extrovert or extrovert? I think, well, the weird thing is, I think I prefer, because again, as I said, I honestly prefer, the reason why I'm gold 1, and I got gold 1, like, my first season, I was proud of that. Literally, my goal was, alright, I'm gonna reach gold, and honestly, reach it faster than I thought I would. But, to my sad dismay, and kind of to my blind side, I felt blindsided by it, I didn't realize they had the same rules in Overwatch. I will lie, that kind of shook. I ain't gonna lie. In fact, that's actually why I took like a 2-3 months break from the game. I won't lie. I was like I wasn't sure. I was like mixed. Literally, like, I didn't want to be upset. Cause I'm like, you know, it's yeah, I won't lie. When I think about it, it didn't make me mad. It's just like I did like literally been to like it was literally like yeah, I recognized, okay, I literally needed to gather what happened. I needed to like okay, I needed to like, yeah, I think I made it so I needed to come back and readjust my expectations, because, you know, I basically got flashbacks to Overwatch all over again, essentially. That, you know, when they reset their but that being said, you know, in my but normally, and I noticed the problems. They always been a thing, but I just thought, okay, I'm gonna do what I can. But in doing that, number one, I realized that, again, what floored me was people thinking, like, you know, supports, they get mad because I'm nowhere near them as tank, because they need protection. And this is actually before I even realized, because then I would go back whenever they complained. But in hindsight, I didn't know that I was doing the right thing. The reason why I was working was because, you know, I didn't know. Again, I've been learning, you know, I've learned a lot in the last like 7 months of this strat. This is everything I've been speaking today. This tactically, it's been stuff I've kind of just picked up on. Just, you know, this is all stuff like, I could call it new, but it's just kind of new, built on what I've been, you know, trying to just things I picked up on. Just, you know, you know, it's like I live here now, you know what I mean? So like, you know, I just, unfortunately, it was kind of weird, out of nowhere. I kind of now find myself in this position of giving out unsolicited advice, but it's because I know most people aren't going to even think to ask anyone in chat for help, let alone want to. And unfortunately, because it's so bold, after now thinking about it, now that you said the word introvert, I can see that why that is less successful than it could. I didn't think it'd be successful. Again, it wasn't about success. I think if anything, first of all, I'm not even surprised at the quiet people. Okay, I'm only surprised at how often people blatantly thinking they know better try to call me out. Like, you kind of experienced it earlier today. I think you did. Maybe you did. I can't remember if you were in that match at one point. But when people just really try to come at me for daring to give tips, and they usually hone in on because my stats are so and so, and they always say blah blah blah. And first of all, I never say this, but I always want to. I want to be like, you do realize I have the least deaths on the team, right? But they're not going to care about that, and like, I don't want to just cause an endless argument. But oh goodness. But yeah. See, this doesn't. Well, not this. I'm not saying I'm just by you, but it is a lot for me to do. Again, this is not, as much as I do love helping people, this is not an easy thing to do at all. And I'm not trying to say seem like I'm a big shot. It's just like, no.
Well, I think a lot of people in this game are angry players, so I think that's part of the issue. So
yeah.
Like, if you tell an angry player, like, you know, something to help them,
yeah,
unfortunately, some of them will just like get angry and like scream.
Right, but I'm saying that anger developed. Most people, if they're on this game and angry, 6 times out of 10, that anger developed from this game, which is, again, that's where it's kind of the shark where this is kind of like, yeah, that's why I'm like, how it's not that I'm not like, this is what I deserve, but like, it's a thing of like, okay, it's like this is where, that's why, again, when people like, that's why I unintentionally sigh so often when I join a match. And it's never, first of all, it's never a bad sigh. It's just like it's more of it comes off as me being like, you know, tired. It's just no, but they don't realize this. I'm literally finally exhaling after the last match. Okay, you ready for this next one? That might be the same way. Hopefully not. But it's, and at the end of the day, it is cathartic. I do feel good again. I'm not, again, literally, like, right now I feel stressed, and like when I feel stressed, like the stress I feel it's not. Oh, I'm not stressed out because of my. I feel so much strain and stress. For every time that's weird. Like, for every time I see someone being like that, talks like that, I feel strained for that because I'm like, oh, that's just someone that like I was too late. Like they're not. They maybe someday they'll learn, but it's like I can feel this. I don't want, cause if I say agony, it sounds like I try not to use dramatic words, but it is like, no, I do feel like the stress I feel, it's a form of agony, and I'm not trying to be extra, but it really does like weigh on me. Like, not again, I probably lose sleep more for others than they do for themselves. That's because of what I know they're going through, like kind of unintentionally. Again, I kind of like, yeah. So that's what, again, my thing, again, my life has been, again, I've been fortunate that the only thing I've been worrying about for the last decade is people taking advantage of me. You know what I mean? Well, yes, it's made it very hard to maintain my livelihood. You know that, but it could be worse. Yeah, yes, it would be great, but like, I'm glad that now, again, what sucks for me is that, again, as I told you before, kind of earlier, I said it already, is that the only thing I've been upset about in this time is the people I've not been able to help that I wanted to, or didn't know I needed. I didn't. That was Kitty was the baby mother of my cousin. No one had met her before until that point, and he just wanted me to meet her essentially. And for good reasons, and so, and she was a good person. She was like, honestly, we only had, it was a amazing short 5 months I got to meet that person and hang out with them. But they honestly, even to this day, that was like, it was like I felt like the first time I ever saw and met an actual sister. Like, she treated me. I mean, I don't know if I don't know whether to call her a sister or like an aunt. Like, it seems like an aunt sister to me. Like, I mean, she wouldn't let him disrespect me. Like, so he's kind of rough around the edges, and like he lets it show. And like, she would check him. Like, I didn't care, but like, and the cool thing is we were all Scorpios, so we all had our tragic stories. That's why my dog's nicknamed Scorpio. You know what I mean? Because that's where I got it from. He's got a barbed tail, so like, it all worked out. But I'm getting close again. Honestly, with what's happened, like, life is kind of on its course, and I think that's why while things have been rough, I think things are kind of going how it's meant to where, again, basically, I literally went out my way. I've done everything I can to look away from lawsuits, but it's a thing where, especially after how he did me, it's a thing where, here's the thing. Like with my boss, I could not sue him or go after him. Here's the problem, though, especially with how I have so much on him, and that's dirt. I have so much just from the last 2 months alone. So the way he did it, he said I wasn't allowed to go back there, right? And here's how he did it, and it was smart too. And I called him out for it, but I said, "Hey, you said I couldn't go to school, but I have tools in that school that are mine. How am I supposed to get them?" He said in text, "What tools?" And I'm like, okay. And that's where, again, everything he says makes me go deeper. Okay, yeah, all right. And I play stupid. I'm like, oh, my ladder and stuff. What stuff? You should have had to buy anything. Everything was provided by the company. And he's doing that because he knows I'm gonna use my text messages in court. And so I hit him with the fact that, I'm not sure, Kevin. Every time, I said, every time I ask for rags, it takes until the weekend. It takes until Friday, and even then, it's Friday that night I messaged you that we still have dirty rags from Monday, and so I have to buy rags so that we have clean stuff. So we're not cross contaminating. It's the 12-foot ladder is wobbly as hell. We've had people fall off that, and he knows that. And so, I don't know, I had reasons for my own safety to buy things, because when I brought them up to him, he didn't want to fix it. So, and and like I said, he always says, well, can you do it or not? And I'm like, well, I guess I can. I'm going to have to find a way. I'm not going to do it on this fucked up ladder. So I guess I'm going to have to buy myself a ladder. Again, he's like, it's a thing. It's a thing. Like, you're like, why did he just quit? Well, that's probably what he wanted. But if I quit, then that's just the next sorry guy that's going up a ladder, who's falling off a ladder and getting broken. At the end of the day, the guy, it's a thing where it wasn't a planned thing. But at the end of the day, in hindsight, I'm glad I did what I did for who I saved. And because now I'm an opportunity to that. Here's the thing though, again, if I don't do this, who knows how bad it's going to be? Who knows how bad? Again, there's the only person left at that count out that I was working, that was always trying to get me to do his work for him, is a I don't let me Jesus, but I gotta stop coming foot. He's doing good. I don't want Jesus. There's the man that is he's older than my boss. A man older than my boss is being hounded by my boss ever since I left to do the work that was already too much for him on top of it. My boss isn't giving him no breaks, and I know he's not going to stop. And I'm sure, and that's the way he's talking to me. He thinks because he wouldn't have done that so boldly if he thought he could get. He wasn't going to get. Like, I'm sure he maybe the guy is operating like with swagger. Like it's only going to fuel his ego. And again, I'm sure I could 20 years from now I probably could still open a case and win, but how many people since then did he take advantage of? It's a thing where. And yeah, so it's a thing where, like, again, certain things have been coming to my attention lately. And it was, again, the message, again, the framing of the messages from my foster father, and when I look at the pattern, I see that this is the trail of someone trying to act like they're, because here's again, remember how I said, legal, again, regardless of anything, technically, because, I mean, granted, the Dr. Medina guy, apparently, it turns out he's been, I don't know when, but when I looked it up recently, he's been reported as having bad results for kids. But to his note, legal, like, I mean, the way, again, they made this monster. The way my life was last played out, I was taken out of college and put under their care for my mental protection until I was going to go to college. I mean, I could argue in different ways. Number one, that was abuse. My thing is that probably did. I mean, if we want to argue that probably did damage my my psyche. That probably since they were in order to protect to protect me and take care of me, and technically since I was being written, they were clearly treated by that note. Like that power or that note is power of eternity power. That's power implying that I am not right. They technically, I can show the court that they abandoned me during my time of need. And now that's more petty, but that's technically but less petty, but true, but still in the same vein. Because of how they did things, they literally permanently, because my thing is, again, I had scholarships, and the way things were played out, I had several $100,000 worth of scholarships. I had, with just a DCF scholarship alone, I had a full ride at any four-year university. That's not counting the other scholarships I had. So those are things that I just straight up lost because of how they played me. You know what I mean? Literally, they could have been they could have literally gone the extra step to assign me to another foster home that was going to help me get back into college. That's not what happened. Again, but my thing is, me looking at this stuff, and then it's the fact that the way that how they're trying to come at me, they're clearly trying to act sweet to, again, they're just playing the part to make it seem sweet and caring, to keep my guard down, and now in hindsight, I'm seeing the nefariety in their words, the malice in their words, and the timing of it all. Again, the calling card was just the type. On my birthday, he said, "Hey, I forgot about your birthday." And it's a thing where I know I'm being nitpicky, but again, I know my gut has moments when it knows pick up on stuff. And again, I'm not going to bring that to the court necessarily, maybe, but like, I mean, if I do, I'll bring it up with like the other strings of messages. And here's the thing too. The reason why is since that, and I've been quiet because she's been giving me tabs, that ever since that message, I messaged back, they didn't respond, I said thank you. They didn't say anything back. I then messaged them, I said, I wished them Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and her birthday was in February. Nothing across all that. But 2 times in like the last 2 months, my girl has told me, I don't mean respectfully, my love, my woman. But see, that sounds like an ownership. I'd say, you know what I mean. My significant other, I guess I'll say. I don't know. I say girl. I guess more just to be more kind of casual talk. My girl. Anyway, he's been she's letting me know because he feels me and stuff because the way it played out. My boss clearly thinks, and they think she's like most people. She's not. She's not going to turn to me. She's not a problem in the first place. But that being said, that it's weird that my boss and my foster parents, to my girl's record, have had a history of going to her. Like the reason why my boss, there is times where I'm getting called from my girl because Kevin is trying to get her to tell me something because he apparently couldn't get a hold of me, so he got a hold of her to get a hold of me, which is some weird shit. Why did he text me? Like if it's that, why didn't you text me? Like what the fuck? Like you skip from sending me a text to going to my girl's job to get her to call me. Like again, I get it. It's all framing. This guy's kind of planning ahead. He's probably going to try to again. He's probably trying to. If he goes to court, he's going to act like, see, this guy never answers his phone. Yada yada yada. I'm already way ahead of you, buddy. And he only did that because I set up this way that when I knew this guy was bull, I started to talk and act like my girl and I had issues. And so, and it was around, and honestly, it was around that time. And I've been quiet on it, but yeah, it's been around that time since then that these visits have been frequent, or did happen in general and frequent. I think he thinks he's like getting her. It's all part of the plan. It's fine. It's like it's all good. It's like I told her just act normal. Whatever he does, just do it. You know what I mean? That's fine. That's just weird. Like if he wants to call me, just call me. It's fine. At this point, every time he does that, that's just a record for us. And I can just tell him that this man keeps harassing my. On top of everything else he does, he tries to harass my girl to get me to do stuff for him. But my thing is, what's weird is, despite my foster father, and on that particular day that he messaged me, always being so busy, it's crazy that they have these weird opportune moments to stop in and talk to my girl. You know what I mean? He's just saying, hey, I saw Gina and Randa today. They said hi. They just were checking in on things. I'm like, huh, that's weird. I look at my message after the last message I sent to them. Nothing. You know what I mean? And I know what he means, and I know what I know it's on the time. Yeah. It checks. I'm not saying she would lie, but like, yeah, I know what they do usually on Saturday and Sunday versus. You know, I just know they don't really change their schedule. They don't really do much. So it's a choice to ignore my messages. And you know how I know it's a choice? So a few weeks ago, I sent them a couple of messages regarding the legalities. I said, you know, I even said, hey, no, ignoring this doesn't. I just I've been poking and prodding. I even emailed them, and I know that's their email. And here's how I know. I called their house number, and they didn't know my voice at first. They're like, I let them know. Oh, well, Randy's outside. He's been busy. And that's why I let them know. Well, I left you an email. They said, okay, so legally, from a legal standpoint, they've been informed. I've emailed them and texted them because basically it was like with that, I kind of like not in a petty way. I kept it clean, but I just kind of, in an inquisitive way, brought forth like, hey, I was supposed to have $32,000 in SSI. This thing. I'm bringing forth questions that technically they are obligated to answer because they would have that information for me, and they've chosen not to. They've to this day that's still left unreplied. But again, but it was in fact it was after she told me that they did that they talked to her one more time that I sent that message again. And so it's a choice at this point. Like what now? What are you gonna tell me now? Like it's literally. Once again, I get like at this point, technically, legally, it's to their benefit to it. Like, in a legal situation, like if they have, especially if they're picking up what I put it down, which I hope they are, and it's fine. That's kind of the whole point. Legally, they probably don't want to say anything, but that's kind of the catch-22 for the less they say. I'm in a situation that the less they say, the guiltier they look. But they're also, basically, there's no good answer for them right now, and that's where it's fine though. And honestly, am I wrong to say it feels good? I don't know. When I finally did it, because it took me a while to get it, but because my anxiety was crazy that day. I was like, I never had such a shaky text in my life, like this typing at all. But it was like scared. More, I think it's a mixture of like, I think there is like some residual like I wish I didn't have to do this, but it's also a thing that like my medicals are fucked up. My things are fucked up. But I've been doing what I can out of when I go to the doctor, I pay out of pocket. It's not that's why I limit my visits. Like I only go for like very specific things, and I gotta ask what it's gonna cost ahead of time so I can save up for and pay for it. But there's all this there's all this stuff I've been doing, and again, the day like it wasn't even like basically it was like a year or two because like not even a year after I was kicked out, I found my way back on their property. They're remodeling their whole house. It's like a mansion now. And so I'm like, and I'm putting to it, all these variables, I'm putting in my head together. Like, okay, like, I could call it a coincidence, but it's too coincidental that like, they're being sparse. They're shorthanding me. I'll be right back. Watch my dog. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. What was that? Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, do you want to do some quick one?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was literally about to. We can do quick play, and I was firing up my dedicated server in case you wanted to do power. I'm not trying to make you, but in case, I didn't know what I can do. It, I'm down for any league in the game.
I'm a
I didn't know what
I'm
you were like more in
student,
the mood for. If you're more for like shooting and hitting stuff, or just vibing, it don't matter.
Oh yeah, I'm in college, so like I don't do much. I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
So.
I do miss it. Now I am gonna go back at some point. Well, see, here's the a lot of stuff I've learned. Like I did. It's not that. So no, it's if I do it, it'd definitely be as a luxury. Like, I mean, there's reasons. See, that's the thing. Like, right, I'm in such a. So, like one thing. So what I've been doing lately and working on that's been kind of put on halt, but like ultimately ever since COVID, but not because of COVID, but like my latest biggest plan, like my actual like big like real big, like, you know, kind of things that the dream I've created since my learning in life is that is basically I've learned, you know, I've noticed how, well, it's a thing, well, and now it's being hard because a lot of it's the program is ultimately supposed to be called Build Back Your Life, and it was started with the idea that, you know, they were knocking down some buildings in this area. Across the country, they're knocking down buildings that are you know, being condemned and old. Well, let's say, okay, first of all, I'll say, let's say half of them are truly condemnable. I think the other half, they mark is condemnable because what they're saying with an asterisk, financially condemnable, meaning it's not worth the money that the city feels it would need to put into. Well, not even city. It's not worth the. No one feels their pockets are worth fixing these buildings, so they condemn them to knock them down. Not all the settlements that they knock down are as bad. They're just basically. It's like, you know, it's kind of the equivalent of like when an insurance car. It's equivalent to, like, you know, what an insurance company does to call a car totaled, where it's not necessarily about it's not fixable, but it's the fact that it costs more than what the car is worth. Essentially, that's why it's considered totaled. And so my idea was there was two parts of it, and it was kind of where basically as I've been going through life, I'm getting older. I do still plan to have kids, but I do know that obviously every day, the longer I spend to kind of get things settled, the less time I have to be with my kids. And so the last thing, you know, after being aware of what it's taken me, being aware that, and not too my whole, but yeah, kind of in like a very humble way, being aware that as a good guy who really tried, I'm still being put through this sort of world. I know that basically there is no guarantee that my children are going to have a easy future just because they may be good people. In fact, because they're good people, it may be very much more worse for them depending who they're around. That basically, long story short, I wanted a foolproof plan that in the events that I do have a kid but I transpire before I may be able to actually really be there for them, I wanted to ultimately really be able to help them. You know, it's kind of I'm basically kind of playing ahead. Like, I don't want to say play for my dad. It's kind of sad, but I'm playing for me, not, you know, the days where I'm not going to be around, and playing for the days that I'm not going to be around to help those moments where my child are in a situation where, you know, there is not favor. And again, being that I'm fair, I'm like, well, I can't make such an amazing foolproof plan if I can't find a way to make it for everyone. And I mean, I know it's like, you know, I like, it's the thing where basically, well, basically said, well, what would that be? I'm like, we're talking about the ultimate safety net, but I could, but like, I could, well, it's kind of a mixture of, maybe this call itself is, but it's not really. while it's there to guarantee my kids are safe for sure, it's a mixture of it's not going to sustain itself just for my children, and it's also not fair that no, the world's not going to just take care of my kids. It's got to be something that's going to help everybody. But that being said, it's like it's got to be a plan that is the ultimate fail. I want to make the plan that's the ultimate. Basically, it's literally you can be down at your lowest and have nothing, and I will always be there because of what I've created. Not just through money. It's not. I mean, money, yes, but like that. It's more the fact that basically what I wanted to do is, unfortunately, with the buildings that have been knocked down, I already know that I want to play their old game. Hey, this is dirt. This is not going to be regrowable. This is cheap. I gotta find. I'm going to have to find a way, which I can. I've been we're going to work on that. I'm going to find a way to cheaply procure some of these lands or get someone to help me invest in it. And in a way they're going to lose less money. Is I'm like, listen, we can just talk them down in the price, because what they're doing is knocking down buildings and just burying the bottom of it. Well, while it's not going to be great for a lot of plants, one benefit to planting plants is it returns nutrition into the ground. It's what we've been doing anyway for most of the that's what most people like. You see these little pop-ups of like, that's what people do. People turn it into little flower gardens, which is nice and all, but we could go a step further. We could now we gotta be careful, because we gotta look for contaminant. We'd have to make sure to sterilize the soil in some areas, make sure it's not. But again, that's all. I'm not going to just skip steps to me, but ultimately, it's not. It can't be too hard that the number of plots that have been knocked down, those could easily just be turned into gardens. And these are like, okay, yes, we already have community gardens, but let me tell you the main flaws of community gardens. You literally have to be a registered, and it's fine, but in order to use the community garden, you have to be literally a registered family. You feel me? You have to be signed in somewhere, which is great. But what about those who can't sign in? And before you worry about those who are going to be lazy, listen, the people who are too lazy to get a job, they're not going to be using these gardens. Okay, trust me, they're not. I mean, and you know what? Worst case scenario, I mean, if they are, who's to stop? If some homeless man wants to hustle on the street by selling food, why am I to stop them? And it's the where, so long as they're not poisoning people. But again, if they are, okay, that's hot on you. Which hopefully they're not. But like, it's a thing where it's not to say, well, all rules are rampant. Well, it's the thing that we know we're not going to stop the whole world from doing stuff. So we have in some situations we got to look at the greater value of things. That, you know what, if 50, say, homeless people or people who are being cheap are buying food from this homeless man, or not homeless, this I'm saying homeless more for descriptive, this person who would rather hustle. Like, I mean, what's wrong with it? First of all, what's wrong with that? I mean, again, outside of the poisoning, which I guess we'd have. I mean, it's a. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not trying to act concerning. That would be concerning, but my thing is, what are we going to? Which, first of all, I already said that, you know what, some of these gardens, it's going to suck, but they're going to probably have some sort of surveillance. They're going to need it. And it's not that my goal isn't to stop poachers. I mean, it is. It's a thing where once poachers are only going to be an issue the first 2-3 years, because we're fighting theft over the time it takes to grow a garden. Once the gardens are established, poachers are actually helping us out. They're just, because at that point we're not going. My idea is to procure certain plots of the dirt, or lots essentially, that are covered up. They're, these buildings and places that be knocked down in certain distinct areas that are more centralized. So essentially, homeless or not, whether you're a family or not, you don't have to walk, say, more than, depending if you're rural or not, you don't have to walk more than, say, 5 to 10 miles back. I think that's not true. You know, if it's plotted out right, each guard essentially, I would say each guard is probably within 5 miles of each other essentially. At maximum. You know what I mean? The idea is that basically in this plotted city, in this plotted land, it's meant for that if you just have a family. It's kind of like St. Martin de Porres, where you can just come to the most local garden, pick some veggies, have a maximum, pick a max of 10 tomatoes or whatever. That's plenty for a family. And we can do like per day, 10 per day. We can. It would depend on the yield, but basically, how will we get the seed? The seed was going to come from places like Walmart. Well, where basically, this is going to solve a lot of things at once. Where most people who have any common sense about kind of produce know that most vegetables and plants have their seeds in them. And what do stores have? Produce, and 2 months of it to sell in 1 day. Now that's the thing where I would have to work out the logistics of because while the idea is to manage a lot of the waste, I gotta see because the last thing we want to do is take on more than we can, bury at once. That'd be sad. I think that'd be very hard. We'll have to work out the logistics. I'm not yada yada. It's like, again, you can see where I could put in the time, and I have that. Again, we could. I'm just kind of saving the short to kind of make it more short talk of we could find the logistics of, per day or per week, how many pounds of produce per day or per week. We could do it daily. We would just have to come up with some sort of system, and that's fine. We could build a silo. We could build different areas meant to hold this either as it can be two. It can be for compost, and the other side can be where we're drying out the produce to harvest the seed for the next year. We would never run out of seed. I would never have to spend money on seed. Now, to those who are worried about the farmers, now listen, we are taking the excess of what's being sold to the grocery. I would never, and this out of respect, in this kind of policy, and it may have cited, we would never, nothing grown through this program would essentially be sold back into market. And that is being done expressly to protect consumers and the workers. So people like farmers aren't being suddenly locked out of a job. And why the thing? Well, yeah, they need livelihoods too. Where it's the benefit. It's more that the way it's supposed to be. The program's looked at is we're taking this helps farmers because what's happening is every week stores can get rid of their produce faster, meaning they can buy produce faster, meaning farmers can get rid of their product faster. So because people think of this, people gotta realize that farmers have rot too. For as much as produce rots inside a store, it rots the same for a farmer. Even in the silos, they got silos, but those are grain silos. Not every produce can be stored like that. Especially because while you could, because of how picky the community can be, rightfully, there's out of this safety, there's reasons why we don't do that for certain stuff. Even though theoretically we probably could. It probably to the more sensitive person who wants to know, how a product is raised and made, and it's fair. They probably wouldn't like the process. They probably would be grossed out by it. People already get grossed out by the idea of using manure for compost. It's fair, but that is kind of what happens. That's what dirt is anyway. But that's phase 1 was feeding. Phase 2 is the actual growth project, which is my idea is that basically my goal, my deal, the kind of the way it goes is we give them food. When I say the homeless, ideally I want them to eat from the garden, because ideally, basically the people who are struggling, they're going to have better nutrition, and it's not just about eating. People are going to finally have food. With food, they're gonna have energy. With energy and hope, I could approach people on the streets and be like, you know, it's the thing where, and it's not just them. It's like, here's kind of my vision. Think about some, you know, this guy used to be a legendary carpenter or whatever. Hey, listen, we have this building here. It was going to be torn down. There's nothing really wrong with it. It just needs restored. We can give you this section. The idea is that people can volunteer to do whole sections, but at the very minimum, and they don't have to, but basically think of like an office building that's like decrepit or old. Not too many left, but the idea is that basically it's a way to give people a purpose on the street, but there's also, think about everyone from college, all those people in training. Think about architects in training, technicians in training, electricians in training, like all these people who kind of just ultimately are kind of just looking for work. Again, we're gonna have to work with the fire marshal, and where that we're gonna have to do it where we're okay. We don't want people to think it's shabby, but we're here to show it's not about being this is not a business. This is not a home. This is a shelter. And while it is the where we're going to have to play, I want to have my biggest dance is going to be getting people to not attack it. And there's going to be people who are actually bad, who actually have bad intentions, try to bring up things like safety, but they're doing that not for the real purpose of safety, but just to make because they just don't like what I'm doing. But that it's a thing where we're going to have to find a way to convince that, show not just convince, show that it's safe, that we're, because they're, you know, while yes, it's good to have wiring streamlined, and we could do that, and that might be what we end up doing. You know, it's not about cutting corners. It's more about, there are some things, okay, a lot of buildings, they're kind of built a certain way because this is what the market says people like. We're not worried about the market. We're worried about getting people inside actual safe, stable shelter. Think about an office building and think about how many, you know, it's not great, but, you know, think about how many cubicles or rooms, if we had the skills to, like, kind of turn it from the inside out into section areas where this could be essentially a home where it's called Build Back Your Life, where basically you're brought in, and it basically, the more you do, you're free to volunteer to work on restoring your. It's kind of the more. This is kind of meant to be like, as we're securing buildings, it's kind of meant to basically get people in shelter as soon as possible. So basically, as we're going, kind of people are signing up. I'm sorry, let me go on. Go on. Oh my bad. I didn't know if you meant to talk. What? Were you saying something? I'm sorry.
Oh no! I was
Yeah.
just agreeing.
Oh yeah, okay, but yeah. So the next part of that stage was again, do make your life. So like, I'm thinking about, because again, my point is people do fall off, and it sucks that. Well, I mean, yes, it's a learned lesson. The problem is, back in the day, sure, people probably learned a life lesson. These days, life is full of lessons that like aren't part of the normal things to even have to get around. You know what I mean? It's no longer just the wild out there that you're dealing with. You feel me? It's people are really having. If you're not gonna get, I mean, they can say, unless you find that desperate or a specific type of work. I mean, if you're not looking up, there's so many jobs. And think about the interview. They expect, I mean, like, unless you have a very special interviewer, and hopefully they're not someone who's exploiting you, how many people are going to get away with having an interview if they can't get a shower? You know what I mean? And that's not always going to necessarily be solved by Build Back Life program, because not every building we make, if any of them, are going to be able to have showers. Now, we can try to make that work, but, you know, if the building didn't have plumbing to begin with, or if we can't do that, Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. We can, like, let's say a building starts off, it has no plumbing. Well, in 1 to 2 years, we're gonna make that. We're gonna fix that some way, but it's gonna take time because we're have to find more cost-effective ways to make it happen. And yeah, you're still gonna have bottles of water. You know, we're gonna have designated areas, and that's where once I start the program, I'm gonna be like, and I'm sure where with all these million, and it's not about millions, but with I would believe that like for safety, maybe you don't want your home, so why not build it? But that being said, we have two options. Either like we could, like the government or I or someone, we can pay people to essentially build on a little. Now this is a lot where again this is where you sign up for it, to where you could be subsidized or paid to essentially add on an additional bathroom. And it can be built in a way where it's an additional, but it's an exterior to, say, a house or an apartment. But it's, you know, it's got cameras, it's got either government or state provided cameras or a local. Let's say I got a deal with somebody. We'd find ways to make it work to where someone is able to watch you, whether it's the state. Let's say the state can't afford it, that's fine. And if it's state or government, we have more rules we gotta follow. So we may not. There's going to be I'm like, once I have more people to discuss this with, we can like kind of brainstorm all the possible solutions and see what comes out to be the best one. But like these are all small problems in the grand scheme of things. That at the end of the day, but like my point is, the problem that's small because the thing we're trying to do is give people a chance to get a job, but some people don't even have a chance. Basically, it's two things. If you don't have a phone and you can't take a shower, good luck getting a job. And I'm not saying that out of like disgust. I'm saying that's just how things are now. You know, unless that's really, if people talk about, oh, just apply, but but I don't know who to blame, but we know how the way that the interviewer is going to go. They're gonna. That's the first thing they point out. Whenever you have a speech walking to a school, you know, or whatever, they're talking about, you know, you're having good presentation. You know, which is fair. You know, who could argue that? So either we gotta lower the bar, which is okay, not weird, but fair, or we gotta find a way to enable. We have these holes in society, but we act like there's not a way to like create a solution. It is a thing where there's, and I say millionaires. I'm sure, or maybe not. You know what, instead of making money off of taking advantage of children, like say the foster care system, yeah, again, hey, in fact, I guarantee you, it costs the government and parents less to disagree to have a shower built on the outside, and yes, you're going to run into people, maybe not. Okay, are we going to make the home responsible for cleaning it? I mean, we should.
You're getting into greed now, though, and that's a big problem. So, like, that's going to be harder to fix, because, like, you know.
Well, no, but you're right. Greed. Well, right. Greed is the thing. So, how do I say it? So, right, and I appreciate that. You're right. So, but that I'm not. Yeah. You're. So, remember how I mentioned about the cost of things and how I'm gonna have to talk their game about mentioning that. Listen, I'm gonna have to talk the game where there is gonna be greed. We're gonna have to, number one, if I'm gonna have somebody invest in me, if I do, I'm not trying to. That's not my aim goal. But like, if that's kind of what happens, it's fine. That I gotta realize that money's not doesn't grow trees, and people are gonna be frugal. I gotta show that I'm not here to just waste money for people if I end up getting an investor. It's not about that. But on top of the greed, again, remember how someone asked me, how are we going to afford it? How are we going to afford all this stuff? I'm like, okay, first of all, again, it's the greed. If we play smartly, which we can and I will, we can play that to my advantage. Think about how many millionaires want to have tax incentives written off. You know, it's just a conversation at that point. Like, listen, the water bill, at that point, everything we discuss is money. Like, we can talk about how much is the water bill going to be. That's kind of what money is kind of just made up to, where we can come up with the values. I could just come up with some random just government incentive. Like, again, and it's not random, but it's an thing where, but at the end of the day, that's kind of where basically we gotta just, and I'm not, with Walmart, I could be like, basically, listen, Walmart, you have ways. I know you're trying to look good. Let's look at all the ways we can take advantage of greed. Companies only put the word greed on their products because they want consumers that like that. They don't really care for it for the most part. So I'm just saying. So let's look at all the ways we can feed it greedy about for Walmart. Guys, you guys will agree, right? Guess what? I